Oh, it's going to be a good day. It's going to be a good day. I can feel it in my bones. I haven't been here for ages. But I have been watching. Did you watch yesterday's show? Oh, my gosh. If you want to be cheered up, if you need a little bit of a giggle, watch John Scott's video from yesterday. It was so funny. His nudie knits. Oh, my gosh, we've been talking about it this morning. It's so funny. Anyway, that's by the by. As John would say, we have got the most incredible day today. I mean, it's actually a little bit overwhelming. There is so much going on. Normally I'd start with an early bird, but we started over there to show you the thread house, the gorgeous, colourful academy that is the thread house. So those of you that remember Jo Avery, back from Sewing Quarter days. I mean, it's been so long since we've seen Jo Avery. I don't actually know if I've ever met Karen Lewis. I don't think I have. It's the first time I've met her this morning. She is so lovely. But these are all names that are so famous. Lynn Goldsworthy, of course, as well. We all know and love Lynn. All of her shows, her designs are amazing. But these are the three queens of quilting, aren't they? Now, what we've done is we've put everything on pre-order as normal. So I just want to introduce what's coming up on today's show because the timings are slightly different to what is normally sort of scheduled. So our website hasn't really caught up with this. I know that they've amended it, but it's still saying, 8 till 9 is me, 9 till 10 is Adam, and it's not the case. So this morning, I've only got half an hour this morning to do my early birds and some fabulous pre-cuts for you. Ben's put together some pre-cut bundles. We've got some charm packs and fat quarters coming up as well. Then 8:30, literally in half an hour from now, the amazing, gorgeous, talented Adam Brooks is going to be joining me with the Fiona Hesford pattern, the Sew Girl pattern, Elsie. Now, Elsie's already had a lot of love, but we've never demoed this pair of trousers before. It's the first time that we've had a really good deep dive into the Elsie pattern, which will be coming up with Adam. He loves it. He says it's really straightforward make, brilliant trouser pattern for anybody who's after a really good, I love them. The wide leg trousers, gorgeous. So they're going to be coming up at 8:30, whole hour with Adam until 9:30. And then, as I say, the three queens of quilting, Jo Avery, ahead of her book launch tomorrow, Lynn Goldsworthy and Karen Lewis are all going to be joining me. All three, live in the studio. It's going to be chaos. But it's also going to be lovely. We've got a whole hour and a half to really chat to them, get to know them, talk about their sewing journeys and their careers and the incredible platform and community that they've created over the last few years. And it's the first time it's been on Sewing Street. The Thread House is a subscription that you can get, an annual subscription to all of the lessons, all of the one-to-one videos, the Zoom calls, the show and tells. There is so much that we've got to talk about in that hour and a half. So that's going to be coming up. Just look at the set, the quilts, the smaller projects, the cushions, and how you can really just broaden your horizons of your quilting journey. What I love about the collab that the three amazing creative ladies have put together is that they're all very different. So if you buy a subscription to somebody's sewing course, you learn their skills. Whereas with the ladies, Jo and Lynn and Karen, they're also different. They all bring something really different to the table. And you've got those expertise at your fingertips with their subscription. Now, I just need to let you know as well, one second, I'm just going to have a sip of my water. I've got a frog in my throat already. If you go to the website, you can already start getting involved in the subscription. If you are aware of it, maybe you're at Festival of Quilts. Did you see Jo Avery's gallery exhibition? It was amazing. So if you are already aware of the three absolute queens of quilting, and you're already like, yeah, I'm signing up. If you scroll down past our pre-cuts, past Adam's show, here you will find the two different options. So there is this option here, which is your annual pass. We're actually crashing that to the lowest price point that anybody's selling that subscription at the moment. We've got a Sewing Street special, which is £189. If you want it, you can proceed to the checkout, purchase now. You'll only pay £189, and you won't pay any P&P if you don't buy anything else today, because obviously there's nothing physical coming through to you. But there's so much to talk about in that show. That's why I've given it a whole hour and a half. There is also the term 2, which is about to start in September, 1st September. So that's also going to £80. You're going to save £20 on that. So there's options. But you basically get a term free by getting the annual pass. We will dissect it all, talk to the fabulous ladies as well at 9:30. Then, so that's until 11 o'clock. That takes us back to normal because I don't know why, just doing an hour-and-a-half special throws us all out, doesn't it? So 11 o'clock, Adam will be back, dressmaking lovers, a classic fleece. Classic. And this isn't just a fleece for you. This is a fleece for your loved ones. This is a fleece for your husband, for your wife, for your nieces, for your nephews, for your grandchildren. There's children's sizes on there as well. And let's face it, we all need a fleece. Do you know what I'm thinking straight away when I look at that? My embroidery machine. I could have embroidered that cow pocket beautifully. Now, Adam's really judged it up. You can put the patch pocket on, you can leave it off if you want, you can just do your classic fleece. We've got bamboo toweling in that show. We've got some really fun fabrics as well. If you're making them for kids, it's going to be a brilliant, brilliant hour at 11 o'clock. And if it doesn't get any better, I mean, honestly, it almost is like Christmas come early today. We've got so much going on. Carla Bagshaw is also going to be joining me. It's my first Sewing Street show with her, and I absolutely love her. She calls me her little weirdo. I don't know why we'll ask her, but she's always like, oh, you're just my little weirdo. She's coming up. I don't know why Mike's agreeing, like, yeah, I see it, I get it. I don't get it. I'll ask her on there. But she's going to be joining me with the scan and cut. I've never seen the scan and cut in action, and I know I'm going to get hooked. So it's going to be a busy show. Shall we start today with the Early Bird Special? So as we said today, can't really get any better. I've only got half an hour, 20 minutes now until Adam Brooks joins me. So we're going to do some brilliant early birds. We've got two. Now, these should never be early birds because normally, you know, what qualifies as an early bird? Something that's existing in the stock, something that, you know, is one of our favourites, something that doesn't normally get discounted maybe, or something that we discount. This is never been to air before. This is literally brand new fabric, and we're early bird discounting it. I think during the midst of the planning of today's show, which, trust me, it's been weeks in the planning, months in the planning for Ben and the upstairs team, but I've been preparing the show for the last couple of weeks. And so this first half an hour has gone a little bit to the wayside. So we've just decided this morning, they've forgotten to put us an early bird in. Let's pick out just the brand new pre-cut, and should we take it to an early bird price? These are lovely, aren't they? Absolutely lovely. Now you're getting 16 fat quarters. 16 fat quarters for £59.99. If you think about the metres of fabric, bear in mind that's a metre. So you're getting 16 fat quarters, so that's 4, 8, 12. So that's 4 metres of fabric in total, isn't it? That is amazing. The blue's gorgeous. You're getting oranges, purples, pinks, turquoise. Oh, isn't that gorgeous? Getting loads of fabric, and you're getting the whole range. The thing that we love about pre-cuts, and I mean, you're going to see that throughout this whole show, is the variety. Bearing in mind, look, today we're launching the subscription of the Thread House Academy. And look at the colour palette that we've got here. And look at some of the designs that we've got going on in the studio today. How perfect. If you get yourself today's early bird, the fat quarter, and you're getting ready for the subscription, bearing in mind we're about to start the next term, which launches, it lands actually on the 1st of September. Imagine creating some of the beautiful designs that you've seen in the studio for with this fat quarter pack. You've got so much then to get on with, haven't you? A fat quarter pack like this, when you've got 16 fat quarters, we don't do very often. I mean, this one's perfect. Anybody who's seen Jo Avery's designs and Lingol's, with all of the fabulous designers that are part of the Thread House, these colours would be beautiful. Now, this quilt I'm about to show you is actually really, really unique, and I'm sure that Lynn will tell us more about it because that's her design, and that's EPP and FPP. So that one, yeah. So that centre one is, that's foundation paper pieced, and then it's all traditionally hand pieced in the EPP way. So it's putting together foundation paper piecing and English paper piecing. It's amazing. That's designed by Lynn. It's part of the Thread House subscription, which is brilliant, isn't it? So you get all of your patterns, everything that you need included, but just having a bit of a stash, this would be perfect. I mean, I'm not even halfway through. There's so much. I'm just going to open it all out so then you can see the colour palette. But I must say, it is perfect. Perfect if you're getting involved in the Thread House subscription today. Still loads. Still loads. And these are all, I'll remind you, half of a half metre. I like working with fat quarters. I find them less cumbersome. I think that you still get the large scale of prints. You're still seeing the secondary patterns coming through, but it gives you lots of choice. And with a fat quarter pack like this, think about your solids that you've got in your stash. Think about all the complementing colours that it's going to work with absolutely seamlessly with. That one's nice as well. I mean, just this one alone could be a cushion front. That is a cushion, isn't it? Straight away, that's the most amazing cushion front. And I know that we're heading away from summer now and we're going more autumnal, but just adding a little bit of colour into those winter months, I think is what we need. Because this morning was ever so dark, wasn't it? These dark mornings are creeping in, they really are. But this is beautiful. They're all your 16 fat quarters that you're getting for $59.99. Finn isn't going to be my friend that I've opened all of these out, but I think it's important for you to be able to see just all of the different prints you're getting. Lots of different scales of prints, some that are slightly more muted that you could use as your mixers, but that's still a hero print if you want to include it next to some of your lovely solids as well. Now, I just want to pick this out because yesterday I saw on the Facebook page, which I thought was really, really unique. A lady actually made a lampshade with free motion quilting, and I don't know what fabric she used or what material she used, but she did free motion and then made herself the most beautiful lampshade, and you could see literally the designs just like this. She did some birds, she did some rabbits, she did lots of wildlife, and it looked amazing. But I just thought of this and thought that would be a lovely little lampshade, just a small one. If you're doing some upcycling, I love all the birds. It almost has that bit of free motion sort of feel to it, doesn't it? That doodled effect. Loads of these are going. It's an early bird special. Bearing in mind, this is brand new, never been on air before. It's $59.99 today. It'll go back up to $74.99. Well done, everybody who's managed to get it. We've got another fat quarter pack coming up. No, sorry. We've got a charm pack, 10-inch charm pack next. Let's do this as an early bird as well. Early bird number 2. Now, if you do want your mixers to go with the fat quarter pack, right, $49.99, a tenner off. We want everybody getting involved today. It's going to be a really, really, really big day. We're so excited. We've got so many incredible guests. We've got lots of fabulous patterns, lots of lovely projects. So let's get our fabric stash sorted. Now, these are lovely because they are like that. You know when we've launched before the Macao linen texture, but this has got more sort of detail to it. I love this. I think this is going to look great for your improv quilting, which I know Joe Avery actually really specialises in and really champions. At $39.99, anybody who's already part of the Thread House Academy, please will you message in. We want to fill that show with lots of lovely messages, or for anybody who's ever done any workshops or courses, online courses or in-person courses pre-COVID with Lynn or Joe or Karen. If you've got any Karen's fabrics, we want to hear from you. We want to send them lots of fan mail today. $39.99. Look at this. This is so cool. Oh, so what do you think we'll use? Maybe they've got one next door that we could borrow. Maybe they've got one next door. Sorry, we're trying to work out an iPad. Get an iPad ready for their show. $39.99. That is a £10 saving on a 42-piece charm pack. You're getting all 10-inch squares. Oh, I love this one. All of these projects, fabrics are perfect for the projects that we're going to be launching. Perfect for the projects we're going to be launching with the Queens of Quilting. I've labelled them now. These are lovely, aren't they? All 10-inch squares, 100% quilting weight cotton. You're getting all of the sort of blenders, your mixers. You've also got the, oh, look, the sort of doodled pieces. Imagine then doing some fabulous sort of quilting over the top of this as well. Love it. You've also got the polka dots. Under £40. 42-inch squares. 42, 10-inch squares for $39.99. They're your early bird specials. Keep going through for those. Now, as I said, shop on the website, have a look what's underneath us on the web, and start getting ahead because it is going to be a very, very busy day today. Shall we do some of your bundles, Ben? In fact, please can we do this? Kaif, we never have Kaif long quarters. Oh my word, let's open these out. So a long quarter, if you think about a fat quarter, is half of a half metre. The way a long quarter is cut, oh gosh, I can't open it, is across the top of the full width of a half metre. So you're getting that whole length. It's a long quarter. Oh, there you go, for the last 6, we've discounted it as well. We've discounted it for you. We've turned this into a last-minute, half-an-hour frenzy sale, by the looks of things, Ben. With only 6 left, you're getting the pink, you're getting the blue, you're getting the green. Oh, I mean, look, yeah, the improv quilt that's coming up as part of, yeah, it's vibrant. All of the colours that you're seeing on the examples that the ladies have brought in be perfect with fabrics like this. Oh, it's so limited. We've got less than 10 of these. Once everybody's checked out, it's sold out. We've got enough of you there to see that sell out. All of those long quarters, you're getting 10 long quarters from that folk flower collection. And in fact, there's lots of lovely folk art quilts coming up. Right, all of those. Which one should we do next? Yes. What does it look like? Is it the Garden Birds? 5-inch charm pack. Oh, fat quarter pack of 5. Oh, it's this one. It's Garden Birds. So do you know what happened with this one? This was launched by, look at the price, by the way. It's under £15. That is amazing for fat quarters. Absolutely amazing. Now, you get your little blue tits in there. These are all hand-drawn by Debbie Shaw. This colour palette is beautiful. Look, now she said, I thought they were doves. And she went, Vic, they're pigeons. And she went, they're Garden Birds. They're pigeons. I love it, or street doves, as Ben calls them. Now, this whole fat quarter pack is gorgeous. It was actually launched by Craft Cotton. They Craft Cotton? Yeah, Craft Cotton Company. And they completely sold out. Completely sold out. And we actually launched, relaunched these. We recommissioned them. And we're the only place that bring them now. So you can't even get these on Debbie Shaw's website. You can't buy these anywhere else. The only place that you can get them is here at Stone Street. And they're under £15, which is a brilliant price for a fat quarter pack. And it is honestly stunning quality cotton. Look at the watercolours and the colours that Debbie Shaw's hand-drawn. The amount of times nowadays, you know, that you'll see everything that's AI produced and it doesn't just have that authenticity, does it? It lacks a little bit of personal touch. This is brilliant to have Debbie Shaw's fabulous collections relaunched. The very last 20 of these, well, 16 now, all 5 fat quarters. And this colour is so on trend. I love this chartreuse colour with that beautiful plum. And in the background, you've even got lots of little leaves. You've got this hand-drawn vine with your garden birds. You've got a great selection of different scales of prints there. For under £15, all of this collection was priced so low. I actually think that when we recommissioned this, it was the price points that were, you know, that they used to do years ago when this launched, like, you know, pre-COVID. The prices of cotton, the price of everything, let's face it, have changed dramatically. We had 20 of these. We've now got 10 left. 10 left. Half the stock is gone. You've got to be quick for your pigeons. Under £15 a day for your pack of 5 fat quarters. They're lovely, aren't they? Street doves, da-da-da-da-da-da. That's your new tune. Sorry. I'm not allowed to do any more because we have to start paying royalties to Debbie Shaw, Street Doves. That is gorgeous, isn't it? I love the colour in the background. It's like a putty background tone. It's lovely. Putty. What did you think I said? Oh, dear. 5 fat quarters. Well done, everybody. They'll go today. They will sell out today. We've got less than 10 minutes till Adam Brooks joins us, everybody. And we've got the Elsie trousers coming up. Shall we do Philip Jacobs? There they are. I think everybody needs a pattern like that, don't they? You know, the two that we have today, they're like your capsule wardrobes. Don't get me wrong. I love the lovely floaty dresses, the beautiful, you know, occasion dresses, whereas they're essentials, aren't they? Essentials. Philip Jacobs. Now, as I said, I don't know what's happened here, but Ben's kind of turning this into a bit of a clearance hour. This should be $32.99. It's now $27.99 for Kaif. Oh, really? It is busy, busy. Just so you know, already, how many people have signed up to the subscription? That's amazing. Loads of people are already getting involved. If you have, if you were already part of the Thread House Academy, yeah, let us know. We want to hear more about it. We're so excited to have a whole hour and a half to dedicate to it. But all of these fabrics would be perfect. Absolutely perfect. $27.99, $32.99, down to $27.99 just because. Now, you're getting a pack of 20, which I actually think is brilliant. We've started doing these sort of half packs of charm squares, which gives you one more, you know, more scope to be able to get different collections and more in your stash, but it also just dips your toe in without paying, you know, over £50. $27.99. This is absolutely gorgeous fabric. I love the Ladybirds one. Ladybugs. £27.99 for your pack of 20 Philip Jacobs charm squares. There's loads of these in baskets. Thank you for discounting it, Ben. We've literally got just over 5 minutes until Adam Brooks joins me, so let's do some more. Can we do the this one? Whenever we talk about shades of blue, it just goes wild in the arts. And what we've put together is a collection of, these are all from different collections. These are all different designers. You're not going to get a random mix. You're going to get these actual fat quarters that you're seeing here. But they're all really hero prints. They'll all work together beautifully. But also, I would use this as a project. This could be a different project. See, this one is a Whistler Studios Banyan, which looks like Moroccan tiles, doesn't it? It's absolutely beautiful. Beautiful. This one, is that a Liberty? It looks it, doesn't it? That is beautiful. And I must say, it feels like it as well, is it? Oh, I don't know if it is. It's a Rose and Hubble. It's a Rose and Hubble. That's a beautiful ditzy print. You're getting all of these different designer blues for $22.46. We've done everything on price this hour. Honestly, it's been a bit of a... We didn't realise that it was going to turn into a clearance. That wasn't in our prep. But Ben's just decided willy-nilly. That's why you've got to tune in on the live shows to see these deals. That one's beautiful as well. All of these lovely different shades of blue. What's my price per fat quarter now, Ben? That looks like a Lewis and Irene one. What's the price per fat quarter? That's lovely. Beautiful. £3.20 for designer blue cotton fabrics. Today, just £3.20 a fat quarter. $22.46, supposed to be $26.46. Every little helps. Hello, Jane. Oh, good morning. Oh, she's in Sidmouth. Love Sidmouth. The Harbour Hotel there is amazing, isn't it? I've never been personally, but my mum's been to Sidmouth and she always sends me pictures from there. She's not stayed there, I don't think, but she's always said, Vicky, you'd have it here. Hope you have a lovely holiday and stay with us if you can today, Jane, because it's going to be a fab day. Come say hello to me on Facebook. I've got the iPad running now, so we can make today really nice and interactive. Come and say hello. Thanks, Finn. Thank you, Finn. Okay. Should we fit in a couple more? I've got these lovely ditzy prints of Liberty. Liberty, darling. Oh, what a stunning colour palette as well. Emily Bell, Wiltshire Shadow, all of these little ditzy florals, your posy prints. Stunning. Spring, beautiful Liberty. Right, do you know what? Again, just because it's the last 13, do not need to discount Liberty fabric, but we've got it under 20 now for you. Hope that sways your decision, just to make sure everybody is there ready and involved for our fabulous show. I remind you, Adam Brooks is going to be joining me at 8:30 in 5 minutes' time with the Elsie trousers. Let's try and run as many graphics as we can for you. This is the woodlands. This has got hedgehogs, little trees, little ferns, and then you've also got your owl, a lovely little deer, a squirrel, a fox. Now, as we're moving into autumn, these are all the sort of fabrics that are going to be lovely for a plique. Bearing in mind, this is something I know that we shouldn't be crashing because we're literally moving into autumn. There you go. Everything off that we can. £1 off. It's never been that low. It's the lowest price it's ever been now. I've got time to squeeze one more in, and is there another discount coming? Right, now this is a ½ metre bundle of Liberty. These are all ½ meters. I've picked out this one, and I know that you can't discount it, but I'm going to put you under the pressure now. Anne said, morning, Vic, it's lovely to see you. Do you know, it feels like ages and ages, because I was due to do a show, I think, last week or the week before, last week or the week before, and then they needed me over on the other channel, so yeah, I'm pleased to be back with you. Oh, he's discounted it. He's done it. For the last 10 of you, Liberty Postcard Paradise in pink for £42.95. Should never be that low. We are going to move on from it, but we just thought we'd let you know. There's a few cheeky discounts for you. And in fact, while we get Adam Brooks set up on air here, head to the app, head to the web, the rest of the pre-cuts, we're going to discount them. So have a look, pop the kettle on though, because Adam's going to be joining me in a couple of minutes with these fabulous Elsie trousers. Don't go anywhere.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Subcutting is a really useful technique that we use in patchwork for cutting one piece of fabric into strips and then subcutting them into smaller strips. It makes the whole patchwork process quicker and easier, and I'm going to show you how to do it. So if you want to cut a piece of fabric into strips and you want to use the whole width of fabric, fold it in half to start with, and then have the top fold level with one of the lines on your cutting mat. You can then trim it to start with because this is nice and level. So I'm just going to line up one of the lines on the ruler so I know that this is at right angles. Then using your rotary cutter, just cut all the way along the line. You can discard that piece, you don't need that. Now I'm going to cut it, say I want to cut it into 2-inch strips. If it says in your pattern cut 2-inch times width of fabric, line the 2-inch mark up on your ruler and then cut it, and there's a nice 2-inch strip. Now with subcutting, you want to cut this strip into smaller pieces. So 2 ways of doing this: line up the strip on one of the straight lines, and say I want to cut it into 2-inch squares. Again, I'm going to trim the end off just so I've got a nice right angle, and then lining up the 2-inch mark, I'm going to subcut into 2-inch squares. So you can work 2 inches. If you then put the 4-inch mark, make sure you keep the lines on the top of your ruler parallel. So I've now subcut one strip into smaller pieces. If you want to subcut more than one strip, you can do this all together. 2 ways: you can either lay them on your cutting mat like this, one on top of the other, making sure they're nice and level, or if you've got more than 2, because I wouldn't cut through more than this number of layers together, put one below the other. Just make sure that they're all nice and straight and even. You can put them in a row like this. So I can now cut 1, 2, 3, 4 strips at the same time. Again, trim off the end, making sure it's nice and level. Discard those pieces. And if I wanted to cut them in maybe into 4-inch pieces, so I've got 2 by 4 inches, I can cut through all those 3 layers in one go and then carry on. And I've got now accurately subcut pieces from one larger piece of fabric.
and I'm Lynn Goldsworthy.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
Now, normally when you sew two pieces of fabric together, you sew them together, right sides together, and open the fabric up. We, however, are doing a French seam, which means that all of the raw edges are encased within the seam. So, we don't do it the normal way. This is how we do it. So, instead of sewing your fabrics right sides together, you sew them wrong sides together within the seam allowance. Then what you do is you then take the whole seam, you would press it, and you will turn it round. So you now sew along the seam, but having the right sides together. So what you've done is you've encased your raw edges in here, you've created your normal seam from the right side, but on the wrong side, all of your raw edges are all encased within the French seam. A lot of people are terrified by French seams. You don't need to be at all. They're really haute couture, and they turn your garment from being homemade to made with love.
Hello, welcome back, Adam.
Hello. Oh, it's lovely to see you. It's lovely to be back.
I've not seen you for ages.
I know. Well, I hadn't seen John in ages, and I was on my last couple of shows with him.
Yeah.
So that was fab to catch up. Now I'm catching up with you.
Yeah, lovely. How have you been?
All right, actually,
Good.
yeah. I'm all good, keeping busy. We're in photo shoot season at the Pantomime Company, so I was there yesterday.
Oh, so has it all been announced who's in the shows now?
Yeah, so I was with Richie Anderson, who's appearing in Leicester the other week down in London. Sue Holderness. Oh, Marlene from Only Fools and Horses.
Oh,
is
yeah.
singing. She's fabulous. What a class act she is.
Fantastic. Oh, I love hearing all of the stories, the banter stories.
Yeah.
Now, we've got two, I think, sort of wardrobe staples today.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Brilliant. I've loved making these.
It's important to have a good, I think, trouser pattern because, let's face it,
Yeah.
most days I'm wearing trousers and these are so lovely and so flattering, so comfortable. Skinnies are out, wide legs are in, aren't they?
Yes,
And this
exactly.
is a lovely pair of classic trousers. But I like the fact that they've got a little bit of a hidden elasticated waist.
Yes, so that makes them really versatile for the wearer. So it's really important to look at the measurements because the finished measurements which are on the pattern will seem way wider than your waist and hip because there's the elastic in the back that's pulling them all in.
Ah, okay.
They're the perfect trousers for holiday. They're the perfect trousers for any time, really.
But they look very smart when you see them in like the charcoaly grey. Like they look very smart. But then when you see some of the fabrics that we've got today, and you know the fabrics that you see on the front of the pattern, then you realise how versatile these are. Now, what is the length of these? Because I'm short and I'm thinking, are these designed to be sort of cropped or can I have them
there's
full
two
length?
lengths. There's a crop length and a longer length. On the pattern, there isn't a shorten lengthen line, but when I get the pattern out in a moment, I'll show you exactly where you could put one and lengthen it or, you know, shorten it to where you want it to. You know, a great little hack on these kind of patterns as well, I shouldn't really say it, but if you wanted to make a pair of shorts, you could do it. You've got the pattern there. As long as you're not interfering with the crotch seam and anywhere near the hip or anything, you'll be fine. You could hack them.
Good.
Shouldn't really say that.
No, this is what every sort of dressmaker and sewer loves, is a pattern where you've got versatility, you've got a lot of bang for your buck. I'm even thinking now, just seeing them like that, they look beautiful in that fabric.
Oh,
but also, then start thinking about in like loungewear, like Christmas almost.
Exactly.
Christmas pyjama bottoms.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you're more of an experienced sewer, you could perhaps make them out of a jersey fabric and have them as a loungewear fabric. What I'd say, personal choice with anything that's drapey or floaty, the pockets on the front are lovely and you need them.
Yeah.
It's got patch pockets as well on the back, on both sides, but it's up to you whether you use them or not. Yeah. And on something drapey, a more, you know, streamlined classic trouser that you want to wear for posh, I'd probably omit the pockets. But for a workwear one,
really
or a
smart.
staple, really handy.
Lovely in linen as well.
Yeah.
Lovely in linen. So there's 2 different length options. The pattern is size 8 to 22. You've taken the graphics out, Michael Wolf. We've got the, thank you, we've got the size 8 to 22. They're your size information. We've also got the finished garment sizes and your fabric requirements. Now, the pattern suggests a light to medium weight linen or cotton, viscose, denim. Like a chambray denim, do you think?
Yeah, chambray denim would be perfect. You could, if you wanted to, go for a heavier weight denim if you wanted to, and go to town with some top stitching. Just be aware that it's got those pleats in the front, so you're going to have a little bit of bulk in that waistband, so you don't want to go with anything too thick.
Okay.
And also to make sure as well that the thicker in the fabric you go, the less drapier it'll be, I'd say, especially with denim.
Do I have a zip or a button or a fly?
There's no zip and no button, which makes them a lot more simpler to make, which is what I love about this pattern from Sew Girl.
Yeah, Fiona, we love our Fiona. In fact, actually, we've only really touched on this pattern in like roundups. We've never done a full demo on it before.
Fab.
So it'd be good to show because it is actually classed as a beginner pattern, or they said advanced beginners, and you just want to, you know, highlight the waistband as well, don't you?
Exactly. The trickier part is probably that elastic in the waistband at the back, but I'll show you the method, and there's actually 2 methods in the instructions, but it's really well explained.
Right, so you get a full instruction booklet, don't you?
Which is really great, and there's lots of pictures in there as well. It's really thoroughly explained, diagrams and pictures.
And
so
I know that Fiona also does a great blog where often there are hacks, there are all sorts. But, so like you said, making these into shorts, having a good trouser pattern in your stash, I think is so important, isn't it? Yeah. We always see lovely patterns of fancy dresses and things that you might wear a couple of times, but how many times and how many different fabrics are you going to make these trousers in? And
that's it, and they'll look completely different each time. And if you want to have a little bit of fun, there's the tie around the waist, which you don't have to have if you didn't want to, but you could make that in a contrast fabric to do what you wanted with them.
Oh, love it. Loads of you got this in your basket. Now, there's an option of a digital download as well, so you can get the physical pattern, which you've just seen on the screen there, at $17.99. Or today, we've also got the digital download. So, right. In terms of digital downloads, do you ever do digital downloads for dressmaking patterns?
Yes, I've done a lot of them.
Do I need to go to a printer to get it printed out on like A0, or can I do it at home on my home printer?
You can do it on home. Usually what they supply is both formats. So you'll have an A0 photo, an A0 copy that you could take to a copy shop.
Yeah.
It tends to say copy shop because a lot of them are Americanised. Yeah. But a print shop, or the A4 ones at home tend to be where you have to piece it together, but usually they're quite clear in the instructions. And the most important thing with that when you print it is that you follow the printout instructions that they usually give you, and it's to print to actual size. Yeah. And the biggest tip I can give you there is most of them come with a box that kind of has a measurement. And when you print that first test page out, make sure that measures what it says.
Right, okay.
On my ones that I used to do, I probably put like a 5 centimetre box.
Yeah, yeah.
And you'd make sure that it measured that, and then you know that the pattern is to scale.
Yeah, before you start printing out 40 pages.
Yeah, exactly.
But it is actually a brilliant one to have as a digital download, because that means then if your pattern gets a bit tatty, if you want to come back to it, you don't need to print your instructions off. You could just have those on your tablet, on your phone, or on your computer. Yeah. And then you can print it off as many times as you sort of want.
That's it. Now, we do need to be careful about how much paper, you know, in today's world, but actually, being honest, and in my world, I just need to print a pattern, cut it and go. So if I've done one size for somebody, then I can just have that liberty to print it again and make it another size. Yeah. And it's easy without having to trace it off all the time.
Yeah, yeah. Brilliant. So there's a couple of options. That's only $9.99 as well. So we have actually discounted it as the digital download. You can choose which one you want. Now, we've got lots of lovely fabrics. As I say, there's some beautiful linen sort of looks that we have available. I believe this might be a linen mix because it feels it's a linen viscose. Yeah. So you get all the properties of linen, but it's not going to crease as much, is it?
Look at the colours in this.
That's lovely. See, if you have got any holidays to look forward to, a bit of winter sun, or still got your holidays to come this summer, these will be beautiful. Really stunning fabrics. I mean, you could really dress these up, couldn't you? Imagine wearing this with like a coral sort of cami top at a wedding. Like, that's just stunning. I think all these fabrics are brand new to us as well. We've got them in especially for the Elsie trousers. So, talk to me about 2.5 metres. Is this going to be enough to
make
do
the longest size?
the longest and largest size?
Yeah, it just depends on the... Oh, that's not very helpful.
Yeah, it's not very helpful that it's on there. But I think it says 2.4. I think it says 2.4 the most. Yeah, 2.4, 2.5. That's wide. 54.
So as long as it's 55 inches wide, which these will be, you'll be fine. If it's only 44 wide, then obviously you're going to need a longer length, but just bear that in mind.
The team are very good at putting together these bundles for you. So 2.5 metres is large enough for if you want to do the longest length in the largest size. $23.99. Now we want to try and get as much demo in as possible. So let's fly through these fabrics because I know that we're earlier than sort of scheduled on the telly. So I hope you've all found us. Now this one is lovely. Speaking of watching this morning, Georgina, I wonder if you're still watching. Hi, Georgina, of course I remember you. She said, hi, Vicky, do you remember me? Going back in your singing days in Tamworth. Great show, I'm watching from home. Of course I remember Georgina, because also, you might know Adam. I said, you might know Georgina's son, Matthew, because he used to go to Stagecoach with me, and Adam used to teach at Stagecoach. What a small world.
It was when we found that out, and you were working here, and we were like, oh, my goodness, yeah, we know similar people.
Such a small world. So, yes, of course I remember you. Lovely to hear from you, Georgina. I was thinking, how did you find me on here? But it might be because I've shared John Scott's video of him having giggling fits this morning on my Facebook. Honestly, it made me so happy yesterday. I needed a really good laugh yesterday, and that absolutely... When I'm having a bad day, I'm going to just sit and watch that.
Do you know they showed me that book upstairs a month ago, and I was in hysterics.
Well, they were questioning whether it could go on air. I'm not surprised.
You know what? It's a bit of fun, though, isn't it?
It is. Oh, it is.
It was, yeah. I know it's not for everybody. I get that, but
I've bought one for my neighbour. I've bought one for my neighbour because it is just so fun, isn't it?
Yeah.
So funny. Oh, no, don't put it on with me. Don't put it on with me. I said it to my mum and she was like, Vic, do you think that you would have been able to do it? And I'm like, no. Well done. This is gorgeous as well. Once again, linen viscose, 2.5 metres with your purple floral, big oversized floral print. Fabulous price. Oh, I did. I've had a very busy weekend. Okay, now these, let's stick with the colourful ones. 2.5 metres. This is lovely. These are all brand new. Now, this one's a different, this is just viscose. Suitable viscose?
That's lovely. Yeah, that's going to have some lovely drape in it, isn't it?
Any tips of using a more sort of, I don't want to use the word slippy because this is not, but lighter weight fabric?
Yeah, just be careful when you're cutting it out because it can shift a little bit. And if you're a bit nervous, anything that's cut on fold, which is not much in this pattern actually, you know, cut it singularly.
Do you use pattern weights?
Yeah, I tend to use pattern weights, but I like to use shears as often as I can do. But yeah, make sure you put all your markings on as normal. And perhaps just make sure you've got a nice sharp needle and a new needle if you're sewing anything like this. And if your machine has the capability to just have a straight stitch plate, that will help with finer fabrics.
Okay.
I mean, this isn't fine, do you know what I mean? But it is lighter. Yeah.
Brilliant. Claire's just said, good morning, Vicky and Adam and all. Hello, Claire. Hello. Hi, Christine as well. She said, hello, Adam. She says, it's great to see you back. Oh, it was
How's Gary?
It was great to see you back. Hilarious yesterday. I love John Scott so much. Makes me laugh so much. Honestly, it was. I've sent it to everybody I know. This one is like Monet, isn't it?
There like 3 different books? Aren't there like 3 different books of that?
Really?
Knits thing. Yeah, I'm sure there's a few editions.
Well, I think John launched a different one as well because he says that it wasn't as rude as that before. The other one. Was there another one? Right.
Sorry, I'm distracting us.
No, oh gosh, it was so funny, wasn't it? So funny. Hi, Jenny. Jenny's watching. I'm excited to see what tricks she's done with your machine last time she was here.
Well, we have arguments because she likes certain settings and then I don't. So I change them and then she changes them back.
You know who I've realised who is the, the person in the middle as well who doesn't get mentioned, but it's Bex Reed. I think she also does some twiddling with it.
I think Bex is doing a few bits as well.
Christy said, Gary's doing great, thanks. He's at work today.
Oh, so he should be.
This colour's lovely as well, isn't it? Definitely have a look. Underneath us on the web. Fill your boots on all of these lovely linen viscose digital prints. That's your blue and black floral. And then we'll just do the charcoal colours. So we've got 2 greys and we've got a light blue as well. So if you do want to make a really nice, it's called black. It is. It's a lightweight denim. It's more of like a chambray. It says 4 ounce wash denim, but it is a really lovely lightweight. Don't think, when you see denim, I always think heavy duty.
I know, and the 4 ounce thing, they call it that, but it never feels like that. It feels more like a chambray.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Lovely weight, though. It's perfect for these trousers.
Perfect for these trousers. This is what you've made the trousers out of, and they look great. Really smart. Really, really smart. And like you said, you could play around with top stitching as well and do some extra decorative. So
that's what I mean, yeah. It would be really nice.
We've also got the medium. Let's have a look at these 2 colours together, because I think sometimes they put them in... So that one's the dark. Oh, lovely. Absolutely. I think that this is perfect. You know, for autumn, this sort of time of year, with a jumper, with a T-shirt, they're going to look absolutely lovely. Classic one, actually. And at $25.99, I think that's the one that I'd be going with.
Yeah, classic colour. I was just about to say that. It's lovely.
We also have the lighter, so you can see there the difference. There's not much difference, but that's more of your indigo-y blue, isn't it? And then this is more of your classic denim blue. This is called medium. You're getting 2.5 metre bundles. They're already cut into 2.5 metre bundles, which is absolutely plenty to be able to make any size of the Elsie pattern in the shorter length or the longer length. Oh, Christy, I love the chat. I really missed you at Festival of Quilts. Were you not at Festival of Quilts?
No, I wasn't there this year.
Not on Jukie's stand?
And I'll tell you what, George had invited me and I couldn't go. Why couldn't I go? I was away somewhere.
Yeah.
Living the high life. Yeah, unfortunately, I couldn't make it.
I didn't make it either this time, and I know I heard it was brilliant this year, so yeah, we missed you. Right, now, if you want the pattern, it's available as a physical and digital. This is your physical pattern. Loads of you have checked out on this. Well done. If you've got it in your basket, now is the time to check out. Remember, you get all of your pattern pieces and your full instructions as well. And we're going to have a little bit of a demo. What are you able to show us, Adam?
Well, I'm going to do the front pockets. I'm not going to do the patch pockets today because I've done patch pockets before. But I'll try and vary it up. And then I wanted to try and get a little bit on the construction of the waistband and give you a few tips and what might help. I won't get all the way through the waistband because I don't think we'll have enough time and I need the trouser made up. But I'll show you how it'll go together with that elastic at the back.
Brilliant.
Yeah?
So pockets, I love anything that's got a pocket. And they're good size pockets. Fiona always designs patterns that have got pockets.
Yeah.
Oh, and I like the fabric you're using as well.
I know, it's nice, isn't it? It's lovely. For anybody that cruises or goes on holiday, and all these types of fabric are just perfect because they'll fit nicely in your case.
Do you still cruise? Do you go on holiday as a cruise?
Do you know what? I did once, but it was more to visit a friend that was working on a ship.
Yeah.
But we've seen a cruise, right, that goes to, now let me get this right, goes Thailand, Vietnam, and goes from Singapore, I think, to Hong Kong.
Oh, wow.
And it sounds amazing. Yeah. The only problem is they run that cruise in December. Oh. And it's my busiest time.
Oh, yeah, panto.
So I need to retire from pantomime, don't I?
That sounds amazing.
So I've got my pocket pieces. I've got my trouser fronts here as well. I'm just giving them a quick press because they've got crumpled in transit. Now, you'll see here we've got this curve, and that curve is going to match up to curves on my trouser fronts. Let me just move that out of the way so we can see a little bit better at the minute. Okay, so what I tend to do, a good little tip from me to you, is lay out your fabric pieces symmetrically, especially when you're doing things like pockets or things in twos, because it'll just help you visualise it. This is my front piece. We've got to put some pleats in as well, so I'll quickly do that. I just need some pins. But it'll help you visualise it a lot better. Now, one thing to not get confused at with this first bit is because we've got the pocket inset a little bit, you've got a curve there and a curve here. Now, it's quite obvious to some which is the crotch seam, which is the pocket. But at a quick glance, and if you're new to dressmaking, you think, oh, well, that looks a little bit small, and then start sewing that like it's the crotch. Don't do that. But you know, it's always good to pay attention. Pleats in the top, there's some notches, and you're just going to match them. If I can find my notches on here. Yep, there we go. I've put the notches in with some little snips, but you can mark them with chalk or a heat erasable. Just make sure if you're using things like heat erasable that you've done a little test on a little bit of an offcut of fabric to make sure it does erase. Wonderful.
Do you ever overlock your pieces before you construct?
Yes, although on this pattern, it asks you to finish the seams off together.
Okay.
So, in this case, no. And Fiona's really good at telling you when to finish off the pieces. It says it in the instructions. It'll just say, and finish, which basically means finish it off with your chosen method. Now, as we always say, that could be on an overlocker if you've got one. It could be with a zigzag stitch. It could be with pink and shears. It could be with an overcasting stitch. All the usual suspects. Right, you're going to want to make sure these pleats go the correct way as well. So the pleats want to...
Oh, do they all go away or towards?
Away. So I've done them the wrong way, but I'm doing them right now. Here we go. So I'm matching those notches. It's basically just two little notches that match up together. And this is why it's good to have it laid out as the trouser will be. So you'll be able to see that those pleats are going away.
Yeah.
Yeah? Right, I just need to get them on the other side as well. There's my notch there. And again, now I'm just going to mirror image that.
Yeah.
Which is, again, anything you're doing on one side, you're doing to the other quite often in reverse. But if you've got it set up like this, you're doing a bit of a mirror image. And then I'm just going to baste those pleats in, okay?
Okay, so you're doing that within the seam allowance?
Within the seam allowance. So your seam allowance all the way through is 1 centimetre, or in old money, 3/8 of an inch. So I'm going to probably do about a 5mm baste on this. Okay. Underneath the machine we go. I'll just put my foot down there. If I start knobbling my knee underneath...
You haven't got your knee lift?
No, because I use it a lot more than I ever used to at home now. Cause I just
so
find
it's just
it so
automatic?
Yeah, so if my knee starts going...
You don't have to a break because you need the loo.
Yeah, it's not that. It's just because of muscle memory.
Do you know, it's strange. I've probably stopped doing it now, but the amount of times that I've been on air and the director would say, Vicky, you're all right, do you need the toilet because you're dancing around? But it was because I'm so used to rocking the babies like this.
Oh,
and now,
yeah.
I don't do that now, it's stopped. It's just muscle memory. But yeah, if you start, your leg starts going, I know what it is. Thanks for warning me.
What you want to make sure as well is that these pleats are sitting nice and flush with that top waistline. What I mean by that is the raw edges of the fabric are nicely together. Quite easily they could become a little bit misaligned. I'll show you in a second when these pleats end up coming off here. Again, these pleats just add a little bit of flair, which means it's lovely and suitable for drapey fabrics. It just adds a little bit more fullness into them as well. A nice little design feature.
Lovely.
So yeah, all my fabrics lining up at the top with those pleats.
Yeah.
Make sure that happens.
Okay.
Right, let's go on then to doing the pocket. So again, I'd go back to my cutting table and I'd lay my fabric out. I say cutting table, that's if you're lucky enough to have a designated cutting table at home. It might be a dining room table.
Do you have a sewing room in your house?
I do,
obviously
yeah.
You go to work and you sew all the time.
Yeah.
So you do have a sewing room?
I do, yeah. I'm really fortunate. And I needed it, to be honest, because I do a lot, obviously, for here and then outside of work as well. These pockets literally just match up with the curve.
They're nice big pockets, aren't they?
Yeah, they're great. You just want to pin them together and you're going to sew them at 1 centimetre seam allowance. Do it on both sides as well. Yeah, so I'm really lucky that I can just close the door on my room and it can leave it as messy as I want, and then every now and again I have to have a tidy up. Do you know what? I love going into a nice clean workplace and having it all nice and organised and tidy.
Is it ever organised?
Well, do you know what? Yeah, I tidied it up after I'd made the samples for today. But but then you can bet your life I'll go in and there'll be loads of fabric out and cutting and I just need to get on with something, and before you know it, it's chaos again. But I think that's part of being a creative. So don't beat yourself up if you see these pictures on Instagram with beautiful sewing studios all immaculate. Listen, that's not a used studio if it's like that, or it's just been taken after it's been tidied up for Instagram or social media.
Oh, well, guys, how long have I been here? And I've been saying so long, need to start. I really want to do, you know, my sewing. And I've got my embroidery machine now. So it's now the time. Yeah, I've got one. So I've literally been starting to, because Kieran was like, well, where are you going to do it? And it started off on the dining table. And I'm now trying to clear a space in my garage so I can do it. Anyway, I had... I've got some storage for crafts bits, and I said to Joe, I'll send in some pictures for your show next week. And honestly, it was embarrassingly bad. So I went on to the ChatGPT and I was like, can you transform this into a beautiful craft room for me? And it looked amazing. I was like, right, that's my inspiration now. I've got my picture of how I want my garage to look.
Isn't that bonkers that you can do that?
I know, it actually terrifies me. I'm not going to lie. I don't use it very often because it does actually scare me. But it is good for things like if you think, right, actually, I want to transform my craft room. Like, this is a picture of my garage and it was just chaos with, like, everything everywhere. And so now I've got an idea of how I want my craft room. Kieran did even apologise to me and he was like, I'm so sorry, I want to design something like this for you. I was like, we've got time, the kids are still little, but now, yeah, I'm excited for my new crafting room.
So I want to hear more about your embroidery machine, because it's exciting when you get one of those, isn't it?
Yes.
You can get hooked. So
I am hooked. I feel like I'm about to launch like a new clothing range or something, the amount that I'm doing. It's brilliant.
And do you feel with every piece, it's customary, you have to sit and watch it stitch out?
Yes. The amount of times I talk about it and say, oh, and you can leave that to sew and you go off and do this, or you can carry on, you know, you leave that to do the stitching. But you can't, you watch it.
You have to watch it. It is fascinating.
So clever.
I'll tell you what we're doing in the next bit, then we'll chat some more. Loving this. So I've just sewn them together at a centimetre. Now what I'm going to do, well, you've got two options. You can press that, and then you can top stitch it on the right side.
Okay.
That'd be lovely on denim.
Yeah.
I'm going to show you another way that you could finish this off for a little bit more of an invisible finish on these lighter weight fabrics. I'm going to use our old friend, the understitch.
Understitching. I love an understitch.
Well, I really like garments that are seamless, and obviously they're not seamless, there's seams in them, but a lot of seams, but that are made to look really sleek and sleek lines. That's my preference. And on lighter weight fabrics, I think this is
right. So where are you sewing to understitch this? Are you sewing on this side or on the inner pocket?
So I'm sewing on the pocket bag.
On the pocket bag.
Yes.
And just how far from that line, from the seam?
About 1/8 of an inch, millimetres. I basically use, this is why I like a straight stitch fork, because it's got the fork on it. I'm using that fork to run down the seam, and my needle's just about 1/8 of an inch to the right of that. And I'm going through that pocket bag and all the seam allowance. We're on a journey.
Where was that going?
That's like one of them 360 cams. Have you seen them? Where they stand on the podium.
And they all go round, we have no idea what was happening.
We're having fun here this morning. Fun and games. I tend to up my stitch length a little bit to about a 3mm. And then I'm just going to go down here now. So I'm through the seam allowance. You can press this beforehand, but for television purposes, I'm just going for it to show you what we're doing. Now, obviously, it's a curve, and you want to just keep making sure that your seam allowance is to that pocket bag, because you're going through the seam allowance and the pocket bag. We're not sewing on the front of the trousers, because this is going to be on the inside, and it's the underpinning that's going to keep the pocket to the inside.
Nice.
What you can do as well is grade that seam allowance down a little bit to half of its width, so to about 5mm. And what you can do as well is clip into the curves if you feel
Ben,
you
we
need
can see
to.
you.
Hi up, Ben.
Ben's trying to fix the camera. Where is your face?
Oh, come on, give him a good shot.
Where's his face? I don't even know where his face is. I don't know. It's there behind you.
He's here, but he's not here.
What camera were you on then?
There he is.
Sorry.
We love Ben.
Sorry, Adam.
Do you know when I presented on it a while ago?
Steady.
I know. Ben was producing, and he was, honestly, it was brilliant. I'm saying nice things about you, Ben. Saying nice things.
He's now just trying to fix the camera. Technical team's in.
No, it was really great support. Yeah, so with your embroidery machine, have you done any of these in the hoop projects?
So I've been on TikTok a lot and I've been watching lots of different things. So I've been doing what they call floating.
Yes.
The embroidery. Oh, Ben, by the way, sorry. Can I just show you what Ben is doing? We've asked for, technical support, and look at what he's doing. He's literally got the camera in his hand like this now.
This is fine.
Is it fine?
Yeah.
No, it's not. It's not. We'll carry on talking. But so I've been trying to do smaller things because quite often you do it, in your hoop, and you can do all your detail.
Yeah.
But then there's lots of things that might not fit in the hoop. So now I've been finding ways of like spray adhesive, using the 505 spray and spraying it to the hoop, and it's still do floating embroidery.
And do you know what? That's really useful if you're embroidering anything like velvet or fabrics that what we call will burn.
Yeah.
You can get like this is
Go on.
No, I can't say what I was going to say. The hoop might burn the fabric.
Okay.
And what that means is when you take the fabric out, you've still got the mark of the
ghost
hoop.
mark, right?
Yes.
Right, so that's when you wouldn't use the top
Yeah,
of
so
the
if
hoop.
you're doing something like velvet or something, floating is the technique.
Yeah, and then would you use like a clear stabiliser on the top of it as well?
Yeah, really
Phil.
good. Especially,
So excited.
do you remember when I did my Udis?
Yeah.
I embroidered some of the pockets on them, and water soluble on top of fleecy
And
fabrics.
did you embroider it
and
before
stuff.
you constructed it?
Yeah.
Because doing a pocket, I'm trying to work out how I do it without...
Yeah, so if you're
push the back
embroidering
that way.
already made up garments, it can be quite tricky. That's the advantage if you're a dressmaker and you're making it. You can embroider the fabric first and then position your, say if it's a pocket piece, absolutely perfect. So it's sat exactly where you want it. Shall we do a collab?
You've only lived down the road. Send me a half-made project. I'll embroider it. And then we can put it in.
Oh, it's so much fun.
Oh, look at this. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, I don't think we've got an overhead, actually, have we? So we might need to just show it to Finn. We will in a second, but you've just understitched this and it just gives the lovely, cleanest line. Oh, here's the camera.
Oh.
Ah! There it is.
Yeah,
Oh,
it does,
dear.
and it's perfect. Now, listen, bearing in mind, I haven't graded that seam allowance down. I haven't clipped into the curves.
No.
And look, perfect curve because of the understitching. It does
Perfect.
help with this weight of fabric as well because it's a lightweight fabric. Now what we do is take the other part of the pocket and we're going to match that up with the outside curve. There we go. So that's the one for the other side. Things become apparent really quickly when you put them to it. So it's just this outside curve that I'm going to be sewing. I'm going to just pin that in place. Yeah, your stabilisers in embroidery is so important.
I'm learning, it's a bit of a minefield.
But like in dressmaking with your stabiliser, I've used a bit of interfacing because the pattern suggested on the front waistband.
Yeah.
And I've actually done it on the belt loop tabs to give them a bit of stability as well. It just helps keep them...
They are actually really lovely trousers, aren't they?
Yeah.
I'm thinking in like a tan, they'd look nice as well, very smart.
Oh, yeah.
I love the pleat detail on the front, the tie, which you could have on or off if you wanted, depending on how you wear it. You've got the button at the little loop, so if you didn't want to put those on, you don't have to, but I think that adds nice detail. On the back, look, you've got the patch pockets, the elasticated waist as well, so they're super, super, comfortable to wear. Don't need to worry about doing any difficult flies or buttons or concealed side zips.
No, nothing.
You've literally got such beautiful detail, but yet they're really stylish, aren't they? Very, very stylish indeed. You'll now start, if you're on your dressmaking journey, you now start looking at garments in the high streets, don't you? And
You look at them very different, yeah.
you think, because obviously if you're going into any of the stores where they're having to make loads and loads of them for all of their chain stores, they have to make them one very cheaply and two very quickly, efficiently.
Yeah.
So you actually realise the detail isn't there. When you start dressmaking yourself, you realise how straightforward it is to make a tailored pair of trousers in Marks and Spencer's or Zara or on the high street like this, how much they'd cost you.
Oh,
How to make
absolutely.
yourself.
But you've got the ability to adjust them as
Yeah.
well. And I think that's, as you go along your dressmaking journey, the important skill to learn. For example, just talking about the waistband, Fiona's brilliant. She gives you the exact length of elastic that you need in the back.
Right.
And that 40mm elastic that you've got there is exactly the stuff that you need.
Right, okay, brilliant. We'll come to that because we will explain about the elastic. Sorry.
No, it's all right. Yeah, it's brilliant. But you've got the ability, if you need to or want to change that. If you want a slightly looser fit, and you want to let the waist, the tie do a bit more of the work, you could increase the amount of elastic you put in by a little bit.
Right, okay.
Or, you could reduce it.
Yeah.
But she gives you the amount of elastic you need for each size. A lot of patterns will often just say, wrap it round your waist and go that way. But you can't with this because the elastic's just round the back.
Yeah.
So that method doesn't quite work. Now, as I was saying about in the instructions with the finishing off, I've just sewn that pocket bag round that curve. It's probably easier. We haven't got the, if I show you here, I've just sewn around that curve, that outside curve there, matching up both pieces. I'm now matching the side seams because I've now got 3 layers of fabric along the side seams, but I want to treat them as one piece. So I'm going to base them at 5mm again, and I need to do that at the side and at the top. So I'm just going to lay that flat. Now, take your time doing this bit because the pleats are now in play.
Okay.
And it can distort it a little bit, but it should sit perfectly to the top, which it is doing, which is great. What I would have done before this stage, and Fiona says it in the instructions, is to finish off the outside of that pocket bag. So that curved seam I've just showed you, I would have finished that off as well. And I'd have done it on the overlocker. But as I say, whatever method you want to use to finish your seams.
Karen is saying, learning so much this morning, fabulous demonstration.
Oh, thanks, Karen.
Because lots of these skills, remember, are very transferable as well. That's what I think about getting a good dressmaking pattern, is that you're going to learn lots of different techniques.
Yeah, absolutely.
And watching shows like this today, you will learn, like we say, understitching. Yes, you use it on lighter fabrics for your pockets, but also around necklines, or there's so many different ways of using understitching pleats and where to position them, and what's a good tip?
Understitching was one of those things that I never really understood when I began my sewing journey, and I'd see it in instructions and I didn't have anybody really to show me, and as a youngster at the time, like, it wasn't, we didn't all have mobile phones. Like when I was 14, I couldn't just go on Google and look it up. Now you can, and it's a lot more visual. So it's good to actually physically see it and understand what it does as well.
But also from my experience with just, me trawling through videos on YouTube or TikTok, is that it's quite daunting. There's so many different ways of doing so many different things. And that's what I love about, our show and our community, is that actually, you can sit and watch a show and it's not just trailing through 30-second videos and you're thinking, I don't know which one's all a bit conflicting. Can you make it in a heavier fabric for winter?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just thinking as well, you see that crop length and you think, oh, well, that's definitely a summer trouser.
Yeah, when you see the picture on the front of the pattern, you think, that's on your holidays,
but
summer.
Actually, can you imagine if you did make them in more of an autumnal fabric?
What about a cord?
Yes, a nice needle cord, but more of a challenging fabric to work with because it has a nap.
Okay.
But absolutely doable, if you're a bit further on in your sewing journey. But if you work with a nice high boot.
That would look lovely. Or a denim. We said a heavyweight denim.
Yeah,
look
absolutely.
Lovely.
I'd definitely suggest it.
He says, I'm going to get a razor in the break. He says, I'm so sorry, I need to. Then...
Gillette, the best that Ben can get.
Gillette, the best that Ben can get. He says... He's like, honestly, you've given me a compliment, because he says, I was actually thinking the need to do that last night. And now he's sitting there like this. He's going to get a scarf. He's going to have to get a scarf because, we were all thinking it and you just said it, Karen. Love you. Thank you. Oh, Karen, good morning, everybody. I wish I could just have, if I could have one wish, it would be to spend a month watching Adam at work.
Oh.
As a beginner, I'd learned so much. And also work on my giggle muscles.
Oh, you've got to have a good laugh. When I were at the photo shoot yesterday, I think everybody thinks I'm a little bit nuts, Well, I am, if I'm honest. But, we were just having such a ball. Because, to be honest, when we do these photo shoots, we'd got about 12 actors in yesterday. And we've had measurements, but things don't fit. Things go wrong, even with measurement forms. Because, people can't measure themselves accurately all the time, which is... you know, especially if you're not used to doing it. So yeah, I come up against a few issues, and it's just how you resolve them, and everything was resolved, and it's just what we do. I've gone onto the waistband because I want to show you this bit. Okay. So I'm just pressing. This is the back waistband.
Right, so there's two. There's a back and a front waistband.
Yeah, and they're literally just rectangles. Yeah? I'm just pressing that in half now because it's good to have that prepped. I've already done, let me just move that front trouser out the way.
Jane, I wonder if you've just tuned in. Anybody who's only tuned in the last 5 minutes, you might need to watch the first half an hour back later on Facebook, because we've already been live with you from 8:30.
Yeah.
As Jay just said, I'm looking forward to a great demo. Morning, Adam and Vicky. The Sussex seamstress, I met her. I felt like I'd met, like, you know, the Stig on Top Man.
I know,
Top Gear.
yeah.
So one where it's like the Masked Singer, I'm like, who is Jane behind us? And I met her in the green room the other day. She's so lovely.
Oh, isn't she?
So
She's
so
fabulous.
Lovely.
She's fab. I love
yes,
Jane. I've never met her.
Have you not?
No. We spoke on Messenger a lot.
Right.
Obviously, because I've demoed so many of her patterns. But yeah, I've watched her appearances. I was so chuffed when she was coming on to demo her patterns on Sewing Street.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
What I'm just doing here, you will measure this, is I'm pre-pressing up a centimetre.
Gosh, you have got a very good eye, because I bet that is bang on.
Don't get a tape measure out. I failed the other day, you know. I usually pride myself on being able to measure an inch. And I said, oh, that's about 1.5 inches that needs taking out there. Yeah. And it wasn't. It was 1 3/4.
Oh.
I mean, I was 1/4 of an inch out. But I was beating myself up because usually I'm bang on.
1/4 of an inch out.
That was in a dame fitting. Anyway, so you'll notice that front piece that I've just done actually has a piece of interfacing on. And the pattern suggests that
just
you do
a lightweight,
that.
medium.
A lightweight, medium interfacing.
Oh, I've missed some. We shall meet, Adam, says Jane.
Yes.
Does Jane live down near Brighton way? Was it Jane? Was it you I was talking to about meeting Wendy Orlando, saying that you were going to go and meet... No, who was I talking to? There was somebody else I met in the green room that said, we live really close to Wendy Orlando.
It might have been Jane. Right, so I've pre-pressed that up. You could do it afterwards, but I just find the more you can do in advance, the better. I'm just going to stand that there.
Yeah.
Get rid of this a minute. So what I'm going to do now is make a circle out of this. Now, it's really important, because I've pre-pressed those edges up, that I make sure that those pre-pressed edges are...
You just bring that slightly forward,
yeah,
don't you? I know it's unnatural. By the way, just so you know, once everybody's checked out, we're really, really, really limited on the pattern now as a physical option. There is the digital download available, but the physical option is limited once everyone's checked out.
There you go. It's great that the PDFs are available, but I do like a physical pattern. It depends what you like in terms of, sometimes I just need something that's already printed that I can just go with. Do you know what I mean? But then instantly, if you've got a printer at home, you can do that, can't you, with PDF?
Yeah. And I suppose you could do it today.
Yeah, you could.
If you're inspired and you're thinking, right, this week,
Let me
I've got
do
some
it.
time. Yeah.
Because sometimes, don't you find with sewing, you'll probably find it with your embroidery, suddenly you get a flash of inspiration and you have to do it there and then.
Yeah.
And the problem is that flash of inspiration can quickly fade, and then the more you think about something, it's like, oh no, I'll put it off.
Yeah.
If you can't do it in the moment. I'm very much like that. I'm very impulsive.
Yeah.
Yeah. Funny. I keep watching all these things that pop up on social media, and it's like, are you the type of person that has 10 notebooks but has like only a few lines? And I'm like, yep, that's me.
Yeah.
And then it's like, you can have a deadline and we'll leave it till the last minute, and then it said something like, in the last hour you go into God mode and you just suddenly turn it out, and I'm like, yeah.
That is me.
Is that you? Yeah.
I actually feel very prepared for today's show. Normally I am, to say, like, you know, I've got 3 little children, I'm very scatty actually in my own life, but I'm very organised with them. It's Maisie's last day at nursery today, by the way. She starts school next week. How crazy is that? It was like 10 minutes ago I brought her into Sewing Street when she's just been born. Yeah, so she's it's her last day today. I'm pleased I'm not dropping her off, because I'll be in bits crying. I don't want to reflect that onto like her emotions.
You know, at my nephew's nursery, he had like a little graduation.
Yeah, we've got one on Sunday.
Have you?
So they have cap and gowns. My mum was just bonkers. I said to her, Mum, do you want to come to Maisie's graduation? She's like, graduation? She was like, no. She's like, that's too far. She says, no, that's too far. We didn't have anything like that when you were at little.
It is bonkers. It's very American, isn't it?
Yeah, well, she said, because I've been on a hen do this weekend, and she was like, we didn't even do anything like that. Now hen do's are so elaborate. She was like, we might go down the pub and have a, you know, have a drink or something as a hen do, but not.
Yeah.
So, yeah, very American.
It is. Right, I'm just pressing these seams open. So
Okay.
centimetre seam allowance on both sides.
Right.
And do you see now, because I've pre-pressed that centimetre that you would have measured and not just eyeballed like I did, that's already prepped to finish. That goes on the inside of the trouser and is sewn from the front, stitch in the ditch. Tip from me to you. And you'll hear everybody say it and you think, no, I just want to get on with it. I can just whack it under the machine, baste it. The way I got...
Hand baste it.
Hand baste it. Especially because of the elastic in the back.
Yeah.
What you need to do is from the inside, you're going to manipulate the elastic and hand baste that folded edge on the inside, just past the stitching line from where you've attached or sewn the waistband.
Okay.
So if it just goes past that stitching line, you know you're going to catch it when you stitch in the ditch. And if you baste it, you've got no pins to worry about. It's holding all that elastic and you can manipulate the elastic through.
Brilliant tip. Yes.
Baste it, please, because it will make so much more sense when you get to that stage.
Okay.
There's another option that gives you to do it with an overlocker. You could overlock it on, to be honest, or
catch it in. Yeah.
Yeah, or finish this edge with an overlock and then do the same thing.
Okay.
But I much prefer this method because I feel like it feels again more streamlined, more couture, more finished. Do you know what I mean? It's a nice, clean way. I need to press open this other
And it
seam.
takes minutes, doesn't it, to go around with a little running stitch basting it?
Do you know what? Yeah, the length of basting stitches, you're not doing tiny stitches, you're doing long stitches. And actually, it's just the same amount of time as pinning it sometimes. But what I will say is you'll need to pin it at points at the centre front, the centre back, the side seams, and then in between a little bit first, and then go through. If you've got some thread wax and some good, well, it doesn't have to be good thread, to be honest, for your basting.
No.
But if you need a longer bit and some thread wax, that will stop it knotting. Yeah. Lots of tips there for you. Right, let's do this elastic, shall we? And
Yeah, so you've got here the 40mm elastic. Everybody who has got the pattern, you're going to need this. So add it to your order. It's only $1.99. The problem is we've only got 42 of these packs. So the fastest 42 of you can get this. I'm presuming a lot of you have already got these on the pre-order page, but you're getting a whole metre there. This just sits around the back of the waistband. Fiona will tell you in the pattern the length to cut, and yeah, Adam will explain, you know, any tips as well of keeping it in place, because it's probably not the width that you're going to have in your stash. You know,
no, because it's that bit
thick,
wider. But it's perfect for the waistband that's been drafted for the pattern, and it's what Fiona asked for, 40mm. I know for the size that I need 12.5 inches in the back.
Okay, so it just changes depending on the size that you're making.
So measure 12.5 inches. I'm just going to put my thumb there, and on you, just go. Is that right?
Yeah. Is that going to be around the back? Yeah.
I mean, look how much that stretches at 12.5 inches. You know, you've got loads of stretch.
Yeah.
And it's gonna gather it up really nicely. Okay, you're gonna measure that again a little bit more accurately than what I'm doing today.
Why don't you just mark it with a pen or mark it with a pin?
So I've got a friction pen here.
it.
Let's do something properly, Adam, for a change. 12.5 inches. And you might think, as a beginner, is that 12.5 inches when I stretch it, or is it, you know? Hopefully that would be clear, but it's not. It's 12.5 inches flat as it is there.
Sorry, we're having problems with our overhead, so we'll try and get... Good job we've still got Mike with us on camera, so he's going to do a great job to show us everything.
So I'm just going to trim that there. Now, it's going to be on the inside of the waistband. If it makes you feel better, you could finish that with an overlock if you wanted to, or a zigzag. See, it's fraying a little bit there, but it's going to be inside. You're not going to see it. Fine, okay. So now what we're going to do is sew this to the seam allowance. So I've pressed that seam allowance open, and it's got to run along the back, which is the longer side. Let me just move that out of the way for a second. There we go. So I've got the interface bit, which is the front. That helps distinguish it as well. And then I've got this longer bit here, which is the back, and that's not interfaced.
Yeah, can we show anything to Mike as well?
Yeah, absolutely. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to place this elastic to that fold where I folded the waistband in half. I'm going to place it right up to that fold. Fabulous. And what I'm also going to do is I'm going to stitch, I know I've pressed it open, but to one side of the seam allowance. Probably the best way to do it is this. I want it quite flat. The way it tells you to do in the instructions is to put the seam allowance together there and sew just shy of that line.
Yeah.
So there, I've lined my elastic up with that centre fold, and let me get my fingers out of the way, and to the edge, raw edges together, and I'm just going to sew inside the seam allowance to catch it. Yeah, let's do that then. So underneath the machine we go. You can pin the elastic there if you want. Now here, you could do one of two things. You could do a straight stitch or that lightning stitch, because we're sewing now stretch. Yeah. You could do a zigzag stitch as well.
Yeah, okay.
All right, a zigzag stitch would be good because it's going to hold that elastic.
A zigzag over a lightning stitch, would you say?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. To be honest, in the pattern it just says straight stitch it, and I've straight stitched it and it's held.
Okay.
But
if you work with stretch, these are good, just little tips to know.
If you wonder if, you know, your machine isn't holding it where it needs to be. Now, this is where you do exactly the same on the other side.
Is there a notch on that side of where to line it up?
So no, but what I'm lining it up to, again, is that pressed, folded bit. So that the elastic is sitting right at
the bottom of or at the top.
Well, it's at the top. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Because it's in the middle there. It's important that you do that, because if you go further down, you're then going to run into trouble, because when you stitch the waistband on and then the folded bit on the inside, you're then going to be catching the elastic, and that's going to cause you problems. It's not going to sit right. So it must sit right in the middle of that fabric there. There's my fold. I'm folding
that makes sense. Yeah.
See that? Fine. I'm just going to now stitch that.
I think we've got our overhead back now anyway.
Fabulous. The other thing to do as well at that stage is make sure that you don't twist your elastic. That could quite easily happen if you're not paying attention. As you can see, I've got it laid out flat and it's running flat along there. Okay, so we sew that in. Underneath we go. I just wanted to show you this bit with the insertion of the elastic, because I think it's important that you see it and then can see where we're going with it as well. So now what that's done is obviously gathered all that back bit up together. What you're then going to do, and this is perhaps the easier part, is the unfolded bit. You know where I press that centimetre up?
Yeah.
We're going to leave that alone for a minute. And right sides together, we're going to then take the trouser that you've constructed with the pockets. There's some notches, and you've got your side seams on here as well. Match them up with the centre front, centre back and side seams. Pin all the way around, baste it if you need to, like I said, and then you're going to sew all the way around the waistline. So that is going to be this seam that sits on the front.
Yeah.
Yeah? Then comes the trickier bit. What you then do is that folded side. Do you see, if I fold that over now, there's my seam allowance on the front, and I've got my seam allowance folded under on the inside now, so it's already prepared. That'll go to the inside of the trouser, and again, I'm going to pin it at the centre front, centre back, side seams. But the bit that's going to be the trickier part, and the bit where you just need to take your time, I'll just fold it this way. Imagine that we've got, this is already sewn to our trousers, we're bringing it to the inside now. That's going to come over that elastic there.
Yeah.
But as you go along this seam, and this is why I say baste it, we can start right, hang on, and get right there. Get your pin in there first, and then get a pin at the side seam, but you're going to have to stretch
it.
Yes,
right.
exactly.
Do you think if you do it on, like an ironing board and pin it,
yes,
so it's stretched out and then start pinning or placing it.
Really
so
good
it
tip.
holds apart.
Yeah, that's all you need to do, is to be able to hold it apart. And then once you've got your pins in there, it's okay if it then gathers and comes back up that way a little bit.
Do you want to stretch it to its sort of largest point?
Yeah, well, you will only be able to stretch it as big as that back bit anyway.
Okay.
I've actually got that on the interface bit, which is causing us a little bit of confusion. Let me get it on the right bit there. So you've got all that fabric and you're going to stretch it. Once you've got it pinned, and again, this will be to the trouser.
Yeah.
You're then going to baste it, okay? And you're going to run those stitches along that folded edge and just past where you put that initial stitching line.
Right, I'm with you.
So that then when you stitch in the ditch on the reverse, and for anybody that doesn't know, stitching the ditch is basically to stitch in the existing seam line that you've got on the front.
Yeah.
You get a stitch in the ditch for, or just take it slowly through there. And if it's past that original seam line, you know you're catching it on the back. But it's so important to baste it. Baste it, especially with the elastic, because once you've got it basted, you pretty much will see the trouser then. Yeah. And the elastic's going to sit inside. And also, you're going to see, you've got more control with a hand needle. You know that you're not catching the elastic. If you just, I don't know whether you can see it clearly, but my elastic's in there, and because I made sure it was in the middle, it's sitting towards the top. And that casing that comes over there, there's a good centimetre in there for me to stitch. Yeah. But what I don't want to do is stitch through the elastic, because then that's going to pucker it. And then it's not going to have the same stretch. It's going to hold it in
you
weird
might
places.
pull your stitches and stuff.
Exactly. Exactly that.
Brilliant. Thank you so much.
No, that's brilliant. Thank
I know
you.
we. By the way, for anybody who watched at the start of maybe 9 o'clock, thinking Adam was on at 9, apologies. I think there was an amendment on the website.
Yeah, it's on there. Yeah.
So all of the show is on there anyway, if you want to watch back any of the tits, because Adam was with us from 8:30. You're back with us at the normal time of 11 with the fleece. Now, I've got to give this some love, because how the Moo fleece, we titled this. I love it. And look, you can put a Moo pocket on. You don't have to put the Moo pocket on. You can have a patch pocket or no pocket.
That's it. Jess sent me this fabric, and at first I was like, this is fun, isn't it? And then I was like, is she having a laugh? Does she really want me to put the cap on? But do you know what? I see why, because there's kids' sizes, and it'd be brilliant for kids. But this is to highlight the pocket. But yeah, like you say, you've got so much option. Love the pattern. I think it's well constructed. And yeah, can't wait to show you.
That's going to be brilliant. Please get ahead on pre-order. Well done, everybody who's managed to get the pattern. Now, during the next few minutes, we're having a slightly longer break to get our next 3 guests on. I can't believe.
Wow.
The first time, I think this is the first time ever. So we're going to get Adam's mic over to Karen. We've got Lynn. We've got Joe Avery here as well for the most amazing, amazing hour and a half. So stay exactly where you are. Pop the kettle on. Check out on your pattern, and we'll see you right after this.
Subcutting is a really useful technique that we use in patchwork for cutting one piece of fabric into strips and then subcutting them into smaller strips. It makes the whole patchwork process quicker and easier, and I'm going to show you how to do it. So if you want to cut a piece of fabric into strips and you want to use the whole width of fabric, fold it in half to start with, and then have the top fold level with one of the lines on your cutting mat. You can then trim it to start with, because this is nice and level. So I'm just going to line up one of the lines on the ruler, so I know that this is at right angles. Then using your rotary cutter, just cut all the way along the line. You can discard that piece, you don't need that. Now I'm going to cut it, say I want to cut it into 2-inch strips. If it says in your pattern, cut 2-inch times width of fabric, line the 2-inch mark up on your ruler and then cut it, and there's a nice 2-inch strip. Now with subcutting, you want to cut this strip into smaller pieces. So 2 ways of doing this: line up the strip on one of the straight lines, and say I want to cut it into 2-inch squares. Again, I'm going to trim the end off just so I've got a nice right angle, and then lining up the 2-inch mark, I'm going to subcut into 2-inch squares. So you can work 2 inches. If you then put the 4-inch mark, make sure you keep the lines on the top of your ruler parallel. So I've now subcut one strip into smaller pieces. If you want to subcut more than one strip, you can do this all together. 2 ways: you can either lay them on your cutting mat like this, one on top of the other, making sure they're nice and level, or if you've got more than two, because I wouldn't cut through more than this number of layers together, put one below the other. Just make sure that they're all nice and straight and even. You can put them in a row like this. So I can now cut 1, 2, 3, 4 strips at the same time. Again, trim off the end, making sure it's nice and level. Discard those pieces. And if I wanted to cut them in maybe into 4-inch pieces, so I've got 2 by 4 inches, I can cut through all those 3 layers in one go and then carry on. And I've got now accurately subcut pieces from one larger piece of fabric.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Subcutting is a really useful technique that we use in patchwork for cutting one piece of fabric into strips and then subcutting them into smaller strips. It makes the whole patchwork process quicker and easier, and I'm going to show you how to do it. So if you want to cut a piece of fabric into strips and you want to use the whole width of fabric, fold it in half to start with, and then have the top fold level with one of the lines on your cutting mat. You can then trim it to start with because this is nice and level. So I'm just going to line up one of the lines on the ruler so I know that this is at right angles. Then using your rotary cutter, just cut all the way along the line. You can discard that piece, you don't need that. Now I'm going to cut it, say I want to cut it into 2-inch strips. If it says in your pattern cut 2-inch times width of fabric, line the 2-inch mark up on your ruler and then cut it, and there's a nice 2-inch strip. Now with subcutting, you want to cut this strip into smaller pieces. So 2 ways of doing this: line up the strip on one of the straight lines, and say I want to cut it into 2-inch squares. Again, I'm going to trim the end off just so I've got a nice right angle, and then lining up the 2-inch mark, I'm going to subcut into 2-inch squares. So you can work 2 inches. If you then put the 4-inch mark, make sure you keep the lines on the top of your ruler parallel. So I've now subcut one strip into smaller pieces. If you want to subcut more than one strip, you can do this all together. 2 ways: you can either lay them on your cutting mat like this, one on top of the other, making sure they're nice and level, or if you've got more than 2, because I wouldn't cut through more than this number of layers together, put one below the other. Just make sure that they're all nice and straight and even. You can put them in a row like this. So I can now cut 1, 2, 3, 4 strips at the same time. Again, trim off the end, making sure it's nice and level. Discard those pieces. And if I wanted to cut them in maybe into 4-inch pieces, so I've got 2 by 4 inches, I can cut through all those 3 layers in one go and then carry on. And I've got now accurately subcut pieces from one larger piece of fabric.
When you hear the term half square triangle, or HST, it refers to a simple way to create 2 identical triangle shapes from a fabric square. Start with 2 squares of fabric, any size, and place one on top of the other, aligning the raw edges. Using a ruler and a fabric pen, mark a diagonal line from corner to corner. Then mark a second line 1/4 inch on either side of the diagonal. Pin the fabric together to keep it secure, then sew along the 2 outer lines that you marked. Now carefully cut along the first diagonal line you drew. Press the seams flat using the heat from an iron. Use washi tape to align your ruler and trim away any excess fabric. And there you have it. Your half square triangle is ready to use.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
Now, normally when you sew two pieces of fabric together, you sew them together, right sides together, and open the fabric up. We, however, are doing a French seam, which means that all of the raw edges are encased within the seam. So, we don't do it the normal way. This is how we do it. So, instead of sewing your fabrics right sides together, you sew them wrong sides together within the seam allowance. Then what you do is you then take the whole seam, you would press it, and you will turn it round. So you now sew along the seam, but having the right sides together. So what you've done is you've encased your raw edges in here, you've created your normal seam from the right side, but on the wrong side, all of your raw edges are all encased within the French seam. A lot of people are terrified by French seams. You don't need to be at all. They're really haute couture, and they turn your garment from being homemade to made with love.
I'm Karen Lewis. I'm Jo Avery, and I'm Lynn Goldsworthy.
Hello, welcome back. I promise I haven't just lined you all up like you're all in a school assembly.
Awkwardly.
Welcome to Sewing Street.
Thank you.
Vicky, thank you. Lynn, we obviously know you
Yes.
here, and we see you, regularly bringing on fabulous patterns. But Jo and Karen, this is the first time you've been on Sewing Street.
It is. Very exciting.
I must say, when I saw that I had the show today, I was super excited because I've heard both of your names, numerous times throughout my, crafting world. So Jo Avery, everybody, who you probably will have heard of as you are a pattern writer. I mean, you do all sorts of design work in the world of quilting, don't you?
Yes, I suppose so. Yeah, I mean, we all do. We have quite a broad skill base in the world of quilting. I think we all kind of got lots of hats to wear.
Yeah.
But yeah, so design patterns, author books, make quilts, really. Teach, online teaching, most important thing.
And I think, Karen, actually, the first time that I heard your name was when I was looking at, I think it was with a Robert Kaufman fabric collection.
Yeah.
So I know that you do a lot of screen hand printing and fabric designing. And if you have a look at Karen's hands, you'll see she is absolutely an artist in the making.
Yesterday I did
at work.
dyeing and actually had a fit because I took my hands out of the gloves and they were blue. Hold on, where's the one that you can't see?
So no hand close-ups for Karen.
Oh, there you go. Sorry to do that straight away. Too late. But it is so lovely to me. I'm so pleased that we've got a whole hour and a half because it's a really, really exciting opportunity for anybody who wants to get into the world of quilting. If you've started your quilting journey or if you're expanding it, then you've literally got three of the queens of quilting who are going to be at your fingertips for the next year. So tell me about the Thread House. How did it all sort of come about? You've obviously, the three of you are good friends and have worked together for a long time, but when was it the moment that you were like, right, this is such a good idea to start?
So it was about 10 years ago, and we each worked by ourselves in our studios at home, which is great, but it's a little bit lonely. And I thought, wouldn't it be great to join together with a couple of other people? We could maybe do patterns together, we could maybe do retreats, we could do quilt programs, blocks of the month, whatever. So I reached out to Karen and Jo, and they jumped in, and we've been doing it for nearly 10 years now. So writing patterns together, doing blocks of the month. The new thing, which is the Academy, that started just 3 years ago. We've done, through COVID, we did online retreats. Since then, we've done in-person retreats. Lovely to get back to those. So it's a whole mix of anything to do with quilting.
What I love about having the online platform, though, and I think it's changed a lot since COVID, is that you can access it from anywhere in the world. And quilting, of course, has such a huge global community. I was watching one of your podcast videos with a quilter in America a few days ago, and I know a lot of people, of course, will have seen you at Festival of Quilts. People come all over the world to go to Festival of Quilts. So it's brilliant that you have access wherever you are. It's not like, you know, you live in Warwick and you go to a workshop there.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, it's really inclusive for people that can't travel or, you know, maybe you can't go out to workshops. Everybody can do it wherever you are in the world and whatever your circumstances.
So we are going to be talking more about the thread house and everything that you're going to experience, but we are about to launch for the first time here at Sewing Street. I mean, you say this has been running for the last 3 years?
This is our third year, yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Third year, but you've offered us a special discount as well today.
Maybe.
So if you are purchasing the annual subscription, which loads of you I can see already have this morning, and we'll explain exactly what you get with that subscription. But we wanted to bring it live because today, the only place that you can get it at a discounted price, thanks to Lynn and Joe and Karen, we've actually got it at £189, which is brilliant. You're actually getting a term free, aren't you?
You really are. Yes, you are, because each of our terms, some people just buy a term and that's £100 for each term. But when you get the annual, it's only £200 or super good price here today, £189. You're getting 3 terms, so you're effectively getting a term free, and that's 9 months of workshops and well, we'll go into everything that you get, but there's lots and lots you get in there.
So is this a quilting subscription? Am I going to learn all things of big quilts? Am I going to be making smaller projects?
Well, both really. So as you can see from everything that's around, what the Academy is all about, it's all about learning skills, and we have a project each to go alongside, and what we try and do is say you can make this big quilt, or you can maybe make a little thing with it. Take the technique and make something that you want to make.
So if I buy today my yearly access, where is it that I am, you know, where am I getting involved from? Because this is all pre-recorded online videos, isn't it?
Everything is pre-recorded, and the advantage of that is if you're not available on a Saturday morning at 10 or whatever, it doesn't matter. Wherever you are in the world, whenever you access it, it's there waiting for you. So this year started back in, was it May?
Yes. May was the first.
And even before that, because you get thrown in our additional free taster weekends, so you're going back to May and you can work your way through those. And then our second term starts on Monday at the beginning of September. So you'll be kind of launching in with us at the same time into that second term. But you'll also have our previous term sitting there waiting for you. And then it just rolls out monthly from now on.
And so what does this look like? Can we have a look, in fact, at the website?
I am the designated
come on in.
iPad person.
By the way, we've transformed the studio into almost like your exhibition at Festival of Quilts, Joe, isn't it? We want to show you everything. We're going to go through all the different quilts, all the different techniques that you're going to be learning through the terms as well. But when you purchase and hit purchase today, you'll get direct access into the Academy website, which is filled full of knowledge.
Absolutely.
And I love the fact that you all have lots of different expertise as well. Even though straight away when you look at this, there's lots of colour, it's really beautiful work, but also you all bring something a bit different.
We have very different styles. I tend to be more traditional. Karen tends to be more kind of cool, modern, and Jo is like a head full of creative ideas. Like there's some kind of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory going on inside her.
As well as having different style aesthetic, we also have our own special areas of expertise. So, you know, you're getting such a broad amount of expertise from us. So Karen will be really good at all her hand stuff. My thing is improv. And then you're into like FPP and you know,
EPP and traditional piecing.
So every term when we have our different theme for the term, we've each got something to bring different to the party.
It's brilliant, you know, especially at that price. I mean, that's for the whole year, and you're going to be able to dip in and out. If you're thinking, oh, I'm away for a few weeks, what am I going to miss? You can access it wherever you want. And if there is a certain skill that you want to learn, like improv quilting or FPP or quilting, you know, you've got all of the different experts at your fingertips to be asking questions.
And if you're working, let's say today you're working on something from the beginning of the year, we have these Zooms, twice a month we have Zooms.
Wow.
You can come to the Zoom, you can tell us what you're stuck on, we'll all talk it through, we'll give you thoughts. Often the other people on the Zoom, you've got a big group of quilters chatting and sharing ideas.
With the community, the other right way to access help and to show and tell is through the community, which is amazing because everybody interacts with each other and people have created and made these gorgeous, you know, friendship groups meeting from all over the world.
Yeah. Would you say it's best to have a little bit of experience to join the Academy?
Generally, we think so. Having said that, we've had complete beginners join us, and what we do when we do our workshops is we take you right to it. I will be sitting there with a ruler saying, now you cut this, now we take it literally step by step. So there's no particular reason you need to have a wealth of experience.
Online classes means you've got the time to do that. You'd never be able to do that in a workshop, because you might be able to show stuff, but people can't actually. We try and schedule these monthly workshops over weekly periods, even though you can watch them all at once if you want, but we call them week 1, week 2, week 3. Right. So they're kind of divided into these 4 sections. We can show you.
Let's have a look. So when you sign up, will you get a login?
So you get a login. Yeah. This is our homepage, and from here you go into My Library. So that's your library, and that will contain the classes you've paid for or the products you've paid for. Now, because this is my login, I have absolutely everything. So I've got loads and loads of products, and you can see, for example, that was our first year's annual pass. But I'll stop there, because this is something that you will get if you buy the annual pass or one of the term passes, which is access to our community. So I'll pop into there and show you what that's all about.
Do I have to be part of Facebook or on social media to access it?
On our website.
So it's a really safe,
really safe, secure, private place, just for people who are, just for the students.
And in fact, that was one of the things we liked with the way we set this up, was because a lot of people now don't want to go on Facebook, or they don't feel safe or comfortable. But this just sits within the website. And it's kind of a chat group, and you can share photos. So, for example, somebody has shown a photo here of some work they've done towards one of my projects. And then other people will chime in and comment, or will have questions.
I love that.
It's lovely. It's very... and if somebody has a question, we might answer it. One of the other people might answer it. They all chat amongst themselves. It's a really nice way to kind of keep in touch.
And I suppose you do have people all over the world.
We do.
So different time zones as well.
Exactly. We wake up sometimes and click on and go in the community, and there's been whole streams of things going on while we're asleep, and it's just so lovely.
You can also share news here, and we've got different circles. So there's a kind of show and tell one, and there's a news one, and an ask us one. But however, they all come, they all kind of
intermingle. But we did that so that if somebody wants to ask us a question, I couldn't work out how to do this, they can ask us through the community. We encourage them to email us and probably get quite a quick response. They can go through the lessons. There's a comment section, and we'll respond to that there. And we're also, it's not sort of hard and fast rules as such. So, for example, where we've done a project and I've provided the templates, we've got one lady who finds it hard to work with her hands. So she said to me, well, can you do some FPP templates for me? We'll always do things like that.
Oh, fantastic.
Or people were like, you know, could you do a colouring sheet for this quilt? Lynn will do that. She's brilliant at all these things.
Oh, amazing.
So we kind of react
the size
to
of things. You've had people say, I would love to do this in this scale. And
we're like, sure, we love that.
2 seconds later, Lynn's put the templates on.
We try.
Well, we love it being really interactive and getting to know the people who are in the group. And we get to know them on the community, on the Zooms, in their comments. So it's very...
And it's as creative for us, isn't it?
Totally.
You know, we see
I get great ideas from the students. I mean, they give us loads of ideas. They're so creative. It's amazing. And the Zooms as well are all recorded. So, you know, obviously, again, because we're all over the world, they're usually at 4 p.m. UK time. So, you know...
Really launch on the 1st of September.
On the 1st of September.
So is this when the projects always launch, the 1st of the month?
One of them.
Okay.
So every month there's a new one going live. So you have to wait for mine and Karen's. Lynn's will be coming in September, 1st September.
Do we know which one it is?
October. Oh, yes.
I don't know if you can see it, but it's the one is called Hexagon Stars. So I had this idea to mix FPP, which I love, foundation paper piecing, and EPP, which is that traditional hexagon piecing. So what you do is, and I take you through this step by step by step, so slowly and carefully.
And do I get the pattern?
You get the pattern, you get templates, you get weekly videos. I mean, everything you need is in there. There are lots and lots of templates for this. So those are already waiting for you. If you go in today, you can already get the templates and download them and print them. So those are ready to go.
Yeah, because
Right, so you get a prep sheet.
Yeah.
Or you get a prep
so
sheet.
You've got 2 weeks to prep your class before it launches on the 1st of the month. So there's always something to
quite
do.
often we'll do a prep video as well, and we'll talk people through the sort of fabrics you might want to use so they can get really ready, you know.
Fabric requirements,
exactly.
how much you need,
any special tools, whatever.
And that's FPP and EPP.
Yeah, you can't really, you almost need to get close to see how clever this is. It's super, super clever.
And that's the improv one, the 10 green bottles. This is the FPP and EPP.
Exactly. These are this term's projects coming up. So that's mine, close up there, where you can see that, you may be able to see that it's all made up of hexagons, but within most of the hexagons there is some foundation paper piecing.
Wow.
It's dead simple foundation paper piecing, but nevertheless, if I can see which one you're on. Are you on
It's
this
very
one
clever.
here?
Yeah.
Okay, so you can probably see that there is a hexagon, that there is a hexagon. So it's hexagons all the way across.
Yeah.
But there's foundation paper piecing just to make these little shapes within the hexagons.
That's amazing, isn't it? Even just that one project, if you're thinking, right, I love that project, I want to just work on that for the next 6
and that's
months.
what some people do. Some people just cherry pick what they want to work on. Some people try and do a little bit of everything. We get a real broad brush. We don't mind if you do everything, one thing, half a thing.
You don't get in trouble if you don't do
No.
Apologise,
They
don't
do constantly.
They do apologise, say, oh, I'm really sorry, I haven't managed to do, I'm behind.
Yeah.
And it's like, you're not behind.
I think for the price
It's
as well.
the choice.
The price you can just do 3 or 4 in that year, and that's you've got your value for money, you know.
So term 1, let's have a look at term 1. So that's over by the steps, isn't it? So I can go back and look at term 1, can't I?
You can look at that. So
This is
over my shoulder,
Yeah.
so term 1 was tiny. So the
We have
three
a
of us pull together the theme of tiny. So over my shoulder, coming up, there we go.
Yeah.
Coming up
Perfect.
is a tiny, that's 27-inch square, tiny medallion. So the point of doing a tiny medallion is if you learn things in tiny, they're so much easier in large. So people loved the challenge, and they really did. I'm not just saying that. They loved the challenge of
so many people did
tiny foundation paper piecing for the mariner's compass in the centre, the circle of flying geese the same. Then you learn to do tiny quarter square triangles for the ribbon border, then tiny quarter square triangles for those stars, half square triangles, and then eventually English paper piecing on the outside. But everything was super small, and that's so great for learning. If you can practice at small, big becomes really easy. So that was the thinking behind mine. Then Joe's.
Mine is this tiny improv town.
I love this.
So this is all improv, but in a very structured way. So a lot of people are scared of improv because it often looks very abstract, but I often try and make it quite pictorial. So you're using very quick strip piecing methods to make these houses. They're super quick to do. You make loads of houses, tall townhouses, fancier mansions, and then these little trees, and then you can just put them together any way you want. So I've sort of squeezed them all together for this quilt, but also you can use them on smaller projects, which we've got over there.
Yes, come on over.
Right. Okay,
so over here, these are again term 1.
Yeah, this is term 1, and in fact it's great because Karen can show you her term 1 as well. So you can use your little houses to make things like this drawstring bucket bag, which is a pattern that Karen does and that we did in one of our earlier taste sessions you can buy from her, and even like a little tiny pincushion.
Yes. Oh, I love that.
And, you know, I did like a little mini quilt in the class and a pouch. There's so much you can do with this.
So once you've learnt those techniques, they're all transferable skills.
You don't have to make a whole big quilt. You can just make something small. We always put suggestions for smaller projects. Not everyone wants to make a quilt every month. That would be crazy. Exactly. I mean, some people do, presumably. But
so, Karen, are these your
So this
term
was
1?
mine. So my term 1 was tiny piecing with a tiny tool tidy.
Yeah.
So we learnt how to make really tiny half square triangles and just stamp patchwork.
These are brilliant.
And how to construct the little pouch, the little tiny tool bag. And what I did was used one of Joe's little houses and put it on the bag. So what we try and do and encourage as well is that you don't have to do Joe's in isolation. You know, the skills that you're learning in Joe's class you can put together with something of mine. You know, you could easily have done, which I haven't had time to do yet, one of the motifs from Lynn's medallion could go on one of these as well. or another size bag. But it's just really lovely to, again, learn skills that are then transferable for other projects.
And do you find through the academy, do you sort of go in stages of learning more difficult skills, or is it just a great mix throughout the year?
I think we try and have a good mix within each term. So each of the terms has got a theme. So like tiny, and then we've got shapes, and the final one is folk art. And then within that, we might have one person's doing a big quilt, someone's doing a little bag, and then we try, we definitely try and mix up the skills as well.
Big quilts, because that's way too. Because some people love to do exactly what
except
we're
next
doing.
term.
Except next term. Yes,
but that's okay because there's smaller things
we've
you
given
can do.
options as well.
We've got cushions.
Of keeping it down.
So term 2 is about to launch, isn't it? So term 2 is all about shape.
Yes.
So we've got, the big quilt. Whilst we're here, go on, Ben. Term 2. If you just want term 2, you can just buy term 2 today. And you do get the early bird offer, which you're going to get 20% off, which is an extra £20 off, which takes it to just £80. So if you just want to dip your toe in, do I still get access to the community page?
You do, yes.
Do I still get the Zoom?
Yes.
You do.
Okay,
Yes,
brilliant.
you absolutely
And this is what we're going to be working on in term 2. So, Lynn, this is your quilt over here.
This one is Karen's.
Karen,
Yeah.
right.
Karen
This
is
is
right next to
mine.
the cushion that's a smaller version of the same thing.
Okay. So, you don't need to take on a huge quilting project.
Exactly.
You could also incorporate it into a smaller cushion.
Exactly. So what I did was, that skill set has got half square triangles, it's got log cabins, it's got curve piecing, it's got hourglass blocks. So lots of different techniques in there, which actually is brilliant for a beginner in terms of having all that information.
Yeah.
But I was very mindful that people don't necessarily want to do a whole big quilt. So I then did the cushion. So the quilt over here.
We'll all come over. We'll all come over.
So these are 10-inch blocks.
Yeah.
So they're big blocks, which is brilliant because then it comes together really quickly.
I mean, this is a massive quilt,
You've
isn't it?
got an 80-inch quilt, but it comes together seriously in no time because of how big the blocks are.
And we'll learn how to use curves here as well.
Piecing, so drunken path, quarter blocks.
I mean, that is amazing,
everything.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Look, I mean, it's hard to see the scale of it when you're on the telly, but look, you can literally see here. It is huge.
Or you can go tiny and do the same thing.
So I was very conscious that people might not want to make a huge big quilt, and I designed exactly the same but in miniature version. And so it's got exactly the same number of blocks, reduced down, and make something more manageable. Make a cushion, make a little mini quilt, whatever it is. Maybe just do some of them and put it on a bag. You know, you don't have to do the exact project every time. You can take what you want from it and do what you want.
So as you can see, there's so many different techniques and classes, the community, which I think in itself, as Jo said earlier on, is brilliant value. But also, we haven't spoken about the fact that you also get, in addition to all of this, access to a block of the month as well. So this is the current quilt that you're working on with the block of the month. And you all actually are part of this one, aren't you?
Yes, so the way it works is at the end of each term, so that every term has 4 months, and in one of the months is Jo's workshop, one is Lynn's workshop, one is Karen's workshop, and then the 4th month in this year is the block of the month. So you'll get a block from Jo, a block from me, and a block from Karen each term. And then it goes together to make, either you can make this quilt, or we'll also have suggestions for using the blocks if you want to really go for it, for a much, much bigger quilt. And we've got it in this colourway, but the people in the Academy will make it in any colourway that they...
Already started making it, haven't they?
Already started making it.
It came out in August.
And
so.
we are...
encourage using scraps, don't we?
Absolutely.
We really
Absolutely.
encourage
And
you
using your
working
stash.
from your stash. And, you know, if you haven't got these colours, then we actually love seeing different ones anyway.
Totally.
Use what you've got and see if that works, which it
But also we do list all the colours if you do. Some people, they don't want to have to make loads of decisions, so they want to just do what we've done. That's also absolutely fine. The other thing that's happening in our extra month, as we call it, is we're doing studio tours, tutor studio tours. So Lynn's just done...
I've just done my studio tour.
Because whereabouts do you all live?
So I'm in the Peak District. Karen's in Leeds and Joe's up in Edinburgh, so we tend to sort of meet in the middle at Karen's when we get together. But our studio tours are each of our rooms, mine, which is ridiculously tidy.
It's crazy.
Her thread collection, which was very messy, and she's been shamed into new thread storage since she did the studio.
And in fact,
I
if
love
you join us and you go into the community, there's a video of my new thread
it.
storage, which
Absolutely.
is beautiful.
But you're going to do a full behind-the-scenes tour.
So we did a full
I'm so
Zoom,
nervous.
so it's on there. And, we've got and people were
They
literally
were requesting
saying,
it.
Look, what's in that drawer, Lynn? What's in that drawer?
Exactly.
And I was
It's
going
absolutely
through,
brilliant.
pulling
I was
open the
loving
drawers.
it. It was totally like through the keyhole of your
Exactly. And we'll see that
You
all
will.
of
The trouble is that
Mine's
Joe
in
and I,
December.
and particularly me, I have to tidy up mine because mine's a working...
We're creative.
We're very creative.
Yeah. Lynn's is literally, you could walk in there and you wouldn't necessarily know it was a sewing machine. It just looks like a beautiful, pristine...
It looks like someone who doesn't make as many quilts as Lynn does, really. So, a bit surprising.
All of the videos that you do, though, are all ready, recorded. Everything's very, very clear. There's no sort of technical interruption. They're all pre-recorded. So you can stop, pause, rewind, fast forward.
Exactly.
And there's a lot of close-up work. So as Joe said, if you were in a workshop, you're not necessarily seeing somebody's hands do stuff. And we have people say that they'll rewind and go back and have a look closely again and see what we... So you can physically see us doing every little step of the way.
We literally do every single step on our videos. Not so much with the bomb.
No.
That's normally things that we will have covered in the other...
Exactly, yeah. If we haven't covered it, then we would do it. But, I mean, if it's just sewing very simple squares together, then, you know, we'll just give the pattern for that, so...
But this is one block every single month, and at the end of it, you could either make this in a larger scale, in a lap size.
Like however you want. So you can make it like this, or we're showing you how to make it a lot bigger if you want to go a lot bigger.
Then term 3 is folk art.
That's right. Although we haven't done Joe's quilt from
no, that's right, we haven't.
Let's go and have a look at the
very colourful one. And
the improv massive quilt that you can see over here. I'm going to move the houses easel out of the way so we can have a
cushion. Oh, well done, Lynn, for remembering that.
Improv quilting tends to scare a lot of people, Joe.
Yeah. And I'm here to hold your hand and help you with that. So what I do a lot of curved piecing, and I have taught a few things already improv. You know, obviously it's our 3rd year, so we're trying to find something new every time. So I thought, let's not do any curves. Let's try and do some squares. So the idea behind this is that we're just going to learn lots of different motifs. So there's a kind of wonky checkerboard thing. The bottles, it's called 12 green bottles, this. These are the bottles. And then we've got some improv triangles here. And that forms one block. And then that's repeated 4 times, and then there's the corner block here, and then we do a wonky cross, and we do a different method for doing the triangles using a freehand foundation piecing, and this which I call coral beads, and then the middle kind of mixes those up. So actually all you've got here is 3 different blocks, and then you just repeat them. But because they're improv, they all look a bit different. Improv's very forgiving. You know, if you are new, I think it's quite a nice, gentle way of starting things. And I am going to make another quilt. I'm going to be recording these videos next week, so I'm going to make another quilt alongside it. But because we always like to do something, also just to show a difference in, this is obviously very bright,
modern,
solid fabrics, and maybe people want something softer. So I did this one to show that you could use, these are lovely kind of linens and wovens, and it's much softer palette, and that's really just a smaller version of the quarter block here, the corner block, and makes a lovely cushion.
It looks lovely, doesn't it? It is, and as I say, a lot of people get a little bit scared of improv quilting, but actually having your guidance, we're going to be learning so many different skills throughout all of the terms. This one's a brilliant quilt, and again, transferable skills.
Exactly,
really
yeah, you're going to learn a lot about construction that's going to help you when you are doing more traditional piecing as well.
Because you can pay, look, I mean, we're at £189, which is, by the way, exclusive price at the moment to Sewing Street. So you can't get that price anywhere else currently for the Academy. Go on, Ben. Ben just said, I've just heard up from Hayley. I don't know whether you know about this.
No, we don't.
Have you just heard? We could actually go to 179.
No, that's incredible. That's incredible.
This is Sewing Street actually taking the hit. We know how amazing the value is.
Wow.
You get so much content, an incredible community. For everybody who already has paid 179, don't panic. Sorry, 189. You've got it at 179 as well, which is amazing. We want to get hundreds and hundreds of people all getting involved, and this is now opening up that access. There were so many of you who got it in your basket who I know were really, really interested. So fingers crossed, that means that everybody can take the leap and go for it. And that's a whole year access
as well. We haven't shown you everything.
Oh, that's why we got you for an hour and a half. And I'm so pleased. So just again to recap, once you've got that access, how long can I watch these videos for? If I think, oh, I loved how we did the EPP and FPP and I want to go back to that, can I watch these videos again and again?
Absolutely. You can watch them all day, every day if you want. We basically say that you can watch them for the lifetime of the Academy. So whilst we're doing the Academy, they will stay with you. Even the following year, it's still in your library. It doesn't disappear at the end of the year. It just will be there until the Academy doesn't run, which hopefully will be
We
for
plan
many
to go
years.
for years to
We
come.
do. Yes, we love doing
We're
this.
loving doing it.
Once you've bought it, it's yours.
Now, you also do 2 Zoom calls a month. They're also obviously live in Zoom, but you record those.
Yeah.
So if you can't watch them during those events, you can also rewatch those.
Absolutely, yeah. They usually go on for about sort of an hour,
Usually
45 minutes to an hour.
And they're very sociable. People
I
show
love
us
that,
things they've made on the Academy. Or things they've made not on the Academy. They just come and show us anything. So we have a chat about something someone's knitting or some curtains someone's made. It's very sociable and friendly.
Can we go back to the subscription? Because, by the way, this is absolutely flying. For everybody who's already checked out, well done, but this was not planned. So thank you for upstairs to our management who have allowed us to go even lower today. So you'll get access to the full Academy for a whole year, which means you can go back to the previous term, and you can also start on the 1st of September with the new term.
Yes, exactly. So
At
you've
your
got
own
things
pace.
waiting for you, or you can work along with us starting from September, whatever you want to do.
Brilliant.
So I'm starting off here, and I'll show you when it comes up on the website, which is you'll start at the homepage. In fact, let's start at the homepage so you can see where you go once you've got your subscription. So here you are at the homepage. You'll have a sign-in, so that will take you in, and you've got at the top, My Library.
And if you haven't signed in already, then it will prompt you to log in.
It will do, it will do. So once you go to your library, it will have in there the products that you have bought. So anything you've bought today, you will also get the community as well as the products you buy today. And what I'll do is I'll scroll down. I've got every product in mind because I'm the one who runs the website, so I need to make sure I know what's going on where.
Do I need to pay any extra for the things like the templates or anything else?
No, everything comes in. So 2 weeks before a course starts, you get the templates, you'll get a sheet telling you what to buy. As Jo said, we quite often do a video at that point because you might say, well, these fabrics work well, or you might think about these fabrics. So quite often it's good to have a video, and we do where we need that. But no, everything's included.
Yeah, occasionally we have,
there's nothing extra.
so templates are available for the print out and cut out your own templates. Occasionally, one of us might have ready-made and ready-cut templates that are optional to purchase as an extra, but you don't need to do those to be able to do the project.
Brilliant.
Everything works from the templates in the... So let's say we went to... This is the annual pass for this year. So you'd go into that and you get a bit of a welcome from us and information about finding your way around. But always, you know, I say to people, if you get lost, just email us. We'll help you find your way around because we get lots of people who get stuck or lost. And then we're going into, mine was the first project in the first month, so the term was tiny, and it was that miniature medallion quilt. You'll have a bit of an intro on what you're doing. Then, as I said before, 2 weeks before, and I'll show you how that works, you'll get your supplies and templates lesson, and there'll be a document in there, possibly also a video, depending. So that's, you know, this is what you're making, these are the fabrics you'll need, these are the templates. So if somebody wants to get those not everybody has a printer at home if you want to get those printed out. So that's all, everything that you need templates-wise and fabric-wise, so that you can shop ahead if you want to. So that all sits at those tiny little templates. Those are for the little quarter square triangles.
Madness.
Madness.
Note, Jo and I haven't done
Yeah,
it.
we haven't. We do try and do each other's sometimes, but
And at least a little bit of it.
Is that you're all so different?
Yeah.
Yes, we all have different things.
And we all
to it.
learn from each other as well.
Oh, yeah, we
which
do.
is really great.
Never stop learning.
Yeah, we all learn from each other, which is really great.
So then going into the thing itself, I mean, as we said before, we normally have 4 weeks. So your workshop will be divided into 4 weeks. There was a lot in the miniature medallion. So you've actually got 7 lessons. But actually, some people made the whole quilt. Some people made all but the last border or the last but one. Yeah. People do what they want to do.
Exactly.
They don't necessarily do. So let's say if I just go into week 2A, for example, and then you've got a video waiting for you there, which you can expand up to big if you want.
Oh, that is brilliant.
And that'll then play, and I'll be taking you through step by step where you are, what you're doing from here on. Oh, there are my hands. And there'll be volume as well, and I'll be talking you through this. So you literally see step by step. We show you exactly what you're doing at whatever point. So much better than always having it. You have a written pattern as well, so you can work through that. But this actually shows you where you are and what you're doing.
When I've been to a workshop or a class before, I've been a bit overwhelmed and daunted by, a large class where I'm thinking, I didn't quite hear that.
Yeah,
exactly.
What did you do quite there? And I don't want to ask, so I'm like, I'll just skip over that. And then, you pay a lot of money for a retreat, for a workshop, for a class, especially with yourselves. Who
sometimes you go on a class and then you come home and you leave it for a few weeks and you get everything out. You can't remember what you did. So this way, you can just replay us. And some people like to just have us on in the background while they're doing other stuff, like a podcast. They just like to listen to us chatting on about what we're doing. We're comforting.
Fantastic.
And sometimes entertaining.
Is that everything in term 2 that you wanted to mention about?
We've done term 2.
Yes.
The things that we haven't done that go within the annual pass are the fact that you get these bonus projects, which we'll talk about, and also that we've got term 3 to talk about. So we've got more stuff that goes in with the annual.
Term 1 that we've got. That
we've
you
done
didn't
term
see.
1.
Yeah, but we've done term 1.
Miniature shapes. And I also need to mention that you also get a taster.
We can do that now. We can show you what.
Brilliant.
So we're kind of over here for our Taster Weekend project.
Okay.
So
we're going.
What happens is that at the beginning of the year, before the year starts, we do what's called a Taster Weekend. So if somebody wants to come along and have a go, see how it works, that is free. But once the weekend, see our styles, see how the videos
try before you buy.
Chat to us and so on.
But they can't keep it. It's only for the weekend.
So but then if you buy the annual pass, you get to keep those classes. So if you're buying the annual pass today, these are the additional classes you get, which are part of the Taster Weekend. So mine was, no surprises here, foundation paper piecing, origami cranes. So again, that's in a miniature size, and that's very good for practicing your FPP skills.
Do I get the templates and everything for this as well?
Templates and
this
everything.
Is just
and then I added like a little sashiko border around the outside, and we had people make this in different fabrics, in different shapes, in different sizes, a cushion with just one on. We get a whole variety of projects, but that was mine. So you'll get that as well as your Taster Weekend.
I can't get over the value for money in the amount of patterns, projects, videos, community, block of the month.
It's amazing.
So much.
We never expect you to buy anything else to be able to do the project.
You don't need to buy a kit from us. You don't need to have special fabric. You can just use your own, whatever you've got.
Totally.
Oh, these are genius. I've seen this. It's like a bit of origami going on here, isn't it?
Taster Weekend went viral with these.
Yeah, I know. These were almost too popular.
They were.
So there is a little chicken pouch. Basically, it's a kind of generic Japanese pattern to make this triangle pyramid pouch. But I decided that you could put eyes and a beak and little wings on it and make it into a little chicken.
That could be a robin at Christmas, couldn't it?
I did do a robin. I've done a robin. I didn't bring that one. Well, I did do a little blackbird. So the blackbird went down very well. I was like, oh, people don't want to just do something that's black, but they do. So, and it's all pretty much all hand done, and I've added quite a bit of there's a little bird one as well, and so you get to do a little bit of embroidery embellishment as well. There's some colonial knots there, and in fact in the separate sort of tutorial you get to learn how to make the little felt beads that go on the end here. So even that on its own actually is like this is the only way. I don't have a pattern for this or anything. The only way you get to make these is through, at the moment anyway, through our Taster Weekends.
Right, so normally people wouldn't have access to that after they've completed
constantly asking me how they can to make these. I'm like, well, you have to buy the whole annual pass, basically.
Yes. and this is the best prize, by the way, that anybody... You don't offer this on your website?
No. The only time
this is special.
At our launch weekend, we do a discount then, and we never discount the annual pass after that because it's already discounted. And it's like 3 for the price of 2.
Value for money.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So my taster weekend was a little everything is hand sewn. You don't need a machine for this, so you could be away for the weekend and perfectly happily do this project. And this is couch stitching. And
Hold them up like that, you can see in the TV. Can you see ahead of you?
Yeah. Oh, we were. Yep, that's fine. Say that. to me, to you. Don't move.
So those are little, and I've turned them into little mug coasters by showing you how to finish them off by hand, by using the front as folded over as your binding at the back. And again, people went to town on all sorts of different designs and motifs on there.
Because you were showing people how to design their own. You weren't going, right, this is the pattern for this.
Exactly.
It's all about,
it's all about
facilitating creativity.
Yes, and that's really what our academy is all about. We wanted to not be something that, oh, this month you can make this month you can make that. We wanted to give people the skills and the confidence to go off and become creative on their own.
Yeah.
And they have done,
Yeah.
haven't they? They've taken... It's been incredible to see the things that people have done.
This isn't a new academy as well. All of the, teething problems with the technical are already ironed out. Anything that, you've learned from what people like and what respond well to and how people learn.
Exactly. We're in year 3 now, so we've got it.
We've got better at it.
Well, and we know... For example, we learnt quite quickly, as Joe and Karen have said before, that people don't want to make a great big quilt every month. So every project, my project coming up now, I do it in about sort of 6 or 8 different sizes, the fabric requirements. So you can make everything we do, you can make to your own size or scale. It's not a project of 12 months of quilts. It's not that at all.
No.
Now, before we go on to term 3, there's still so much to talk about, by the way. There's still loads. We're just going to remind you how everybody can shop and how everybody can get involved, because I know how many people have got it in their basket. I remind you, we've still got 45 minutes with Karen, with Joe, with Lynn, so please do so. And any questions that you have, please do get them in whilst they're here. And also, anybody who is already part of the Thread House, we'd love to hear from you.
We'd love to hear from you.
Yes,
Is anybody watching this morning? That would be
As long as you have something nice to say.
Send in your messages.
Don't put potential new academy members off.
No, everyone loves the academy.
There's so many of you joining the academy already this morning, but for anybody who's got it in the basket and haven't yet checked it out, this is how you do it.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
Your pattern will often tell you to put your fabric RST, or right sides together. This means that you put the right side of the fabric with the pattern on the inside and sew on the wrong side of your fabric. Then when you turn it round, you can't see any stitching. Fold your fabric so that your pattern is on the inside, i.e. right sides together. Make sure your edges match carefully and pin them.
If you're using a pattern that's quite bold and you know that you want the centre back to run down the middle of the fabric and to have it identical on one side and the other, how do we match it up? Well, it's quite easy. What you do is you pin your pattern piece to where you want the pattern. Then quite simply, you take a pen and you draw around the motif. You're only cutting one layer out now. You're only cutting one side of the back out now. You draw around your motif with your pen, then cut the piece out, put that to one side. Then when you cut the other piece out, you flip your pattern, because obviously you need a right and a left-hand side, and you just put that pattern that you've drawn in exactly the same place, on the fabric, which means when you make the dress, both motifs will be in exactly the same place on the back, either side of the centre back.
Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show.
Jo Avery and Karen Lewis, all here, talking about the amazing, the Thread Academy. I'm being really conscious that I'm saying this right. The Thread Academy.
The Thread House.
Oh no, I'm so many wrong. The Thread House Academy. Anybody who has just tuned in, can we just do a brief overview, Lynn, of how exciting it is, of, you know, how many different projects people are going to be able to get involved in, and the skills they're going to learn.
So if you subscribe to the annual pass, which is a fantastic discount here today at Sewing Street, then you get 9 monthly workshops. You then get the 3 extra monthly workshops for your block of the month. On top of that, you get your 3 workshops for the taster weekend. So altogether, you've got 15 full workshops, and bearing in mind that we sell those individually at £40 a go.
Oh, really?
You're getting a huge amount when you buy the annual pass, and that was always our plan, because we wanted people to actually get involved rather than just dipping in and out. And then with that as well, you get regular Zooms, you get access to the community, you get access to us in terms of questions and chatting and getting involved. So it's you get a huge amount within that sort of annual pass umbrella.
And so can I ask you questions directly?
Absolutely.
Yes.
We encourage that. We want you to ask us. We don't just want to say, we don't want to just put the classes out there and then just sit back and not have anything to do with you. You know, one of the reasons that we set all this up was to create a community and to be involved in that community.
Yeah, definitely.
And, you know, want to teach and want to share and do all of that. So absolutely, do ask us questions.
I think that is such an important part and such a huge part of sewing, actually, since I've been part of, you know, the community. It is brilliant, isn't it? I know since COVID, everybody's talked about how important it is for their mental health, but also having people who are like-minded. It's lovely to be able to ask questions and just do the show and tell and have
encouragement from other people. I know, absolutely. Because a lot of people do their hobbies at home on their own, and then to be able to show stuff to all the other students and get all that lovely feedback, or, you know, it's really, I think it's wonderful for the students and for us to see.
And most people, I think, and I think it's true of us, although now you've got a quilting friend, I think most of us quilt in isolation, and all our friends, or for me anyway, my friends are like, yeah, it's lovely what you've made, but I'm not interested. Don't ask me to join in with you. So, and I think that's quite common. So actually, to create this community, it's your friends on tap.
Yes, your quilting friends.
Yeah.
By the way, if you're hitting purchase today, we've had a lot of messages about the P&P. You obviously won't pay any postage and packaging if this is the only thing that you're buying today. So if you're just getting this, hit purchase. Our graphics aren't clever enough to take off your P&P on the screen there. But you pay one P&P all day anyway, so if you've bought anything else, then that's covered. But if you're only buying the annual pass today, then yes, you will only pay £179, and that's it. So when I get it home, do I then get a welcome email from you guys? How does it work? Do I get a login straight away?
Yeah, you do get a welcome email. There's an automatic, on purchase, there's an automatic welcome email that comes out that just explains a little bit and about everything we've been talking about how to access the library.
Okay.
And then the other thing we do is we send announcements. So, for instance, when we've got the Zoom coming up the day before, we'll probably send announcements reminding people with a link to the Zoom. So and anything we've got to tell you, anything important, we'll do one of these announcements, which comes in an email, or you can go to the website and look at all the announcements.
Brilliant.
And if you have any glitches, I quite often have people will just email. Our email address is on the Academy website. Just email us, and if it's a technical glitch, it'll come to me and I'll sort you out. So sometimes we have somebody can't access their... yes, don't be afraid to ask. We're always there to help you out. Exactly.
I hope we've covered this question, Anne, but she said, I'm excited after payment, what do I do next? So now I'm just waiting, is it? Or what do I do if I've ordered right now?
Once she's paid, then we'll be liaising with you so that we get your list of names to go onto the website. And once we've got those names, and then the emails will be generated. So as soon as you're joined with us, the email will be generated, which will come to you as soon as we sort that out between us. This is new to both of us, so that'll happen very soon. You will then go through the email to create a login. Then you go to the website, and that you go into your library, and you'll find your product in there. And again, as I say, any glitches, anything doesn't work quite right, just email us. Our email is on the website, and we'll sort you out.
And if I'm purchasing today and you get your access, there's already videos from term 1 there, isn't there? So you can even wait and just do that in your own time and start with everybody else on term 2, which is the shapes, or you can start just going along on term 1.
To do some of the taster weekend would be a great way to start as well. But so it's going to be immediate now, is it? It's going to take maybe a day.
We'll need to work between you and us to get that sorted.
So you might have to be patient for a day or so.
Oh, look, there's so many people who have messaged in for you. Bethany and Andrew are sending you lots of love.
Oh, that's so nice.
It's so lovely. I mean, we know Lynn, we see Lynn a lot, don't we? But also, it's so lovely to see you all together, because you all have been friends for... How did you actually...
We met back in the old days, so back when it was blogs, 15 or so years ago, and when it was Flickr, which was the predecessor to Instagram, and then a kind of a whole new community grew up of quilters connecting all around the world. I ran
15 years ago
London retreats with some friends of mine about 15 years ago that these two came to and taught on.
And
so that's how we all really got to know each other over those years. But it was the start of that sort of internet quilting community was how we met each other.
Oh, it's amazing, isn't it? Not only having all the knowledge and the experts, but also the friendship.
Oh, I mean, the three of us, you'll see when we're on our Zooms, we get on like a house on fire. There's much laughing. We try to keep it relaxed and fun. It's not formal. It's not.
Absolutely.
There's no quilting police in there. You can't get it wrong. You know, we talk you through wherever you get stuck, or we try not to encourage. We try to encourage.
There's no stupid questions. We always say that.
Absolutely, yes. And people really worry about points meeting or not meeting, and don't do close-ups of my quilt because and you don't see them when you're enjoying looking at a quilt. You tend to look. You step back. You're not there looking at it, and you just have to learn to let it go, enjoy the process, and you will get better in time, but not get held back by that. Just go.
Perfection is overrated.
It's very overrated.
As you can see from behind us, these are all the projects that you're going to be able to take part in, and more. And more. I mean, the studio is literally transformed.
It's full to bursting.
It's full of amazing projects, big projects, small projects, transferable skills as well. Now, we're going to go on to term 3. We've been talking about term 1 and term 2. This is all about folk art.
That's right.
Okay. What projects are we going to be doing?
Okay, so I'm going to start with this quilt, which actually was a sewing street quilt. So this is not the quilt you'll be making, this is not the project you'll be making, but this is the kind of feel. So I'm going to be working again with these big Dresdens, these kind of lollipop Dresdens. So you'll be doing a mix of working with Dresdens, a mix of raw edge applique for the circles, which you can see within the quilt, and some bias tape here. So there's a whole mix of skills in this, and you'll make a really fun lollipop flowers quilt. So it's going to be playing around with lots of different shapes, and it'll be one of those projects where I'll make it to look a certain way, but you can kind of play around with the shapes and you can make it look how you want it to look. So that's the idea of this. And you could do a cushion, you could do a quilt.
And again, take one of the flowers alone.
Exactly, exactly. So
just really, that one flower could be a cushion.
Exactly. So it's really playing around with Dresdens and just looking at them in a different way and playing around with them a different way.
And seeing your stash. I mean, we've all got, piles of fabric, and you're thinking, I need some inspiration. With the Academy, you've just got bucket loads of inspiration, and the value for money is crazy. You're saying it's £40 normally a class.
£40 a class. So with the annual, as well as getting the 9 months of our workshops, you get an additional 3 months of block of the month workshops, a block of the month patterns, and then you get the 3 taster weekend projects. So you've got 15 projects in there.
Wow, as well as then the Zooms twice a month, did you say?
Exactly.
The community that you're
Exactly.
building and that safe space as well. It's
Yes,
not,
for
you know,
chatting
part of a
and-
random Facebook group.
No. It's all within the website. So
Yes.
we don't go anywhere near Facebook for this. It's all self-contained.
Normally, it is £200, and if I head to your website, it is £200.
Yeah, it is.
And after midnight tonight, it will be £200. This is an on-air special. Oh, let's have a look. I've done several years with the Thread House, and it's all as they say. I dip in and out, but having it all there lets me pick what suits my mood.
Thank you, Paula. That's so nice. I like that because that's the kind of our thinking behind it is dip in and out. It doesn't. Some people take it as an academy and they work their way through everything, but some people just dip in and out when they've got time.
And sometimes on the Zooms we might have somebody who's done something last year or the year before that they finally finish and they want to show it. And that's amazing.
Yes.
I think one of the really good things you were saying about how we all have all this fabric and we're like, what are we going to do with it? And, you know, sometimes getting started is really hard on your own. Whereas if you can put on one of our classes, we're going to get you started. You can get started with us, you know? That is, it's often just actually the starting point that's, you know, organising yourself. But if you've got someone helping you, you can just listen to us and watch us. You'll get started making in no time, which makes everybody happy.
Jo, which classes are you going to be doing in term 3?
Right. I am going to be doing folk art dolls. So,
I love these. I saw these in the images. These are brilliant.
So these guys are, again, I don't want to just give you like a little toy pattern. In fact, I don't think of them as toys. They're kind of like little friends for, you know, putting in your pocket and comforting you. And I started off making them as like little birds because I like to do sort of things with birds. I've got these dream bird patterns. And what I'm going to do is to be giving kind of quite basic shape patterns for these, but encouraging you to personalise them and make them your own. So here's a couple of little birds that look a bit different, very easy to make, lots of nice embellishment, that, you know, I'm all about kind of putting in different embroidery stitches. You can then, if you want, transform it into a little cat. This one's got its own little cardigan. If you like, this is great for, I like to knit socks, so you always have some sock end wool that you need to, and I'm just going to show you what he looks like underneath his cardigan. It's all right, he's got a top on, he's fine, he's not naked. And he's got a little, he's cute. And then you can do other things, for instance, if it's Halloween coming up, and in fact, this is coming out after Halloween, so you have plenty of time for next Halloween. You can make scary dolls as well. So this, you can have lots of fun with this. I love making these as scary as possible. So when it comes to the class, I think I'm going to try and do a bunny. And also, I'm going to be doing...
Oh, don't tell them.
Tell
tell them.
Oh, go on. Tell us.
I'm going to do actual folk art dolls of us three. Yeah. So there's going to be, you know, and then if they annoy me, I can, you know, get revenge on them.
You're
with
Pincushion. Does it a pincushion?
You're going to do one of Vicky.
I could maybe. See how we carry on, maybe. Yeah. But look, exactly like me. So there's going to be folk art, Karen and Lynn and me. So
fantastic. There's a real great sort of, like, you know, huge amount of skills that you're going to be learning. It's not just, right, you are going on an FPP journey.
No, we do try to cram lots into the workshops and all different sort of, even if, you know, you add a bit of quilting here or you add a bit of embroidery or embellishment, we try and cram lots into each project.
And is it completely different to year 1 and year 2 that you do?
Yes, totally different themes, different projects. I mean, sometimes, obviously, the skills come back again.
Exactly. But in a different way.
Yeah,
definitely.
And then behind you, Lynn, we've got Karen's folk art project.
Yes. So this is my Mola-inspired mini quilt.
Yes, I love this.
And Mola is where you layer up fabrics behind. So you haven't just got, some of them we've got just one layering, but here you've just got layer upon layer, here, all those bits over there.
What is this? It's not, is it called reverse applique?
It's reverse applique, yes. So it's a technique that we actually haven't done so far in the Academy. So this is a new technique for the whole Academy. And alongside it, I've used hand quilting, which I do a lot, but that's part of the workshop as well.
I mean, that's beautiful, isn't it? And to do bits of hand sewing as well.
It's so mindful, and it's really transferable. You can take it while you're travelling. You can take it on a car journey. You can sit in the garden if it's nice out. And it's, again, the pattern that I've designed, you can just take certain parts of it and just do those. You don't have to do a whole complete. You could do that as a cushion. You could do little coasters, all sorts of things.
Now, don't get too overwhelmed by this, because this is all spaced out over a year, but we just want to explain the amount that you're going to be able to dip in and out of, or, as you say, treat this like an academy and have something to aspire to, you know, week on week, term on term, and your skills will grow. I'm going to come back to the actual website again, because, oh no, you don't want me to? Yeah, you're happy to? When we go onto the website, you'll get your personal login, which you'll be able to then access all of these pre-recorded videos. The Zooms are recorded as well, so you'll be able to have at your fingertips those expertise, which you can watch time and time again for the whole life of the Thread House Academy. So you're going to be able to come back to these later on. You're going to be able to get involved, you know, at any point of your sewing journey.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if you want to have a look, what we have is a classes page, and we've got one for each year, but this is our classes page for this year. So what you can do is you can go to that now if you want to have a look around and see what you might get involved in doing. So let's say, for example, you know, first term is Tiny. You go into Jo's project, Tiny Improv Town. She'll tell you the kind of techniques you're going to be looking at, what we're going to be working on. It'll show you her version of the big project or a little alternative project she's done. She'll be talking through how you go through it week by week. So if you're thinking about this and you really want to have a good look around and see what you could do, go to our website and go onto the classes page. And there's a
I'll show you this picture now.
Yes, there's a graphic coming up.
Wow.
I do each year, which is to sort of put together pictures of us. I mean, we do this second row, second from the right.
You look like ABBA.
Well, we were supposed to look like Charlie's Angels.
Oh, okay, yeah, sorry.
Except we had quilted jackets on, which we did in the second year, and we were each carrying rotary cutters. So that was, But this is a kind of picture, overall picture, and you can see as well, we've talked before about the block of the month doing a bigger version, and on the bottom row, second right, there's a sort of blown-up version. So if somebody wanted to make a really big quilt out of that one, that's an option. But this just gives you kind of a snapshot of what you would get through the year. But obviously, as well as what's in there, you would also get the Taster Weekend classes in addition, which you get as a sort of bonus part of the annual pass.
I mean, that's brilliant, isn't it? There's so many different projects, and start doing it in different colour palettes as well. There are patterns in the classes that you're going to come back to and use time and time again, like the little houses. You know, if you're going to do a little wall hanging for someone who's moving house, you'll come back to that time and time again.
Absolutely,
This
Dresden
tiny
as well.
little tool tidy. That's a great present. Put like threads in it, or little notions, or tools, or little toiletries. That's a lovely
Some of our
present.
students have made loads of them, haven't they?
Yes.
They've been making them like in the production line.
Yeah.
Oh, those little bags. Honestly, even I had fantastic fun going, oh, what am I going to put in them to dress the set? It's like, oh, your pin cushion. This would be a great little bag to put all your quilting clips in.
Absolutely.
Oh, riding clips. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Would you recommend starting with the taster event then, when you first get going? Or would you say, right, start with our September term?
I think what I would do is go into your library.
Okay.
Drop into, so let me just take you into the library. So there
My
would be
library.
my library. And again, as I've said before, I have so many classes in my library because I'm the one who runs the website. So we've got lots and lots to look at. You won't have all of these.
Years.
You'll basically have the Taster Weekend. So that will appear in your library. So let's pop into that. And you can see there, you can go to the introduction to the classes, and you can go into those and have a look and see what you fancy making.
So it will also tell you, right, you have completed
Yes,
like that.
Yes, exactly. You've done this
another
lesson
way
or
of
that lesson.
seeing that, as Lynn said, is to go back to classes and to look to the term that we're going on to, term 2, and just click on each of those to see what skills you're going to learn that term.
Right.
And you can say, oh, I'm not sure I fancy FPP this time. And it might be that you want to do a hand sewing.
Right, so then you go back into
go
classes.
Back and see
Exactly.
what else is there.
Oh, it's very intuitive, easy to get around the
that
system.
gives you a very, so going into Jo's, mine, the shape sort quilt. So again, we talk about what is going to be taught bi-weekly, so you can see, do I fancy that this term? No, I fancy something, you know. So it's a great way of
And
seeing
it's spaced out into 4 weeks. So at the start of each week, or is it just, you know...
We do that nominally. On the first day of the month, the whole lot lands. So if you want to some people just want to race ahead and work their way through the whole thing. But if you want to pace yourself, we thought, well, we'll separate it into sections. And in fact, occasionally I've had a month where it's more than 4 weeks, just because you've got lots of small sections and it's easier to do it that way. But it gives people a chance to say, OK, well, I've done that lesson, tick that off, I've got that far, now give myself a break. Or however you want to work it yourself, really.
If you binge watch a series,
you
don't want to get to the end of episode and then have to wait till next week.
Yeah,
so it's
you just keep doing it. And I think we were talking about, we're trying to work out a kind of average. And what do we think? Maybe between the whole classes are maybe like an hour to 3 hours?
Yes.
So there's a lot of
so
content.
it's not a little pit stop through it.
No. We put a lot in there, and we really do take you through step by step with a lot of close handwork, so you can see physically what you would be doing.
A lot of extra information as well.
And we hope that's not overwhelming. We hope that amount of content it's not supposed to be overwhelming. It's supposed to be value for money. So much that we tell you, we don't skimp at what we tell you.
We often talk about how we've quilted things. So if we've done a big quilt, I'll usually do a bit about why I decided to quilt it this way, other ways you can quilt it, you know, so, which I think often gets ignored, but it is important.
We have a message on screen from Sarah saying, I've been thinking about doing this for a while. Thank you, Sewing Street, Joe, Lynn and Karen. Mostly housebound, so this enables me to learn at home.
That's absolutely brilliant.
It's, you know, we started in lockdown doing virtual retreats, and this is sort of a kind of a version of that. And if you are housebound, you'll be able to connect with a lot of other people doing this and chat to other people and meet us on the Zooms. So you get more than just the workshops. You get a community around you.
Absolutely.
So I think when you're working by yourself or crafting by yourself or at home, it does make a difference to connect with other people.
Completely and utterly. I mean,
you're not kind of having to travel, you know, if you're housebound, you can't, but even if you aren't, having to do all that travelling, you know, just being able to sort of get up on a Saturday morning and go, right, I'm making now. I'm getting everything out, I'm putting that on. Exactly. And then get there and find you haven't got everything because you've got all your stuff you need at home.
Now, if there are things that you think, oh, actually, you're going to need a rotary cutter, a mat, they're like your sort of basics. But if there's anything in particular that you need, you do also give everybody a prep sheet.
We do.
A couple of weeks before.
Exactly, so they can get prep. But often, I don't think we really ever do anything that would require any special...
Well, sometimes I might say, if you have a bias tape maker that's this size, you could use it. But I'll also show you how to make the bias tape without the bias tape maker, so you don't have to go out and buy anything. But yes, the basic stuff like a cutting mat, a rotary cutter, ruler,
they're all important.
Scissors, pins, the things that if you're sewing, you're going to have those anyway. So yes,
so there
the
are
majority
always
of the
quite
classes.
a few hand sewing classes that are purely hand sewing. So some people are like, they don't use machines, they just want to do everything by hand. And we always have classes where you can do everything by hand.
Amazing. Amazing. I must remind you today, this was not planned. It was supposed to be £189 and we've taken an additional £10 off, which is brilliant. And I must say thank you to Hayley upstairs, because Ben's saying, I can't take credit for this. This is so good. Which makes the value for money. I know when you put it out there at £200, it's brilliant value for money anyway.
Yeah, exactly. You're already getting a free term. And the terms are already getting like a free class in there. So, you know.
Well, yeah, they're £100 a term, aren't they?
Yes, exactly.
But that would normally be like 160 if you were going to buy 4 classes, you see. So.
Oh my gosh, I'm awful at maths, but I can already tell you.
I can't do the maths, but it's 15 times 40, if anyone could do that math.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Somebody
class per class per
do that.
class. So that was
15 times 40.
600.
600.
It's £600 here. We have Karen, the maths teacher.
For 179.
Oh,
plus the taste. That doesn't even count the taste.
That does include the taste weekends.
Which could
I've included those.
Oh, right.
And how much am I going to pay for a one-to-one Zoom with you? You know,
priceless.
That's priceless. That doesn't exist.
And we always have, every time on the Zoom, there will be 2 of us. So 1 week Karen and I, 1 week Joe and I, whatever. For the studio one, we're all on it.
Yes. Yeah, don't forget the studio tours, which are really exclusive. You know, you get to see inside our sewing rooms. And in fact, I'm going to be showing you parts of my house as well, because my husband has built a house on his own. So a lot of people are really keen to look in that.
Oh, fantastic.
So that's a little exclusive exclusive for Academy. They're going to get to see around the house.
I'll be trotting across the garden to my printing
Yes,
shed.
that's
Oh,
right.
it sounds so much fun.
Yeah, I know, it is going to be fun. I'm going to love it.
I mean, I've been TikToking you. I've been having a look on TikTok because
Not
everybody's
TikTok.
been... No, but I
Instagram.
have.
What, really?
Because everybody's been putting videos of your exhibition.
TikTok?
Here you go, look. I don't even know who did this, but I was like, right, I need to show everybody.
That's amazing.
Exploring
Oh my God, I
Jo
don't
Avery's
even
gallery
use TikTok.
on Festival.
But
There were
you're
so
on
many
TikTok.
people
You're
that
wild on
came
TikTok, Jo.
especially
Brilliant.
to see your exhibition. How was that this year?
It was amazing. It was so, it was quite overwhelming, actually. It was super busy. I mean, I had a huge space, which obviously I knew. I'd been working towards it for the last year. And, it looked amazing. I was really, really happy with how it looked. And then it was just so busy. And people were just constantly coming in saying lovely things. So it was really amazing.
It was incredible.
Jo
Lynn
was
and I
exhausted.
so
Were you
proud.
all there?
Yes,
Yeah.
we
Yeah,
went to
yeah,
see
yeah.
it as well, and
Yeah.
everybody I spoke to said it was the best thing at Festival of Quilts
Yeah.
this year. It was
Lots of people
incredible.
did say that, which was
But Jo was a
amazing.
bit sort of rabbit in the headlights.
I was a bit. It's
She
all
was
a
just
blur.
all this praise coming at her for the whole
Which
4
normally,
days.
normally
I-
she can't get enough.
I know.
Normally it's like,
It's
more, more,
overwhelming
more.
now.
They didn't know I had a limit
We
to,
didn't.
because I'm usually like, love being the centre of attention, but I have a limit, and I found
found it.
Yeah,
Found it at the Festival of
but
Quilts.
it was an incredible. Yeah, it was amazing. It was like a kind of career highlight for me. So I think I can't really top that.
Oh, well, yeah, there was a
coming
lady.
here.
This one who I found. I Googled you on TikTok, and she literally says, I'm going to Festival of Quilts. She was on the train to go and see Jo Avery's
that's
exhibition. And so,
amazing.
how much does the train cost? How much does,
Yeah,
your ticket cost?
yeah.
Your parking costs at the NEC?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
to
A lot.
come and have access at your fingertips, at your own home,
Yes.
at any time of day, internationally as well. I know that we have a lot of people
Yes.
all over the world that will be tuning in to see this as well, because you all have huge followings
And we
in
have
America
lots of
as well.
we have
do,
people
yeah.
from all around the world in the academy. So if it's the
Brilliant.
actually, I'd say if it was the wrong time of day for them, but they seem to get up at
Yes,
2
they-
a.m. to
We've
join
had
the
that
Zoom.
lovely lady from India
Who was
who
there at
gets up
2 a.m.?
2 a.m.
Yeah,
Some
joined
people
the
from the Middle East,
Yes.
like Denmark
Australia,
and Sweden,
America, Canada,
Germany. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
love that. And yet, you can connect with all these people through that safe community as well. We've had so many lovely messages. Anybody who is part of the Thread House Academy subscription already, please message in, because we're loving your messages. But anybody who is thinking, right, what is it that I'm getting? Because I love having you all here for so long, because it means that we can absolutely
Drill
make sure
down.
everybody understands exactly what they're getting. So when you're purchasing today, which I remind you, it's the best price. You're not going to be able, because we're all guilty of it. You see something and you think, I'm just going to do a search and see if I can get it cheaper anywhere else.
You never, and not for the rest of never, never actually.
Never.
The rest of never.
And this is only till midnight tonight, we've been told. So if you do want to get involved, now is the time to be checking out.
Yeah.
So tell us, Jo, take us back to the beginning. What is it exactly that we're going to be entering into the subscription? So you pay that one-off fee, and that's for the whole year.
Yes, and if you get the whole year, so when you get your access, say in a couple of days, you'll get an email, and you will go into your library, and you will go into Annual Pass, and you'll see already that you can have all of the tiny terms. You can go straight in and start doing tiny classes, 3 different classes. You can get started on your block of the month. You can see the Zooms we've already done. You know, they're all there. You can see Lynn's studio tour and see how tidy her threads are. And then you can go into community and you can see how tidy they are since then. So you've got all the taster. You can get started on those straight away if you want to. Make little chicken pouches, do the little couching. And you can also go into the community. You can introduce yourself. You can start reading everything. And then on September the 1st, you're going to be able to start with Lynn's amazing hexagon star quilts. And then in October, you'll be doing mine. In November, you'll be doing Karen's. Then we're into December. We've got block of them. And then every month up until May, I think, is it April?
Yeah.
There'll be something.
Yes, April.
Yeah, exactly. There'll be a new class or a block of the month dropping in your library on the 1st of every month. So you'll just you've already got loads to do, and then it'll just carry on through the whole of the year.
I mean, you're not going to need to do anything else. You know, you've got
you
your
are just
project
going to be for us
sorted
now.
then.
Exactly.
And you can keep thinking, right, I've got my stash. You don't need to be going out buying
we
huge
really
kits.
encourage people to use what they've got. We love it when people use what they've got. But if you want to shop, go shopping.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And you can see from the set all behind us, the colours are absolutely amazing. Oh, Pauline, is this new? I've just woke up as I've got the flu. I'm intrigued. What is it? Pauline.
Join us for a whole year, Pauline.
It's an online academy of classes at your fingertips from home. So when you have the flu, when you're not feeling well, you don't have to go anywhere. You could just sit and sew with us.
Or just listen to us.
Just watch
Yes,
the videos and
a
listen.
whole year of workshops plus bonus projects as well.
And you don't need to have huge experience already as a quilter, do you?
I mean, even like some of the taster ones, just getting started. If you haven't done nothing before and you've just tuned in because you're like, what's sewing? Like you could do your little coasters, you could do the little chickens. They are like the easiest thing to do. And you can really achieve something. And then you can move on to doing things like the FPP that
I literally take you through it step by step by step.
So you never have done it before.
You could and people have said to me they've never done it before. We have complete beginners, and you can do it.
I always think, I never like to say, right, this is easy, this is intermediate, this is advanced, because if you've got the tools and the videos and the tutorials, you can learn how to do it.
Everybody's got a different natural aptitude as well. Some people will, their personality will mean that they'll love the improv, and others be like, no, I prefer the kind of more structured things. There's no right or wrong way to do these things. It's exactly, what suits you.
Yeah. And there's English paper piecing, foundation paper piecing, improv quilting. Like you say, I'm going to say toy making, it's not. It's the little folk art dolls.
Yes.
You've got reverse applique, which you haven't done in any other of the academy lessons.
Embellishment.
Yeah,
traditional piecing,
machine quilting,
Dresden, shapes, working with unusual shapes, curves,
curve piecing, half square triangles, tiny little, ridiculously tiny. I mean, I couldn't believe everybody did those tiny stars. They're mad.
The tiny miniatures.
I wasn't brave enough to do them.
People were so proud of themselves when they did those tiny stars and showed off their little stars.
And absolutely, in my tiny half
there it is.
Yes. I mean, that's such a beautiful quilt. There's so much in just that one class. You have got an absolute wealth.
It's like £79 worth.
You can start on that this weekend if you want to. You can jump, or as soon as you get access, you can start on that. So jump in.
Sorry, if I just wanted to do that, how much would it normally cost me just to get involved in that one class?
So we do, if it's one workshop, we would do that for £40. Now that doesn't give you all the extras like the community and the Zooms. That just gives you that workshop. So that would be £40. And in term one, you've already got 3 of those, and you've already got your block of the month. So already there, you've got 160 quid's worth waiting. Well, plus the 3 taster weekend projects. So actually, you've got more than that just waiting for you, and you've still got 2 terms to come. So we definitely priced it so that the annual is the one that's worth buying because you get so much for your money.
Like I say, underneath us, there is the option of just getting term 2 today. But seriously, especially with that extra discount, there is no better way to get involved. Honestly, if you can afford to do it today, then this is a full year. Full year. Think about how much you pay. I started going on a beginner's quilting class, and I went home away and thought, I can't even remember anything I've done in that 1 hour. It's daunting.
And actually, workshops are expensive.
Really expensive.
You could pay that just for like a one-day workshop. Or certainly for a weekend one. So
absolutely. So to have all 3 experts as well. This isn't just, you're investing in Lynn Goldsworthy or just, Karen Lewis or Joe Avery. You've got all of your knowledge all compiled together, which
totally
is
different skills and interests and favourite projects and favourite types of... So we throw all of that in. We give you as much information and as many tips and ideas as possible.
Somebody's just asked, once it gets to April or May, when the year ends, can I then still go back and access my videos?
Yes, there for the lifetime of the Academy. So whilst we're running the Academy, which... we hope to do for years and years. Everything is there for you to. So people in year 1 who may have still be working on year 1 before they join us again, have it. They still have it. People who are in 1, 2, and 3, they've got all of it. So every year it's just there until we stop.
That is brilliant, isn't it? So then you can go back to a project that you did at the start of the year. Actually, I love those little chickens. How did I make those?
I can't remember how, or I can't remember this. I'm halfway through, and you can go back and you can just get started again. So there's absolutely no reason not to finish stuff. people.
Now, you're all on social media as well, so if anybody's got any questions at all, or like you say, when you get into your academy, there is also an email that you
exactly.
can
On social media or through the email, or there's a comments part in the lessons, or you can go into the community. And we like to be responsive, so...
Because there's three of us, there's someone always kind of manning it. We should always get a response from one of us pretty, within hours.
I mean, if you're just tuning in, we are still live for the next few minutes. So if you do have any questions, get them in. But if you're watching on a replay and you're thinking, right, they didn't answer that question, I really hope that we have answered every question that you might have. But if there's anything that you may have missed, please, please, please do message in to either the fan page or message one of us, and hopefully, we're going to be able to answer those questions for you. But I'll remind you...
Or go to the website, find our email and email us. We'll answer you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll remind you, it's only this price until midnight tonight, and that is not there to rush or to press you. It's just such an amazing, amazing, overwhelmingly good deal. I've been preparing this show now for the last few weeks, and I didn't even know it was going to be at that price. I thought it was going to be 200, which is brilliant.
Same.
Which is
brilliant.
It's fantastic.
Good.
So I am thrilled that as Sewing Street, I know that Sewing Street always like to, offer
you, Hayley.
Extra special deals. But that is even beyond what we expected to do. There are so many of you who have got it in your basket. I remind you, now is the time, though, to get involved. Look at all of those incredible projects. And that's just a dip in the ocean, really, of the content and the access that you're going to have when you're joining the Academy. I remind you as well, it's not part of Facebook. You're not joining a group. You're joining a completely secure group that only
sits within the website.
Yes.
We also didn't say that there's an app that comes with our platform as well. So there's an app a community app, so you can do it all from your phone really easily. So
or a tablet.
Or a tablet,
Yes.
And add photos and everything directly from your phone or tablet.
And all of the projects come with their written instructions, the patterns, templates as well.
So the templates come 2 weeks before, and then a written pattern once you get at the start of the month, as well as all the videos and all the templates. If you think about
how much a quilt pattern costs these days, they're like £10 or something, and you're getting kind of 12 of those for the, plus even if you just bought all the patterns for them, you wouldn't get all of the instructions as well. So
fantastic. If anyone's been charged postage and, this is the only thing that you're buying at midnight, it won't be charged to you. Don't worry, our system knows what it's doing. If you've hit purchase, then you'll only be paying the £179 a day. If it is the only thing you've purchased and postage does come out after midnight, call centre, they will sort it out for you, no problem. I don't know if there's anything else that I need to mention. I think that we covered everything.
We covered most of it. I agree.
Great having all this time.
It is lovely. And I must also do a plug for tomorrow's show, because you've got to go and do a lot of signing right now, Jo, because we're launching your book.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Is this a TV premiere? Has anybody seen this yet?
Yeah. Well, because I self-published the book, I've kind of just done all the publicity myself and haven't done loads really, because it was all to do with Festival of Quilts. So it's lovely to come on here and actually do a proper... I haven't done a book launch, so this is the official book launch.
Fantastic. Yeah. Oh, I can't wait. It's going to be brilliant. And you say you're going to sign them all personally. I did see the pile
Yes, that's what I'm doing this afternoon.
I did see the pile of books and thought, oh my gosh, Jo.
It's going to be fine. It's going to be great. I love doing that.
She's looking forward to it.
Are you all staying over tonight?
No, we're both heading off. We're stopping afterwards for a bit of a chat and a meeting, but basically heading off, yes.
Oh, and then, of course, what will happen now, I'll remind you, is that all of the names and the email addresses obviously get passed over to the Thread House Academy, and you will then receive your email.
Put them into the website.
Thank you.
And that will trigger your emails, Lynn. And then you'll be ready to go.
Lynn's doing that.
Yeah.
If anyone on our app is having difficulty checking out, it's worth heading to the website or speaking to the customer service team during the break as well, because they will sort it out. But it's been amazing.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lynn. It's been amazing. And honestly, thank you as well upstairs for giving us even better access to the Academy by giving us a discounted price, because that is unmissable. But it's been brilliant. And yes, we can't wait to see more more creative, fantastic projects from everyone at home as
Oh,
well.
we love that.
Yeah.
We love that. That's our
wait to
favourite bit,
see
seeing
some
what
of
you
the
make.
guys
the
in our
next
Zoom.
Yes.
The next
Amazing.
Zoom, tell us that you've come from the
Yes,
Sewing Street.
absolutely.
We'd love
All
to.
come in the community and do that. That'd be lovely.
absolutely. Come
Brilliant.
And introduce yourselves.
Jo, I'll see you tomorrow.
Yes,
Come see us as well, Karen.
Will
Because,
do.
yes,
Yeah,
it's been
will
lovely
do.
to
Thank
meet
you for having us.
Thank you, Liz. See you soon. See you soon. See you soon. Right, go and have a check out on the website. Have a look on the app, on the web, whatever you need to do to get your annual subscription. There is also the term subscription available at a discounted price of £80. But trust me, at that price point, it is worth getting the yearly subscription without a doubt. Don't go anywhere. Adam Brooks is going to be joining me with your everyday fleece for all of your family. And we'll see you right after this.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street. When you hear the term half-square triangle, or HST, it refers to a simple way to create two identical triangle shapes from a fabric square. Start with two squares of fabric, any size, and place one on top of the other, aligning the raw edges. Using a ruler and a fabric pen, mark a diagonal line from corner to corner. Then mark a second line 1/4 inch on either side of the diagonal. Pin the fabric together to keep it secure, then sew along the two outer lines that you marked. Now carefully cut along the first diagonal line you drew. Press the seams flat using the heat from an iron. Use washi tape to align your ruler and trim away any excess fabric. And there you have it. Your half-square triangle is ready to use.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
Nesting seams is a really good way of getting perfectly matching seams. We use them a lot in patchwork, but they're also really good for dressmaking as well. So I've sewn these two separate pieces of fabric together and I want to join them. So what you do for nesting seams is press the seam allowances over to one side. So with this one, I'm going to press them over to the left. So you could do that from the wrong side. I also like to give it a little press from the right side, just gives it a neat finish. Now, with the other seam, I'm going to press this one over to the other side. So the seams are pressed over to that way, and then I'll give it a little press from the right side. Then you take the two seams, and because I want them to sit exactly one on top of the other, if you take the top fabric and pull it very gently, it stops. It stops just there, and that's the nesting of the seam. Because the seam allowance is higher this side on this one, and higher on this side, it makes the seam nest. So all you have to do now is pin, then sew them together.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. all the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show.
A lot of people get terrified when they see a commercial pattern and they see all the lines, all the dots, all the triangles, have no idea what it means. Well, watch now and I'll show you. So the first thing you're going to do is decide what size you're going to cut out. And then it's really important that you follow that line on every single pattern piece that you cut. As you can see here, they're marked up by a different pattern and also the number. When you first open the pattern, you must choose the size that you're making. And whatever you do, you stick to that size. So all the different sizes have a different marking, either a long dot, a small dot, a dash, a dot and a dash, or something like that. Always stick to the same size on all the pattern pieces. And the notches, all of the notches are there for a reason. All the little triangles and all the circles are there to be copied, and they must be transferred onto your main bit of fabric. Whenever you see this symbol here, I know it's written down here, but sometimes it's not written. Those two arrows on a square, they are always cut on the fold. And what you do is you fold your fabric in half, you lay this line along the fold mark, and you're cutting the whole piece out in one. And then what's very important, if you want to lengthen or shorten a pattern, don't just add it to the bottom. What you do is you take this line here, and to make it longer, you cut the pattern through there. You open it up by how much you want to extend it by, put a piece of pattern paper behind it, and then redraw this line in here so that it's an even line. Because as you see, the bottom of the pattern isn't a straight line. And if you were just to add to that, it would throw the waist seam. What you need to do is extend it or shorten it from that line, then you keep the waistline. Obviously, I've just shown you the blouse, but the same principles apply for the sleeve. Remember, the back of the sleeve always has two notches, the front always has one notch, and also the skirt, because the notches will match up to the seams that are in the bodice. So make sure you always follow all the lines on the pattern.
Welcome back. By the way, any questions that I didn't get a chance to answer, my iPad was over here, I was over there. Lynn, Karen, Joe, they're all going to be answering your Facebook questions, so don't panic, but definitely get involved in that subscription. Now, we're back. Jolie, I've not seen these Jolie patterns before.
I have. Now, I've seen some things like certain dancewear stuff. They're great at doing leisure wear and all sorts. And the patterns that I've used in the past have been really well cut. Okay. As in, like, the shape's really nice. Yeah. So on our lovely fleece today, this is so fun, this cow.
Oh, by the way, we've just said to Jess upstairs, we're all here for the cowgirl, you know, moo pouch, but we understand that it's, you know, I don't really know. This is a moo pouch.
We've given it a new name.
I think we've lost the plot today. But anyway, don't just think about this as a moo pouch. You can have it as a patch pocket in the same colour. You can have it as a contrast colour, or you can also. By the way, Benny's just throwing clips now across the studio. Oh, what is wrong with us today? Or you could have it as a contrasting. But we got sent this fabric, and I love it because this pattern is also for yourself, for your loved ones, and all of the family in one pattern. How good is that?
Yeah, so it's amazing, the size range in this, and I think it's great that you can make for the kids. Obviously, we've had a little bit of fun with the moo print fabric here. Yeah. You don't have to do that. In fact, you don't have to do that front pocket if you don't want to. But just imagine this for young ones. Mm-hmm. It would be amazing. You know, there's certainly like Pixar and Disney characters that you could kind of theme and embroider on. And, you know, there's one cowboy in particular I can think of that, you know, it'd be good for that kind of thing. But yeah, I mean, you can have so much fun with it. I've even done a little nod to it on the inside of the pockets as well.
Oh, brilliant.
But just think about colour blocking. I think that's what I've done today. You can clearly see it with the print that we've used. But if you were to buy multiple bundles of the fleeces, you could colour block and put different ones together, because the side seams We've got panels in, which gives a really lovely fit.
Yeah.
But also chance to colour block. So, yeah, really
now,
nice.
the pattern's got 28 sizes.
Yeah.
Is this quite daunting to look at? By the way, we're limited already.
It can be quite overwhelming at first. Let me show you.
Oh, it's all colour-coded, though.
Which is brilliant.
Fantastic.
So you've got, I don't know whether we can get this close. Let me show you on this front
Yeah, we
piece
can.
here.
We can show it really close.
By
the way, loads of you have got this in your basket. It's going to suit every single one of you. I know it is. It's going to sell out today. I'm going to get one of these because I can make one for the girls, for my kids, for my husband, for myself, for walking the dog, but also, like you said, to then embroider onto. It's going to be so much fun. And fleece is so affordable and so forgiving. It's not going to fray.
That's
easy to sew with.
And it forgives a lot of sewing mistakes, actually, which we'll get to when I show you how to do this pocket, because it's zipped as well.
Love
So I'll show us how to do that. So going back to the pattern lines, colour-coded, you've got the letters as well, which respond to all the sizes. I must tell you this, just be on your guard a little bit. Highlight your size. There's certain parts in the pattern, and I can't find an example just now. In fact, I've cut it off on here. But it gives, like, from certain sizes. So it might say from the size S to size X, you cut on that line. So it bundles some of the sizes on certain lines on certain parts sometimes. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So it might not just be necessarily I cut a V, so I'm cutting V round here.
Yeah.
But then there was maybe a line on the odd pattern piece that would say from S to X, cut this line.
Oh, okay.
Because it's then up to a certain size stays the same line for things like pockets and things.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
So
but it's all colour coordinated.
Highlight it would be my advice.
Good idea. Really good idea. So with your pattern, it's only $16.99. Gosh, that is good, isn't it? For all those sizes, for all of your family, for something that, let's face it, we all wear. Everybody needs a fleece, even if it's just for around the house, for workwear, for going to walk the dog, just to have in the house. It's starting to get a bit chilly, isn't it? And this is brilliant. But it's not just, it's the attention to detail. Like, you've got really lovely shaping as well in it, haven't you?
Yeah, really nice shaping, which gives a nice fit as well. And do you know what? I was excited to say something for once that I can wear.
Yes!
Because I love making women's wear, don't get me wrong, but this is just something that I'm going to love wearing at work. For anybody that doesn't know, I work for a pantomime company, and I think the cow print is just going to be so apt because we have a number of cows that we hire out every year. Well, they call me that on the daily.
About the celebrities.
Yeah, no.
Speaking of cow print, can we do some of these fabrics? Because look, even if you're thinking, because my girls are obsessed at the moment with 101 Dalmatians. It's the film that's on all the time. I could make them, and I couldn't put little ears on them because they don't have, but you could then, I've got my embroidery machine, you could do like little Dalmatian outfits. These are so cute for the kids especially. Or if you're Adam and you want to use it as your patch pocket. Look at how many cow bundles are left. You said to Jess, this is definitely going to sell out, and you're right, there's only 3 left.
Really?
Yeah, if you want the cow bundle. It's only $14.99 though, that's why. How affordable is it to get dressmaking?
Great. Exactly. And if you've never worked with fleece before, this is your opportunity to do so at an affordable price, because let's face it, fabric can be expensive and you don't want to make mistakes. You know, but this is at such an affordable price that, you know, if it does go a little bit wrong, then it's not the end of the world.
I want to make your Oodie in this.
Yeah, that'd be amazing.
Dressing gowns, anything. Yeah. That's why we don't ever bundle it with the pattern, is because you might have, you know, something else that you're making, a onesie or something for a kid, and you're thinking, right, that's the perfect fabric. You're getting a whole 2.5 metres for $14.99. That is literally about to go any second now. The lovely, the tan fleece is sold out. Should we do the grey, which is the one that Adam's made? There's some more clips. Adam's already made the grey fleece out of. This is perfect for anybody who is who you're making this for. Oh, this one's sold out. Has it? Oh, no, sorry, that was the tan's gone. This one, oh, we've got a better quantity. 2.5 metres of your anti-pill fleece in grey, 2.5 metres. Is that enough to make the largest size?
I found so, yeah, and it's lovely and wide as well, this fabric. Really nice and wide, so yeah. it was fine.
Super soft. Any, you don't, I mean, it's not fraying at all, is it?
No, I've got other pieces of cotton not fraying. So most common question will be, do you have to have an overlocker? The answer is no. The construction and the way it takes you through it is by doing a lot of zigzag basting, and you sew the seams before you overlock and finish anyway. Right. So no, you don't have to have an overlocker, although it is a perfect overlocker project.
Could I construct it and finish it all in one go then, more or less? So there's a few bits I need to
Yeah, there's a few bits with the pockets that you need to be basting, especially these pockets here as well, with the way that's constructed.
Yeah.
The other thing that I might suggest as well, if you've got some fabric in your stash at home, just to do the pocket lining, I've used a thinner grey fabric. It's actually an offcut of linen that we've used here before. Yeah. But you could use any cotton or anything. The reason the thinner fabric there is because once you start piling up the fleece, it's quite thick.
Thick, yeah.
So that just helps with that.
Is that why you've asked for lots of clips instead of pins?
Yes, because I wanted some quilting flips and Ben started to chuck some at me, bless him. I never asked for anything.
It wouldn't be such a thing, would it? I can't imagine a furrow in the cross studio. Can we do the pink, please? Because I love this pink. This is so fun. It's so bright. It's going to look gorgeous in the fleece. And it's only $14.99 for 2.5 metres. I can really see this working in the pink.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And you've got this, actually, you're demoing with this.
Yes, yeah.
So we'll see it starting to come together in this colour. It's lovely. It's in your cerise. 2.5 metres, $14.99. There are more of you that have got these in your basket than we have availability. Oh, how lovely as well. Now, could I do a matching colour pocket? Can I leave this off completely if I wanted to?
Absolutely. So you have enough fabric to do it out of the same fabric anyway. So, yeah, you could do it a matching coloured pocket. You could do it out of a different fabric if you wanted to, like you've got some fabric in your stash. It's quite tricky to sew because it's quite bouncy. A walking foot's good.
Yeah.
But I'm going to show you how to baste or tack the pocket seam allowance down.
It's the word of the day, tacking, basting, isn't it?
Well, yeah, we did it in the earlier show. It's so useful.
Important.
I find when the fabric's got a bit of loft to it, like the fleece has, I can't really press a nice turn like I would on a patch pocket normally. So I tacked it down, and basically that helped me to then control it and place it and sew it much neater, because I can't really press it.
No.
So, yeah, there you go.
The pink's going to sell out. We also have got the orange. I'm going to go through the fleece first. Don't worry, we'll have plenty of time to do the demo. I've just got some really, really cool fabrics, which I don't actually think we've ever had on before, which are bamboo toweling. Oh. Can't wait. $14.99 for the terracotta version. This is very trendy, isn't it? This will look lovely. And in fact, actually, this is a little bit similar to the pattern front in the kids. I mean, you could have really good fun with playing around with colour blocking as well, colours of the arms, colours of the body and the pocket. But remember, you don't need to buy a separate pattern for the kids' version. It's all in one for the gents in your life, for yourself, for your loved ones, and for the children as well. That is brilliant, isn't it? 28 sizes for children and adults. One of the most incredible value for money patterns, and definitely get yourself a few fleeces. In fact, what about the green with it? Yeah. They'd look nice together, wouldn't they? Really nice. The green sold out. I've also got some teddy fleece.
Nice, yeah, that'd work.
Boucle. Is it called? What's it?
Yeah,
what's
like
called?
boucle, hyacinth boucle.
Love it. I love it.
Mrs. Bouquet of the fabric world.
I'm going to put these over here because, they are big old bundles, aren't they? 2.5 metres, enough to be able to make the largest size. Now, this is really soft. It's going to feel really nice for the autumn. Is it still going to behave itself?
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit bouncy like the fleeces. You can't get away from that. So, again, a walking foot when you're sewing on your sewing machine would be really handy, just to help control the thickness. A little bit, I suppose, like when you're quilting.
The same style fabric, but this time in the cream. Oh, see, that's nice. This is going to look a little bit more dressy, actually, isn't it?
Yeah, and a little bit on trend. You see these, like, teddy bear type fleece garments. Certainly did last year. I imagine we'll see them again this year. And,
What sort of zip would you use with this? Maybe like a...
So, the pattern calls for an open-ended, chunky zip.
Yeah. I think you could do like a gold zip or something with this one, couldn't
Oh,
you?
wow, that'd look nice.
Really quite smart.
Yeah, nice gold zip. Or do you know those rainbow zips that you can get? Like, you can really have fun with those.
Yeah, I love that. There's only 5 of these left. This is your écru bouclé. You've got 2.5 metres, $29.99. Slightly more expensive, but that is giving you a little bit more of a luxurious finish. And then something that I didn't know that we've got even on our web shop. So now's the time to definitely be able to get them. There's 2 different colourways. We'll start with the blue. I love this.
Let's have a feel. Oh, nice.
Okay, now is this going to work with this pattern, with the fleece? Because straight away I'm thinking of like, you know, toweling robes, or I'm thinking like, you know, like those towelies that you put on after when you're on the beach or something.
Yeah.
What am I going to be able to use this for then?
So it's going to be very different to working with the fleece, but it's quite stable actually. It's a knitted fabric still. You're just going to have a different feel to the finished garment. But with it being bamboo, I imagine it's going to be nice and breathable.
Which way's the right or which way's the wrong way, would you say?
I would say that the size with the fluffier side, I'd put the right side out. But I mean, it's up to you. You could choose. That to me looks like it's the reverse.
Okay. Oh, I love this. Honestly, we never get the chance to do bamboo toweling. So even if you're thinking for smaller projects, at 2.5 metres, you've got... You keep making me giggle. They're wondering what a towelie is. You know what a towelie is? Like, you put it on the beach to get changed under.
Yeah.
Like an oversized towel with a hood. Do you know? Yeah.
Yeah, no, I know what you
don't?
mean.
Yeah, Ben never heard of it before. I think he thought it was something different.
Have you seen those wraps as well? More for ladies, I suppose, when you get out of the shower. And all you'd have to do is hem it and put some elastic and Velcro on the top.
Perfect.
Could do that.
Perfect. This is, honestly, it's so soft. $34.99. And then we also have the, what colour would you call this, Adam?
Oh, gosh, it's a bit difficult to describe because it's,
Mauve? Oh, yeah, it is. Do you know what? I've got it bang on. They've called it mauve. It's lovely, isn't it? Bamboo toweling. See, even, right, I'm going down my embroidery machine route now, but I have been looking to source some of this to make just even cutting loads of squares, embroidering them and putting some cotton on the back and making like lovely quality washcloths.
I'm going to say, washcloths.
Taking your makeup off. Makeup removers for the kids. Honestly, I bought some when the girls were born and they've lasted me literally 4 years of really lovely quality bamboo toweling. Perfect. I mean, that's a massive bundle to be able to do that with, but with your scraps that are left over, there's loads you can do. Yeah. It's beautiful.
Just a tip for cutting this type of fabric, I've just noticed it's got the loop on it for the toweling, but it has got what we'd call a nap, if you like.
A direction.
So, a direction, so cut all your fabric pieces the same way.
You should do that anyway, though.
I do it as,
Should you get into that habit?
Yeah, you should, as much as you can do.
They are all your bundles available underneath us. Get yourself the pattern, 28 sizes, remember, of children's and adult sizes. Any questions that you have, get them in. Any elements that you're thinking, right, I just want to make sure. By the way, the pattern's about to sell out. We're in single figures for the pattern. About to sell out. I knew this would because it's a staple for your wardrobe, isn't it?
It is. And I'm going to say, I know a lot of you have bought it already, which is fantastic. It's one of those patterns that's going to push you in the right way in your dressmaking journey, because the thing is, we can stick to simple patterns. I'd love to come out and go, this is dead easy to make, it's dead easy to make. And I know I do say that a lot of time, and I simplify a lot of things for people to see, but you need that project that's going to push you. I was just talking to Jen upstairs, actually, about this. So it has got zips in it. I'm going to show us the zip on the pocket. I'm going to show us the beginnings of how we construct this pocket here as well. Yeah. Listen, the rest of it is seams, but it's going to push you in the right direction, and it's taking time. Yeah, and I tell you what's great as well as me today, I never know how to pronounce it. I say jolie.
Jolie. Are they French?
I think, well, the instructions are in English and French, so I'm going to assume.
They also have videos, though, don't they?
Yeah, on the website, really helpful. Now, the video doesn't have any sound. And
which is actually better if it's a French company, because it might all be in French. So actually, it's quite good to just have the visual.
It's really, really clear on the visual. So if you're struggling, if you bought the pattern and want to see, go on their website, and it's honestly perfect.
It's a nice big pattern as well, isn't it? So, so it's in US sizes, UK sizes. Which one are you going for?
I literally looked at my chest measurement.
Okay.
That's the way I did it.
And it's important to do that as well, isn't it? When you're dressmaking, because every pattern is different.
Yeah, well, John will always say, I wish they did patterns that were just letters and not sizes. This does have sizes at the top, but it has the letters. And that's what you go by on when you're copying the pattern over. Okay. So, I literally looked at my chest size and went, right, OK, well, I'm a 36 chest. So I actually went one up and made a 37-inch, and actually it made it roomy. I think I'd be all right with the size down. But, you know, if you're a bit unsure on caution, but you've got your waist measurement there as well, it's important to look at that. And I suppose all three measurements with your hip as well, because it is coming down there.
The pattern sold out. Well done if you've got it. I'm excited for you to get it home and get sewing. The grey is going to be your main graphic. So which element do you want to show first? Is it?
Let's start on this pocket, because it includes, the moo pouch, as you've affectionately named it. The reason I want to show you this is because it's got a zip in it, and everybody that's a dressmaker always that I've spoke to, 9 out of 10 go, oh, I hate zips. I don't like doing zips. Don't want to do zips.
Okay, so we're demystifying zips.
So let's do the zips.
Let's do it. Live on the telly.
Live on the telly, why not? I've done a few invisible zips, mainly with Rebecca Reed, actually. It always ends up being her shows with Bex that I end up demonstrating zips for some reason. Right, so we've got a couple of pieces here for the chest pocket. We've got one rectangle and then a skinnier rectangle. I'm working on the skinnier rectangle first, all right? So I'm just going to pop that to one side a minute with my front piece. And I've got a zip here now.
Oh, is it too long or is that okay?
So this is longer than I need it. Right. That's not a bad thing, because I'm going to cut the zip down, actually.
Right.
Which you can do.
You can do. It's not a metal zip, is it?
No.
Do you need a drink?
Fleece at the back of my throat.
Oh, no!
It's just hit that spot. Anyway, I can cut this, like you say, nice and easy, because it's a plastic zip. What I'm going to do, I've marked a line on here that's on the pattern. I've transferred that. It's basically a centimetre wide rectangle at certain points. Okay, and I'm going to line then my zipper tape next to that line. All right, and then I'm going to pin that in place. I've got to pin this one in place because it's not right on the edge. So I can't use my quilting clips at the moment. I'm just going to put a pin through here and a pin through the top as well, just to keep it aligned next to that line there. That's really tickled the back of my throat. It must be a bit of fluff.
Have you got water there? I will get you one.
I'll soldier on, I'm all right. Then what I'm going to do, I'll probably do this with my friction marker, just so that you can see it maybe a bit clearer at home. I'm just going to mark, continue that line onto my zipper tape at both sides here. And then what they ask you in the instructions and what's on the diagram as well and on the video is to mark the centre of this zipper tape. It doesn't have to be bang on, but just that centre line there, just to give me a guide to sew down. I'm doing this with my...
Yeah,
that's it. Because I've got my pins in, you could have done that beforehand, but there you go. And what I'm going to do is sew. Sorry, it's because I'm not dead centre on it, am I?
That's fine.
I'm going to sew from this point here to this point down to the bottom. And be quite accurate with that.
Yeah.
If you've ever sewn a welt pocket before, there's some similarities, all right? So we're going to put the needle down here and we can back stitch and then we can stop here. So let's do that. Underneath the machine we go.
What stitch length do you normally work with when you're dressmaking?
This is a really good question. So 2.4 is kind of the standard
your machine
or 2.5, yes, exactly. When you're working with knitted fabric or jersey, I tend to go up a little bit more. Also, what would be a good thing to take into account as well is your needle. You could use a jersey needle in this as well, and that would just help the stitches form better.
Now, have you got a zipper foot on?
No, I've not got a zipper foot on at the moment because I'm sewing down the centre of that zipper tape.
You're fine.
Yeah, exactly. The reason why I believe it's asking you to do this, because we don't actually sew right up to the zipper tape, is to leave a little bit of an allowance inside. Because we're working with a fabric with a pile, we don't want that pile getting caught in the zip. So there's a bit of a chance if we were to sew right up to the zip that you could catch it in. So I think that's why they've drafted it this way and told us to sew a little bit further away, so down the centre of the zipper tape. Let's do that then. So I've got my needle down, I've upped my stitch length to 3 millimetres.
You've done a little reverse, and you're sewing on that line, and you're going to stop directly on that spot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. So I'll just slow down as I get to that. I'm in there now, and I can just do my back stitches there. Lovely. So we've got that zip sewn in place. Now, I always say to anybody sewing zips in, when they get a little bit nervous about it, you just think, that's just like sewing 2 pieces of fabric together. Yeah. That's all that is.
Do you think it's the teeth that people get scared of? The fact that they might...
Yeah, a little bit.
But when this is nylon, it's not a metal zip, is it?
No.
So it doesn't matter. It's not going to, you know, affect your machine.
No.
No. Now, you said that you wouldn't press this, or would you? How?
So I'm not going to press this because I'm going to top stitch it.
Okay.
That's how I'm going to leave that down. An important part in this part then is to take the zipper pull down to the middle of that line now, okay? Because I'm going to trim this zip, I don't want to then cut my zipper pull off. Does that make sense? Because then I'm going to have the zip's not usable. So pull it down to the middle, because that's going to be where the workable part of the zip is. Oh, they've got me some water, ain't they, darlings? Thank you so much. I'm just going to have a quick sip if that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, the pattern has gone. I'm so sorry, the pattern's gone. But if you do want any of the fleece bundles, they're all now underneath us on the web. That's going to be your main graphics.
Okay, I'm just going to get my shears now. So what I'm then going to do is mark a 45-degree angle.
Sorry, I keep pulling you.
Yeah, it's my fault. Keep correcting me because I'm forgetting where the overhead is. I'm used to standing straight central there, and I'm to the side, but it's fine. We're good. Okay, so I've got a 45-degree angle now. So this is the bit that's a bit like a welt pocket.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is trim right up to that seam allowance, or that stitch, I should say, right to the end there. Don't go past it, and this is where you need a nice sharp pair of shears. Just in there. I'm not trimming through the zipper tape at this point. I'm just trimming along that line on the fleece.
Okay, just up to the stitch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's given me a little flap there now. All right, and what that's going to be able to enable us to do is create this box shape in a moment for the pocket. All right, so we've done that. The other thing that I need to do, I know I've just said move the zipper up. I'm just going to do it up for a moment. And where that last stitch is at the top, I'm just going to mark on the zipper tape there and there, because I want to sew this bit closed. It's going to act as the stopper. It's going to be in the seam allowance because I'm going to do it slightly to the side. So now I'm going to put my zipper pull back where I said in the middle. And then what I'm going to do is take this machine. And the reason I've marked it, do you see, I could quite easily skew that zip. I'm going to line those marks up and stitch across.
Okay, and you find to stitch over the teeth?
Yep, absolutely. Just go slowly, that's all I'd say. This is where it'd be good to have my knee lift. My knee's going. I'm just placing it underneath. You can pin it if you want as well. Down it goes. And then I'm just going to stitch across and back stitch a couple of times. There we go, across and then back stitch. And you see, easy, it's gone over that like no problem.
Yeah.
Okay. And then what we're going to do after we've done that is we're then going to, that's going to allow us to snip the zipper part.
Okay, so you snip that after these lines, that's all secure. You're not going to lose your zipper end off the end of it.
That's it, exactly. What we can do though is we can now bring this round. It's a little bit of origami, this bit. Basically, I want it to sit like that. Do you see how I've brought it round? And now I've got that corner. So this again is where it's like a welt
it's going
pocket.
to have that letterbox corner,
so that triangle
Folds under.
Yeah, folds under. Let me just trim that thread there. And I'm going to bring it to that side of the zipper tape. Should actually meet up. It does pull it a little bit, but that's okay. And then what we're going to do is we're going to stitch across, if I just draw it on my stitching line, there. Can you see that? Mm-hmm. Onto the zipper tape the other side. Let's do that. So line it up. You can pin it if you want as well. And I'm going to do this on both sides. Under it goes. So yeah, it is a little bit fiddly, but you just take your time with this part. And as I say, this is all in the video as well. It's really nice and clear on Jelly's website. And I'm just going to do the same. But look, what that's done now is given me that angle.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Now, this is where I'm saying that fleece is quite forgiving. If you did this on a woven fabric...
You would need to get that so...
Yeah, so perfect. And the thing is, because it's got a slight stretch to it, it's going to forgive it. It gives a lovely corner there. I'm going to do the same with the bottom side as well. So just flip that over, get your little triangle over that side, and then stitch down that line. As I say, you can mark that line on as well. I'll do it again, look, so we can see it a second time. There you are.
Yeah.
And then in we go.
Oh, watch that bit back. I mean, like you say, there's a video tutorial, but if you're trying to read that on a pattern, that's where I struggle with, you know, I need visual help.
Yeah. It's those bits that are not necessarily always the easiest to understand from written work. Yeah. But now, look, what we've got is the zipper there.
Perfect.
And it's now closed off. So now it's closed off, I can cut this zipper tape. So I'm going to cut it. You see the point of the triangle? I'm going to leave probably about that amount. So through we go. If you're doing this, you probably don't want to use your best shears or scissors. So you could use, you know, your paper cutting scissors or whatever with your zips. And that can come off as well. Don't need that anymore. So you can see, you could use any length of zip as long as it's long enough. It doesn't matter if it's too long. Then what I'm going to do now is top stitch around that box along the three sides. So in we go. And again, I've got my stitch on about well, it's on 3mm. I could up it a little bit if I wanted to for a top stitch. So there we go, round we go. When I get to the corner, I'm just going to lift my foot and pivot. Down here as well. Now, you'll come to a point naturally...
you can't sew any further.
Because you've got the zip pull
How do I move it? Just literally...
Well, I'm going to sew a little bit further. So I've got some room now at the back. Needle down, foot up, and then just...
pull it out the way.
Pull it out the way.
Okay.
Easier said than done. Some zips are easier to do than others on that. A little trick from me to you. If you're struggling to do it that way, sometimes if you just pivot the fabric and bring the zipper pull towards you, it helps a little bit. Then we're going to sew down the rest here. And then get to that corner. Pivot.
Pivot.
Pivot. There we are. So that's the first part of the pocket done. And look how neat that is, yeah?
That is lovely.
Nice and forgiving as well. The other thing that you can do at this point is you've got some seam allowance down here now. You can trim that to the length of the zipper tape. It's where we cut those 45-degree angles. And just trim that now. We don't need that. And that's just going to keep that flush. It's not really going to matter. Nobody's going to see it. So there we are with that. Then we need to take the next piece, which...
Has all this pink fleece sold out yet, Ben? Because I think, if not, I'm going to get a bundle of the pink, please.
Are you going to have some? It's a lovely colour.
Oh, it's gone. The pink's gone. What colours are left? 9 of the grey. 1 of the bottle boucle.
A boucle.
A crew boucle. And there is some of the bamboo toweling. Oh, my gosh. Honestly, you've got to get this. It's so soft. It's amazing. I love this bamboo toweling. I don't know whether we even sell it by the half metre, you know, so just get it if you're thinking of any other projects. It's lovely. The most popular is the navy, and that's so nice.
It's lovely. Right, so I've just marked the fold line from the pattern on here.
Okay.
Now, you'd think, I initially thought, oh, chalk's not going to transfer, but it does really well. So I'd recommend using chalk for this. And then next to that, the pattern tells you to mark 2 centimetres away from that fold line. So I'm just using my tape measure to do that. If you've got a hem guide or something similar. I'm having to use my tape measure and not my quilting ruler because that's in inches and the instructions are in centimetres. So I'm just going to now put another line down there because that's going to become a sewing line later on. Down we go. Fine, okay. Now what it'll tell you to do is to press that fold line, which is marked on the pattern. The first one we marked, and that's where I've got it there. However, the difficulty with this is you try and press fleece, it's bouncing back. So I managed to do it without pressing it. What we're going to do is we're then going to pull this right sides together. Let me get this right because this can get a little bit confusing at this end here, so the zipper tape end. So what's going to happen is, if I just simulate it for you, is that fold line is going to fold back, do you see, over the zipper?
Yes, yes.
And then I've got a stitch line
there for the flap.
For the flap. And then that's going to create the pocket. Do we see how that's working?
Yes. Sometimes it's good to position it where you want it before you sew it.
Exactly, because I could quite easily said, you know, right sides together along raw edges. I could have done that way.
And then
I nearly did it, to be honest, even then. And then actually, well, that doesn't work, does it?
No. So you want your raw edge up against here.
Yes. I'll just flip that round. Raw edge up against there. Fabulous. And then this is where your quilting clips, if you've got them, could come into play. It's not too bad in the zip section, but these really do help with thicker fabric.
And did you say put a walking foot on if you've got one?
Yeah, that'd be amazing. Yeah, if you can, put a walking foot on, that'd be great. I'm lucky with this machine because it just drops down and it's on. There you go.
Love that.
I do too. And do you know what? People always think for thicker fabrics, but I've used it on chiffons and things that are a little bit trickier to manage, and it really helps. So if you go in with different fabrics together, which I do a lot in costume, with like might be doing a stretch metallic lycra to a woven, or backing it in calico, and actually it really helps with easing that fabric through evenly.
Yeah, I was going to say that's exactly what it's doing, isn't it? Bringing the fabric through at both similar
Well, some companies call it like an even feed foot, don't they? So I'm going to sew this again. I'm going to do it from the other section, the other way, from the zip part. And again, what you're going to want to do is basically sew down the centre of that zipper tape.
Ignore the clock on screen. I don't know. Don't show Hayley that. Oh my gosh. It just had a countdown clock coming up in 40 seconds.
Oh really? What's happening in 40 seconds?
No, we'll find out in a minute.
You've just reminded me talking about numbers actually. On the video that they've got on the website, they have numbers come up on the numbers on the screen, so that instruction is numbered. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I can't explain.
Oh yeah, so it's sectioned. It's like almost like chapter 1, chapter 2. So each section is numbered.
Kind of.
Ben, would you find it on the website if you go onto the Jolie website?
It
we can find the video to show you.
It refers to the instruction number in the
manual.
The pattern. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it might come up number 12, and that's instruction number 12 on the written instructions. Perfect. So we've got that in there now. That's great. Then what we're going to do is just take that fold line there. That's it. Bring me over. I keep forgetting. Sorry. Do apologise today. And then what I would do is just clip that in place at the ends there. And here. So I've got that fold line. It's really easy to see. And then what we're going to do is sew down that 2 centimetre line, and that's just going to catch everything underneath. Sew down the 2 centimetre line here. You can, if you want to, put a couple of pins in here as well, just to keep it in place. I'd recommend doing that. Right, okay, so here we go, underneath. I might just need to move that to the side slightly. There we go. This is why it's really important to transfer your markings.
Yeah, if you go to, is it on their website, the Jolie website?
Yeah, I'm sure it is. I think it's under something like Sew a Classic Fleece or something. Or if you just...
Take it steady, yeah.
Yeah. And that's that there. Take my pins out. And then what you can do just at the top here, if you want to, is machine that across with a long stitch to hold it down.
Okay.
And then what I did then, so what it asks you to do is, like you would a normal patch pocket, is press this under, but of course we're working with fleece. So I'll quickly show us what I did, because I never get the chance to actually do that. Or is it enough just to say
go for it. Yeah, go for it.
I might just have to get my sewing.
Here you go, we can show you the video. So if you go onto the website, so easy to find. Ben's just found it in the last couple of seconds. How to sew a polar fleece jacket video tutorial.
That's the one.
And it hasn't got sound to it, but in a second you'll be able to see. It's all in sections. So you've got the full video instructions. Ben, just speed along on the clicker, if you will.
The clicker.
Cravings for background music. You're in control. Feel free to play your own music, it says there. But right, so it's got, look, your pattern pieces, literally up close and personal. So even if today we're literally just showing you, you know, snippet pieces and Adam's tips along the way, it's still giving you here a full... How long is this video for, Ben? 35-minute tutorial.
I mean, it's quality and it's in depth as well. You know?
Oh, yeah. Can you see the bottom? If you just underneath the bottom graphic there, it says number 3. So each section in your pattern, it will tell you a number that corresponds back to your pattern.
That's what I meant. You put it better than I did.
Which is the assembly, the collar and the hem. That's the section there of the collar and the hem. Then you've got a fabulous long section again of the zipper, of putting in your main zipper. So anything that we don't get chance to cover today, look, it's a really fabulous video. That's great, isn't it?
Oh, brilliant.
I like this colour as well.
Yeah, and it's really clear with the sections on this one. This is the child's one that's on the front cover,
picture,
I think. What you're going to want to do around this pocket then is mark your centimetre seam allowance all the way around. I'll just do the top just to show you for anybody that's never done this before.
Maybe it's good to make it in the child's version first, because you're going to do exactly the same skills and you're not using as much fabric.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, you don't need to worry about it being as fitted. Sorry, I'm just going to push your head back slightly. That's it, thank you.
Okay. And then you can just, I'm just doing this corner just to show you. I'm not going to do the whole thing, but just so you get the idea. You mark this seam allowance on. There we go. And then what I do down one side here is fold that seam allowance back. And this is what we mean when we're tacking or basting, or I always say, you say pin, tack, sew is the equivalent of mirror sigma manoeuvre when you're driving for sewers, because
pin, tack, sew.
Really, there's a lot of like, oh, it'll take me ages if I'm doing all of that, but actually it can be just as quick as pinning it. It doesn't have to be
nice long
small
stitches.
Just do long stitches. And what this is going to do is keep this down perfectly, better than pins will, and trying to pin it on and whatnot. And like I say, when you've got a fabric that you can't particularly press or won't hold a crease, right, I'm just doing this now all the way across. And look, that's holding in place. How perfect is that? For you to then place it onto your front piece. Am I going to have time to show us a little bit of the other pockets?
Yeah.
Fabulous. I'll move on to that one then, the front piece, and explain where it goes. I'd probably be waxing my thread as well, because it would just hold it. When you get to the corner, just decide which way you want to fold it over. So it's going to be this way, and just take time just to manipulate that fabric over that way. 1 centimetre, you'd have marked your line that way, and just catch it down. And there we go. You'll do this a lot neater than I will on here. And then you're on to the next side. Oh. But you see, you could spend ages trying to press it, pin it. This fabric's not going to hold a crease. Tack it down.
Yeah.
And it's going to mean then that when you come, and I'll leave it there for now, you get the idea. When you come to use your front piece, is that my front piece there? There's a marking on the front pattern piece, which you'd have pre-marked, and what happens is then that's a lot easier to place on there
Yeah.
You place it against the marking that you would have marked at the top.
Yeah.
This flap is going towards the centre front.
Yeah.
You don't do anything. You don't need to base this seam down because that's going to be caught in the centre front anyway. And then you would top stitch along here, down this side and along there as well. A lot easier to do when it's tacked in place.
Yeah, brilliant.
The only thing I would say is you've got quite a little bit of bulk here.
Take it steady.
Take it steady.
Lengthen your stitch?
Yeah, you could do. And it's really helpful if you've got your jersey needle on as well, because you won't get any skip stitches that way. And then you've got your working zip pocket.
That's brilliant, isn't
So
it?
that's something I've never demoed on here before, and initially you might think is quite scary, but watch it back. And I encourage you, if you don't go for the pattern or have missed out on it today, why not have a look at that and give this technique a go? You only need 2 rectangles. It doesn't matter what size they are, as long as they're equivalent. You could give that a go today.
Absolutely. Brilliant. Have a bit of practice before.
Worth
And you can add that onto any then jacket, can't you, also?
Yeah, you could
Brilliant.
do. Once you've learnt the skill, and that's what I'm saying, that's like, initially that sounds overwhelming to do, but you've got to be able to push yourself. And I think, for me, I was like, oh, I really want a fleece. And I'd never made a fleece until this sample, first time.
This is yours now, isn't it? This won't go back into the studio sample cupboard.
No,
this is Adam's.
I'm wearing that at work.
This is Panto one with the moo.
With the moo. Okay.
If I'm going to embroider that, I'd do that before I put it on there, wouldn't I?
Yeah.
Because the one thing that I'm so excited to talk to Carla about brother machines. We've got the scan and cut on today's show. I've never done the scan and cut before, but I'm addicted to my embroidery machine. And the whole benefit, I've been watching so many videos as being a dressmaker, is that before you construct it, you would put whatever design you want onto there and then stitch it on. Because a lot of people have found on Instagram, TikTok, if they've got a pocket that they want to embroider, they unpick it and then embroider it and then stitch it on. So this is great, isn't it, if you're making this pattern? You could really personalise it. There are different ways of doing it, but...
you know what? It's really scary when you're going onto an already made garment, but if you're a dressmaker and have got the embroidery skills, you can do the embroidery, and if the embroidery doesn't go quite right, well, you just get another piece of fabric and do it and then cut your pattern.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Because mistakes can happen, but you've got a lot more control over it when you've got the skills to embroider and dressmake.
Love your pin cushion.
Oh, I made that.
Did you?
Yeah.
Can I show everybody, please?
Yeah, you can.
Look at this. It's like you're an Oscar award-winning singer pincushion.
Do you know what? I did it on an embroidery machine.
Did you? Oh,
the pieces, I drafted the little pattern pieces for the mannequin.
Yeah.
And I used some, I think it's like cotton or cotton drill, on top of some H640, the wadding.
Yeah.
Whatever it's called.
Yeah, it is H640.
Is that right?
Yeah.
And then I designed it in the digitizer for the embroidery machine, and then it did my little stitches. You can't quite see, but there's stitches all around the shape to keep it quilted. And then I stuffed it, and then this thing, I'll make you laugh, is a soap dispenser.
Oh my gosh, that's brilliant. You put your clips in? No, you little
well, usually I do,
or
yeah.
scissors. Oh, right, that's your next pattern.
I'll
This is
have
our
to bring it
collab.
out.
Yeah. Love that.
There you go.
That's brilliant.
Back onto the fleece, I'm just going to zigzag base to tack this on to the lining piece. Now, if you're watching this, you think, Adam, he's changed for a different fabric that I don't have. This is where I was telling you, if you've got some fabric in your stash, this pocket lining will be better to use as a thinner piece because you're then not going to add bulk. If I was to do it out of the fleece, then I'm going to have 3 layers of fleece at one point.
So anything that you want as your pocket bag, I mean, you've just used some matching, coordinating, like lighter weight linen, but perfect.
I'm just using it, obviously, as an example, and it can be quite a long zigzag stitch. All right, and we'll just go in here, and it's just all the way around this smaller rectangle.
Karen said it's great to see someone using the fantastic Dukey.
Yes.
Karen says, I've named mine Jack.
Oh, wow.
Have you named your machine?
No, I hadn't, actually. I should give her a name, shouldn't I? Well, I've already decided that it's just a she.
Yeah. Right, Ben wants to name it Enid.
Enid, I like that.
Enid.
Again, a zigzag stitch here because we're on a stretch fabric. But again, this is where your working foot, your even feed foot or your walking foot is coming in handy because I'm going with a knitted fabric to a woven fabric now. So I've got the feed dogs underneath, and then I've got the
You haven't put your walking foot on.
Is it on?
No.
Oh. Well, we're doing it all right. Maybe you don't need it. So it's on that. I thought I'd switched it on.
I didn't realise you could do it mid-seam. Gosh.
Yeah.
Enid's great, isn't she?
She is.
She's a clever cookie.
She's a clever cookie. So there we are. We've got
Lovely.
that piece now. Fabulous. So then we're going to need our front piece again, which is here. And then what we're going to do is right sides together. We're going to be putting the pocket, if you just visualise it, that's your centre front. We're putting the pocket in here. There's some notches to match up to again, so you'll match those notches up to the side here. And then what we're going to do is place that there. Now, on this rectangular piece, I need to find the pattern pieces, which I've got all over the shop. There's another centimetre box around here. Let me just find that pattern piece. I find that the chalk rubs off after a bit, so if I mark them at home, when I've travelled, they all end up disappearing.
Where have you put it?
I don't know. I'm going to...
Could you,
a moment ago.
Could you use a friction pen, or does that not erase with it?
Yeah, but then sometimes I find that if I've got it anywhere near an iron, there it is, side pocket facing, perfect. And there's some little notches on here as well, so I'm just going to line that up now. And again, there's an example of it. If I just pull that in, there's a notch here that says S to double D.
Yeah.
Right, so that's inclusive of all those sizes, so that's one thing to watch out for. And because I'm doing size V, I'm going to mark that. That's one I need. And then up here, I've got S to double D again, which is there. So just mark that. And then what I need to do is mark this a centimetre. So you'll measure it at a centimetre here. And again, what you're going to do, a little bit like the technique you used for the zipper on the patch pocket on the front, you're going to sew this box around 3 sides. So here we go. So we're right sides together basically on this bit. And then what's going to happen is then that's all going to turn through. Have I got that the right way? It's that way, Adam. Is it that way? Yes. I need to mark it on the other side.
We've got about 6 minutes.
Are we all right?
Yeah, we're all good.
We're all good. So let me just mark that now on the other side. I marked it on the other side because I'm mumbling and I'm rushing. Because I want to show you everything.
Is that your UX8?
UX8, yeah.
I don't think we've got a UX8 in stock, you know. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ben.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a bit easier to mark on that side. Cool. So I'm going to sew around that rectangle there. Put a few clips in as well. That's a nice big clip, isn't it? There we are. Okay. And try and be accurate with these corners as well. And remember to take your stitch back to a straight stitch because I've just had it on a zigzag. How long have I got, Vicky? I feel like I'm back on the sewing bee now.
I know, yeah. I don't like to put you under those pressures. What season were you on? Because I want to watch it back on iPlayer. They're all on there.
Series 7.
7. Right, okay, 7. Go on, how many minutes, Michael Wolf? 5 minutes.
Okay.
Don't rush, don't panic.
I can show you the principle of this pocket. Because then I think I've covered a lot of the harder bits.
And don't forget, it's all on their website, the video as well. You've got this show to watch back, and you've also got the main video. It's all right, your head's not in the way.
Okay.
Okay.
So, you know, like I did before, cutting that 45-degree angle, that's exactly what I've just done there up to the stitch line as well. Then what that's going to do is allow me to turn that now to the wrong side here. And then that's going to flip out and give me like a little indent. And that's what gives the shaping for the pocket. So if we turn that over again, it says to press this as well, but I just kind of finger pressed it and rolled it. And then that'll come out there. I just need to manipulate it a little bit. Do you see it's starting to form? And then what we need to do is mark an inch. So your quilting tools, I'm going to have to do it this way. Your quilting tools come in so handy for bits and bobs like this, you know.
Do you generally not use rulers then for dressmaking?
No, you might use a hem guide
French
and stuff,
curve.
but look, I can mark my inch straight away because that's what the pattern had asked for. And then because you've got your quilting rule, you've got all your lines, so you can do nice 90-degree angles, and you know you're getting it accurate, which is what I like. Here we go as well, across there. And now what I'm going to do is top stitch that part down, and that's giving me that pocket there, yeah?
This isn't classed as a welt pocket though, is it? No, but it's giving you a really a look like it when it's it's closed.
You might just want to put a couple of pins in just to keep those fabrics together. Can I get a time check, please?
A minute, please.
A minute, please. I can quickly sew it and that'll be us done. And yeah, cool. Can I do it?
You can do it. I believe in you.
I believe in you. Oh, it's been great to be on with you today.
I loved being back with you.
And I love that you've got your embroidery machine.
Sue said, are you ready to readjust it to Jenny's liking, the Dukey machine?
Oh, yeah, she would. I thought
or
she
meant the fleece. Or are you just going to mess up all the systems?
Could we get some leopard print fleece in for Jenny?
Yeah, we could put the leopard print pouch.
There we go. So just to explain what we've done there then, we've got that, and you do it both sides. And then on the reverse, you see you've got that now as a facing, and then you've got your pocket bag there, and then all you do with your fleece pocket piece is that goes on top. You finish that off at the top there, and basically you zigzag down both sides. This gets caught in the hem, and then that'll be sewn as the side seam pieces, which I did cut out of Moo print because I nearly did the side seams.
Oh, this is where you would do your different colour blocking as well.
Yeah, exactly.
That'd be so fun. Oh my gosh, that's like cowgirl vibes. I love it. That would have gone with my outfit at the weekend.
When you sew this seam, and this goes to here, just to quickly say, you need to make sure you catch just the underneath pocket bag and not this top bit, if that makes sense. So you'll go with your right sides together and sew, and as you're sewing down here, a bit of a curve to it to give the shape, you just sew on this fabric here. But to be honest, your foot naturally meanders from it. I'm done. Sorry.
No, thank you. Thank you so much. We love you, Adam. When are you back?
Next month, sometime after my holiday.
Oh, enjoy.
Towards the end of September, and I think it's a Wednesday.
Enjoy your holidays.
I will
Are you taking the dogs?
No, not this time. No, it's a holiday for us.
Enjoy, and enjoy Panto.
Will do.
Don't see you before. Right. This day is the day that just keeps on giving. Seriously, it is like Christmas today, isn't it? And I almost feel like we haven't had enough time to give everything the love that it's needed, because coming up after the break, the show is not over. We have got Carla, and it's actually my Sewing Street debut with Carla. I've not done a show with her yet. I cannot wait, because she is a fountain of knowledge when it comes to these brother machines. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. I know I'm going to get addicted, and I know I'm going to want one. This is the Scan and Cut. Do not go anywhere. Carla's going to be joining us with a demo. There's a VT in the break as well, so have a watch of this, and we'll see you in a couple of minutes.
Charm pack, or 5-inch squares. A charm pack is a bundle of pre-cut fabric squares, usually 5 inches by 5 inches. Each piece comes in different patterns and colours that match perfectly. They're great for quilts, patchwork, or any small sewing project. No cutting or matching needed. So next time you are looking for a quick and easy way to start a sewing project, why not try a charm pack?
Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show.
So Subcutting is a really useful technique that we use in patchwork for cutting one piece of fabric into strips and then subcutting them into smaller strips. It makes the whole patchwork process quicker and easier, and I'm going to show you how to do it. So if you want to cut a piece of fabric into strips and you want to use the whole width of fabric, fold it in half to start with, and then have the top fold level with one of the lines on your cutting mat. You can then trim it to start with because this is nice and level. So I'm just going to line up one of the lines on the ruler so I know that this is at right angles. Then using your rotary cutter, just cut all the way along the line. You can discard that piece, you don't need that. Now I'm going to cut it, say I want to cut it into 2-inch strips. If it says in your pattern cut 2-inch times width of fabric, line the 2-inch mark up on your ruler and then cut it, and there's a nice 2-inch strip. Now with subcutting, you want to cut this strip into smaller pieces. So 2 ways of doing this: line up the strip on one of the straight lines, and say I want to cut it into 2-inch squares. Again, I'm going to trim the end off just so I've got a nice right angle, and then lining up the 2-inch mark, I'm going to subcut into 2-inch squares. So you can work 2 inches. If you then put the 4-inch mark, make sure you keep the lines on the top of your ruler parallel. So I've now subcut one strip into smaller pieces. If you want to subcut more than one strip, you can do this all together. 2 ways: you can either lay them on your cutting mat like this, one on top of the other, making sure they're nice and level, or if you've got more than 2, because I wouldn't cut through more than this number of layers together, put one below the other. Just make sure that they're all nice and straight and even. You can put them in a row like this. So I can now cut 1, 2, 3, 4 strips at the same time. Again, trim off the end, making sure it's nice and level. Discard those pieces. And if I wanted to cut them in maybe into 4-inch pieces, so I've got 2 by 4 inches, I can cut through all those 3 layers in one go and then carry on. And I've got now accurately subcut pieces from one larger piece of fabric.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
Introducing the Brother Scan & Cut SDX 1200, the perfect balance between traditional and digital crafting. The Scan & Cut is an electronic cutting machine with a scanner built in and has transformed the way people craft at home. Since then, there have been a number of improvements to make it user-friendly and compatible with more materials you have at home already, whilst also making use of the latest technology available. One really handy feature is the onboard blade sensor technology. This means that no manual adjustments are required on the blade. It works out what you are cutting into and makes all the necessary adjustments itself. The clearance on the machine means that you can cut more materials with it, not just paper and card. With the ability to cut up to 3 millimeters thick, it means you can cut fabric, foam, mount board and even wood. When you're crafting, you don't want to wait for your projects to come to life, and the SDX machines are faster than previous models, meaning you can use it for quick cards as well as larger projects without hanging around. The 5-inch colour LCD touchscreen display makes for easy and clear editing on board the machine itself. As well as being able to read SVG files, the Scan & Cut can read PES, PHC and PHX files. So if you own a Brother sewing or embroidery machine, you can transfer files from one machine to the other, which opens up designs to be used across a variety of projects and crafts, from paper crafting to mixed media to embroidery and back again. Stylish, easy to use, and with many major crafting companies embracing what the Scan & Cut can do, the possibilities of the Scan & Cut are endless. The Scan & Cut has already reached legendary status within the crafting community, and we're very proud to be able to bring it to you here on Hobbymaker.
Hello, welcome back, welcome back. I'll tell you what, today is just the day that keeps on giving. It really is. For what? Look who's here. Hey, hey! It's only Carla from Hobby Maker.
From the other channel.
It's normally, you know, over the crossover or a few shows I've done with you, but it's our first time. Well, it's the first time I've been with you on Sewing Street.
And it's only, I think, the third time I've ever been on Sewing Street.
Oh, well, welcome.
Thanks.
Welcome. And anybody who's never met Carla before, I'm sure you all have seen Carla on the telly before, or you've heard her. You've heard her. Not heard about her, you've heard her.
Or you've seen me on the news or Crime Watch. It'll be one of those things. There'll be a familiarity somewhere.
But you are such an incredible... I feel like you're such an inspiration when it comes to doing creative projects. I mean, your sister, myself, we're all literally watching this going, well, the stock's already going down because I'm going to get one of these, as are your family members, because it is a brilliant creative machine.
Listen, it's your best sidekick. It's like having a little helper in your room. If I could say to you, look, when you're doing your projects, I'll get you a little elf that'll cut out all of your pieces. You don't need to bother with that. You can actually get that gorgeous fusion of creativity that you want to do. Because the creativity is not in cutting out pieces with a pair of scissors. It's not. That's the tool part that we use. So this is going to do it all for you. It's going to give you your seam allowances. It will draw your seam allowances before it cuts your fabric, which is insane. So suddenly, English paper piecing, absolute piece of cake. And your patchwork, same thing. You can put your own designs in and you can scan in other patterns and get it to cut that.
What?
Yes.
I mean, do you do soft crafts at all, Carl?
No.
I was going to say, when you're reading off all these...
I know that. I
thinking,
sound
oh my
professional,
gosh, doing
right?
her research.
No.
So it isn't just for paper crafters, though?
No, I'm a cardstock girl. Like, I'm a paper crafter, a paper sculptor, and so I use it for that. I use it daily. It's always on my desk. I've actually got 4 scan and cuts now.
Yeah.
And you can never have enough. This one also has got Disney on it as well. And if any of you are using Brother for anything else, you've got the Artspiro app. It will work across all of them.
Oh, that Artspiro app is amazing, by the way. I've got a Brother embroidery machine, and it isn't just for the designs and the, you know, the editing info that you have. It's the tutorials that are on there that have amazed me. They're brilliant. Right, now before we wind her up and let her go, honestly, Carla has literally got so much to show us and so much to talk about. The one thing that's worried me is how limited this stock is today, Carla.
We don't have huge amounts of them. I do apologise. We can only ever get a certain amount of stock, and so we are, you know, captured by that. So unfortunately, it's not huge.
And bearing in mind, this is actually an exclusive bundle to Sewing Street today. Here you're getting the Scan and Cut, which has got the Disney licensed designs on here, which we will talk about as well. And we've bundled it with loads of soft craft extras, which we will talk through as well. But can you see, for example, this mat here, this pack of 3 that you're getting, look on Amazon, because...
Get yourself on the Zon. If you get yourself onto the Zon, you'll find this exact pack for 60 quid.
What?
60 quid for that pack of 3 mats.
Oh my gosh. And you're getting this all within your bundle, so these extras are for free.
Within it, yeah.
Yeah, within it. And we've got it on 5-way split pay today, and it's not your price. It is
nay, Sithy not.
Are you ready? I am concerned about how limited this stock is. So if you've been waiting for this Scan and Cut show, now is the time to get it. If you have been having this machine, if you've had this machine on your wish list, now is the time to get it. If you've never seen this before, honestly, you're going to be converted. This is one of the most exciting machines. And it's 6-7.
I know, which is insanely good. Now, the reason that we can do it so low, of course, is that Gemporia Crafts have a really good relationship with Brother, so we get to be able to bring the prices down. You'll find this is probably much more expensive on Brother's own website. We get to have those special prices. Now, the fact that we've given you 3 mats, which is 60 quid's worth anyway, and then on top of that, we're giving you spare blades, I believe, as well, some so that you can change your blades out. So I think in my head, you're getting 3 of those. Now, what does that mean? Well, it means that the longevity of what you're doing is going to be, you know, much longer until you have to start replacing those things yourself. And they last for ages.
Right, so these are the consumables that
these
you're
are your
going to need to get started.
So we're giving you the consumables so that you don't have to keep doing all of those elements yourself.
So you're getting 3 of the adhesive sticky mats. You're getting the and that's the fabric blade as
well. That's the fabric blade, yes. We've got that in there. So the Brother Scan and Cut has got like a normal blade and a fabric blade.
You're getting both.
Brilliant. You're going to get both of those. You'll also get them in the machine as well. These are extras that we're giving you. So now you've got double the amount, so you can go for ages on it. The deals we get at Gemporia for the Brother Scan and Cut are just ridiculous. I love it.
I mean, the split pay costs now are absolutely brilliant, aren't they? It takes it to £135 a month. Fantastic. And that's 0% interest payments. And honestly, when you've got when I've got my embroidery machine, I thought, right, I'm going to need this, I'm going to need that, I'm going to need that. And I made sure that I got all the things so that as soon as the box came through the door, I could get started. And with this bundle, you can get started.
Oh, immediately. Really. Now, okay, well, you've got all of that, but also then let's tell you that it's got over 1,000 designs inside the machine without you doing a thing. You don't need the Artspiro app, you don't need a computer. If you look at what's missing from my desk from an average cutting machine, I do not have a computer. I'm going to work on it standalone. I don't have to get into the remits of all the tech for it because I just want to do the things I want to do, right? And it's all in here. So I can do all my applique pieces from here. I don't have to mess, and I can actually change things around inside the machine, so I can make bespoke patterns from what is already in there.
Right, so on the machine itself, you have got 1,162 built-in
designs.
How many of those are Disney? Oh no, in addition to that, you've then got an extra 152 Disney designs.
And of the originals, I think there's about 100 of them that are quilt patterns.
Oh, wow.
Built in.
Wow.
Specifically, with seam allowance already on it.
Wow.
It's doing the things.
Okay, so...
How amazing is it?
Show it.
Okay.
I want to see what it
this is your baby. Now, just to be very clear here, I don't have the best grasp of technical language, so you'll have to go with the buttons as I name them. I do apologise. It is just my head. This is your machine. What is it? It's a cutting machine.
Okay.
Simple as, it's a cutting machine. It's got a blade. Now, the joy of the Scan and Cut is it has an auto blade. When I start it going, so once I've got the fabric onto my mat, for instance, the blade will actually come down and it will touch the top of the mat here. And it's working out the depth. Then it will move and it will touch the fabric and it'll go, this is how much difference I need in order to just cut the fabric, but not the mat.
Right.
So I don't have to start messing about with settings. It knows. That's a boon in itself. Now, let's have a look at this. I can use a computer program called the Brother Canvas Workspace if I want to do my own designs. Where do you want it, Michael? Up, down, there.
Yeah.
So what I can do here is I can go onto a computer and make my own designs, bring them in here, and it's wireless. You can see that I've got the Tinterwebs up here. Now, it doesn't work in this building, but it will at home. Top secret with Tinterwebs in this building. You're not allowed to know the passwords. Then you can go to your patterns here, okay? Now, I've got loads. Now, it doesn't look much, because as I start scrolling through, you go, oh, well, that's a bit underwhelming. Good Lord, where's all my patterns? Quilt patterns.
Oh, they're all in categories.
Then they're all in categories. So now if I go into these, now I've got more and more and more that I can go through. There's hundreds, well, there's obviously over 1,000 patterns in here. Now, where does that become really useful for you guys? Well, for everything, but certainly things like applique, right?
Yeah.
So if I was to just iron on some Bondweb on the back of some fabric, and then I can cut any pattern out of here. I can cut letters, I can cut anything out.
So it will cut through the fabric and the Bondweb?
And the Bondweb at the same time, because it knows the depth. It's done its own measurements. And so it'll cut all of that out for me, so it's precise. I'm not wasting any Bondweb, I'm not wasting my time, I'm just doing the things I need to do. Then English paper piecing. I can go in and, so say like I wanted a specific size, I mean, you can go in here and use hexagons because it's got shapes in and I'll show you that. Say like you're at home and you're like, well, I've got my own design, so this would be no good for me because I do my own design. Oh, it's still good for you. Because all you do is you draw it out on a piece of cardstock and you scan it. And so then the machine goes, I now recognise this pattern and I've changed it into what's called an SVG, which is a scalable vector graphic, which means I can get it bigger or smaller. Right? So then I can just put a seam allowance around that and cut as many as I want. So you can do all of your own stuff. Let's see how easy it is to cut out some pieces, right? I'm going to go into, we'll do this one because it's relatively simple to see, okay? Now you can see here I've got the white triangles, the square, and I've got these purple pieces going round. Now, I already know that it's telling me that one square is 9 inches by 9 inches. If I want that to be smaller, they call it a block, right?
Yeah.
If I want that block to be smaller, I just
6-inch
change it
block.
here. Yeah, I'll just change it to a 6-inch and it'll change the whole thing. I'll leave it at 9 for the demonstration.
Yeah.
I can go into here and it says, okay, which bits do you want to cut? Because you're likely going to be using different types of fabric, right?
Yeah.
So I'm going to go in and I'll say, well, let's do the purple bits first. So it says, okay, these are the bits I'm going to cut. And it says, are we okay to go? And I go, yeah, let's do the things. And it says, how many of them do you want to cut? Now, what that means is 4 is in the one block. But if I wanted to cut, 2 blocks, 3 blocks, I just add it on. So let's go to 8. So that I can have more. And then I'm going to go set.
Oh, because Carla, I find it so stressful actually trying
to work it out.
Now, to do the cutting is,
Yeah, well, that's
and the accuracy.
And the accuracy. Now, what it's saying here is there's not enough space on your mat because it's too big. So I'm fine with that. I can take that down. I'll do 6, see if that works. But also, let's take it down to its original just to get it where it is. Now, oh my goodness, this is where it gets fun, doesn't it?
Yeah, it says max 3.
Oh, does it? Look, you see in the things. Now, where these are, can you see this button at the bottom where it's got like the little pebbles and rocks?
Yeah, a little shape.
That's saying, do you want to make space on your fabric? Do you want to change these so they're spaced in a way that you're not going to get so much wastage?
Oh,
so I can
clever.
turn. And obviously these are all the same patterns, but if these were obscure shapes, it would change where they're sitting on here. Now, because there you go, it's changed that one. And so it works out the way of doing this to have the least wastage for your fabric. That matters.
Yeah,
it matters hugely to anyone who crafts in any way, shape or form. We don't like wastage. Now, it's already got a seam allowance on there. So I'm okay with this. I'm just going to go okay. And then I can just put some fabric on my mat, which I'll do in a second. And we're going to, then cut them out. Now, the other thing I can do, I can change it from millimeters and into inches. I can use either measurement, but I can change the seam allowance as well. That's up to me. I'm more than welcome to change my seam allowance. That helps because obviously some of you work in different measurements. Some of you like a wider seam allowance, some of you like a smaller one. Now I'm just trying to find a light piece of fabric here. Hold on. Hey up, that's a bag. We don't want to be cutting that. That'd be a problem. I'm just going to show you this. Actually, I'll give you it and you can show it while I'm just looking at this piece of fabric. I don't sew and I managed to do one.
Oh, that's amazing. So these are all cut out on your scan and cut, including your seam allowance. And what I love about this machine is that it's going to help you along to do your blocks for your quilting. But also, I would be completely naive to think at home all you do is patchwork. We're so creative, aren't we? And there's lots of fabulous projects. I'm just flicking through the manual, which is brilliant, by the way.
Yes.
It's just the Disney element. And it's a little project to get you started. So can you see this little party bag, this lunch bag, and lots of the different ideas that you're going to be able to do with your kids, your grandkids, decorations for Christmas, Disney, licensed Disney designs as well. And look, it will show you here how to actually make these little boxes. It tells you on the machine, I'm just going to flip to the next page, where to select it on the machine, how to insert the correct blades for it. And then here you go. Here's the screen I was looking at. It's got your score lines for your card of how to do that. To then use it with vinyl. It's brilliant.
It's fine. If you want to do your wheelie bin numbers, go for it. That's honestly, it saves you. Every time you go to Wilko's for a wheelie bin number, £5. No, just make your own. Honestly, all the joyous things that we can do. So if you want to make your own water bottles, your own mugs, if you want to do all of those things, it does all of the things for us. I like a tool that works. It's important when we have, things that I'm spending my money on that are going to keep me going. Now, what I will say is I have got 4 scan and cuts. I've never replaced a scan and cut. Right. So all 4 of them are still working. Yeah. It's just that I've got 2 that were in the CM range. They don't have an auto blade, and I'm not quite as comfortable with that. And then I've got 2 that are not as good as this one, but they're very good. And they both work the same, but I have 2 of them where I use them simultaneously because I do so much cutting, so it's easier for me to do that.
Have you put anything on the back of this, or have you literally...
No, I've just laid mine down, but you can. Listen, it's not tacky in the sense that the glue's going to go onto your fabric, but if it's not tacky enough, your fabric's going to move, and that's going to be a problem. Now, when you get your Scan and Cut home, you will have a piece of fabric mat that comes in the box, and that is that you can put that on top of your normal mat and it will absolutely hold it square. So you've got that in there, it's already there. You can also buy individually, not from us, I don't think at the moment, but fabric mats, which are gold here, okay? I'm using a low tack mat and I'll be able to just peel that away once it's cut.
What is that just a cotton fabric that you use?
Can
I use felt? Can I use?
You can use felt. You can use leather. You can cut grey board. You can cut denim. You can cut corded stuff. You can cut knitted stuff. If you're using the knitted stuff, you're going to need to have a stronger backing on the back of it because you don't want all those fibres coming off. So you'd interface the back, absolutely. So you've got all of those elements. It'll cut anything that's up to 3 millimetres.
Wow.
Not metal, obviously. Like there's limits. It's not going to cut a wooden, 4-poster bed for you, but it'll do loads of stuff within the industry that we want it to do it for. Fantastic. When we've got function, it's so important that it works and it works well. And the other thing, and the reason I stick with the Scan and Cut is because I don't have to learn it. I don't like learning technology. I don't have time for it. I just want to do what I want to do. Now, once you've got your mat seated, we need to get the machine to accept your mat. So, bear with me. It's the only way I know how to explain. We want to start the game, okay? So we're going to press the chessboard, which is actually...
These are all good ways of
remembering it. The chessboard starts the game. That's going to feed my mat in. Now, you should never do it on an angle like I am, because that's problematic, okay? Now, what we've then got are a series of these that come inside your machine,
and these are all my blades.
These are your blades and a pen holder. So let me hold them up for you. I've got my normal cutting blade, which is the grey one. That's going to cut cardstock, it's going to cut vinyl, it'll actually cut some of your fabrics as well, no problem there, but it's not designed for it. Then we've got the gold one, and that is your fabric blade. That's to cut all of your fabrics out. Now, you can separately buy a rotary tool. We do have a couple, but not many. That's here. There's not many left. Most of them have sold out. But there are a couple of rotary tools. So the first couple of you to get there, you'll get that. And that is for when you're doing those bigger pieces. Obviously, the blade, the smaller blade here is for your detail pieces. If you're doing thicker materials, you'll want to use your rotary tool. They've always sold so well, so we haven't got very many, I'm afraid. And then you're also going to get your little pen holder here, okay? Now, this is to hold the pens that come with the machine. And they come with some machines that are like little felt tips. And you're going to get 5 different colours. And that's for when you want to draw out designs and colour them in.
It's got storage.
It's got loads of storage too. Massive compartments, one to hide your money from your children and one to hide your chocolate from your children. You can choose which one you want to have the biggest in. Then the other thing you get are these 2 pens. An air-soluble pen and a water-soluble pen for doing your seam allowances.
Yeah, yeah.
How brilliant is that?
Fantastic.
Where do you want me, Michael? Here? I can't. Oh, my brain went fizzy. I can't do the things. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you've got these 2 that come in here. You can choose which one you prefer to use, and you must keep the lids on them when you're not using them because they will dry out, of course. It's just normal pen. You've got your wee little gadget here. I am not used to holding it further down. You're going to have to keep shouting that to me. On the back of it, there's a little button here. We're just going to press that and it'll open. It's like a crocodile, okay? And then you can take any pen, so that's your air-soluble or indeed your water-soluble. That's the other way around, by the way. Blue is water, Carla. We're going to put this in here, okay? And we're just going to put there. And there's a little pen at the bottom. It does also have a little spot at the top to make sure that you can keep your lid safe so you're not losing them, just in case you're somebody like me who loses everything. It's got a little spot just to keep your lid. Now, it goes in this way. Again, do not face your machine at this angle. It's awful when you're doing this because it's harder to see.
Yeah, you're doing it.
You're going to do it from front on. But all you're doing is popping it into there and you've got a little lever and you just push that down. That's how we change all of the blades. And that's how we change all of the things. It will tell me if I haven't got it seated correctly, because I'm at a funny angle. It'll say, whoa there, Nelly, no.
Carla, I must say, all Brother machines I find really intuitive.
It's the best user interface of any, I think, of any technical. That's my home printer, my sublimation printer. All the things that I've got of Brother have got the easiest user interface of any machine. And why is that important? Because most of us can't be bothered. none of us want to sit and learn, right? None of us want to do that bit. We don't want the technology.
Computerised machines.
It's daunting, and it's also,
listen, you just want to get making.
We have to spend enough time working out how to use mobile phones, right? Nobody needs to do the rest of it. So I've got my little design sitting on here. And obviously, I want to do the things with them. Now, first of all, I want to draw my seam allowance. It's going to ask me a question, and it's going to go, OK, what do you want to do? Do you want to draw it or cut it? Now, I've got a problem before I get to that part, and I've used this piece of fabric specifically. As you can see, I've got the green on my mat, and it's not covering the whole of my mat, right? So how then do I know that it will accommodate those patterns on here? Because it might not. That might be bigger than the length of the piece of fabric that I've got down my mat. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cook my mat. I'm going to cook my mat. I'm going to find my oven door, okay? Think of a hotel toaster, right? Oven door, press it, and it's going to go through just like a hotel toaster. And if my mat's settled, and it's going to spit it out just like a hotel toaster. And when it does, it'll be cooked. And that's all I need to know, okay? So as it comes out, we're spitting out all of the things.
Right, so that's scanned the fabric.
No, it's cooked it. Yes, it's scanned it. So now there is my design on there. Can you see? And you can see my fabric, and I can see this one. It's probably a little bit too far this way, so I need to move it because it's a little bit, you know, too much. Now, I can either delete it, which I probably will just for the sake of it. I can move it with my hand, or I can move it and rotate it with a stylus. I can also go into edit, and I can go to object edit, and I can start to move things around. I can make extras of them. I can do all of the things. As it is, for the sake of demo, I'll delete it just to save some time. Now, I've got a little rubbish bin that just sits here, and I'm just going to click that. Anything that's highlighted in red will now be deleted. Now, it's probably going to just do, there you go. Okay, so now we've got this. Let's go to OK, and let's go to OK again. And it says, what do you want to do? Think it through, Carla. What do you want to do? I want to draw my seam allowance before I do my cutting. It's important that I have my seam allowance. And what will happen is those big rhombus, triangle, what shape was it?
It looks like a trapezoid.
That big shape.
Sorry, what's that? Is it a rhombus? Yeah.
It's like a laying down rectangle. It's a very tired rectangle. So I'm going to draw it first, okay? So I'm just going to press draw, and it'll get rid of all of the larger triangle, rhombus, laying down things because it wants to cut those. It knows it only needs to draw these. So then I'm going to go to start, and it's going to take the mat in, and it will start to draw the seam allowance.
Oh, it's so clever, isn't it?
And it says it's done. So now I need it to cut. So it says, do you want to select the next part or do you want to finish? Well, I want to select the next part. Now, I should have gone in and cut those, but we'll come back to it. So once we've done that, I obviously had the purple ones. I'll put them back in. I should have pressed finish, I think, but we'll come back in here. This is where we've got that piece where it's too big. I'm never going to be able to balance these up again. Let's go for 2, set, and
you pressed that little stones, pebbles.
Yeah, press your pebbles. See, you remembered the analogies.
I think you pressed the
top one. And then
I
think it was the top one. I'm not going to worry about it too much because it's just to do. But I've got to change to blade. I can't keep it on a pen because it's obviously not going to cut. So the first thing that you're going to do is come in, you're going to flip that little piece. Okay? Take your pen out. Put your lid back on because it won't, you know, do the wadgems. And then we need to find your fabric blade. Like I say, you can get away with using the black one, but in the same way that I would say never use a pair of scissors for card and for fabric, I would say the same about your blade.
So it's the gold one separate. For the fabric. Okay.
Gold for fabric. So once I've done that, all I need to do is come in now and just go, okay, please select, and I just want to cut. Let's cut it, right? So I've done my seam allowance. Now it knows it's going to cut it. And see how when I pressed the wrong button and I didn't press finish, I pressed carry on and select the next part, and it went to the next part of my actual thing.
Yeah.
The reason I don't need to panic, even though I'm live on television, which is the worst place you can make an idiot of yourself, is because brother helps me along the whole way, right? I don't need to get into a panic about it because there's always a way home. Yeah. That's the thing with it, you know. I can always... Oh, that's finished.
What's it telling me?
It's finished cutting. How quick is that?
So quick.
It's already quit. It's already cut it.
Has it?
So now it's saying, so this is where it comes in. I can tell it to finish, and then it'll go back to the original pieces that I had. You know, the 2 pieces that I'd selected. But I don't need to do that anymore because it's finished cutting, and I'll show you it on the machine, on the thingy here in a second. So you can see can you see the cut lines going around it? I'll remove the piece of fabric. But what I need to do, if I'm going to do the whole of a block, I'll just show you very quickly, select the next part.
Right.
And then now I'd go, let me do my white triangles this time, and I would change my fabric.
Yeah.
And I would do the seam allowance, cut those, and you just go through.
And you have 3 sticky mats, so you can get yourself a bit of production line of what
Get yourself a production line going.
Okay.
Now, I don't know if the reason this hasn't cut all the way through is because I was on a show with this last time and I did a half cut. Just bear with me, I'll go back and I'll show you that. But you can see the cutting lines where it's gone. Let me explain a half cut to you while I'm here and and I'll change it in a second. The reason it's got a half cut on it is because I was doing a vinyl show last week. And when you're doing vinyl, it's got a backing on it, right? A sticky backing, and you don't want to put the sticky part of vinyl on your mat because you won't get it off. You need that paper. So you do a half cut so it doesn't cut the backing paper. It only cuts the vinyl, which is why it's only done a half cut. That's my fault. I'll cut them again, but I'll do them on the other side and cut the full. But I'll let you take over while you're doing that.
Okay, let me do some housekeeping just because there are so many people who have got this in their basket. I'll remind you that today, if you have a look on the Brother website, the machine isn't this price. We've got an amazing exclusive offer today where you're getting the whole bundle, including the scan and cut machine, the sticky mats. Ben, can you put the picture on of what we're getting? So, look, here you go. You're getting the 3 sticky mats, which are £60 in themselves on Amazon. You're also going to get the pen holder. I'm having a look on my picture and it's
no, I don't think you get the universal pen holder.
Then.
I think what you're getting...
It's on the product description breakdown, isn't it?
Yes, you should get that.
3 blades, because it's gone off our graphics as well. 3
It's
blades.
saying on there that you should get the rotary blade with this as well.
Amazing.
That's what it says. That's what the picture is of. Have you got the right picture?
I hope so.
In which case, you may well be getting the rotary.
Fantastic. Well, look on the product description on the website. But anyway, so you're getting all those freebies, all those goodies, your amazing scan and cut, which comes with a 2-year warranty. And remember, this is the Disney edition. So additionally to the 1,162 designs I think there is built into the machine itself, you also then get an extra over 100 Disney designs on there, as well as, remember, access to that software where you can upload. It's got a Wi-Fi collection so you can transfer your own designs. There are literally endless designs online that you can buy, but also on the Art Spirit app, if you sign up to the Brother website, to the mailbox, they will send you free ones every single month.
How amazing is Art Spirit?
I honestly, I might say it wrong, Art Spirit.
I don't think it matters.
If you download the app today, everyone who's checked out already, just download it now because you can start preparing what projects you want to do. I had no idea how much content was on there. So there is literally step-by-step photograph instructions. There's a section that will give you a little icon of a scan and cut and an embroidery section. If you've got both machines, there's combinational projects. That's why I've got my eye on this, because there's so much that you can do if you've got both.
You can also buy things like foilers, so you can do foiling on cardstock, foiling on different variant things. Yeah. It'll do calligraphy for you. Like, this is exponential, the amount of things that you can do just with this little machine. I just want to show you something quickly. I've popped on a couple of squares to cut at the minute. I'm going to cut them and not, go through the whole process. But I said I had it stuck on half cut, and I'm sitting going through, and I was like, well, actually, you should probably know how to get it off if you're stuck on that, right? Yeah. You see, there's a little spanner here. Yeah. I'm just going to click it, and I've got loads of options here. Now, it's important that you see this. You've got your cut area and all your different things, all right, and it'll let you do variants. Now, you can change pattern intervals. This is because I'm on the fabric pattern here. Once I go to OK, and I want to actually try and cut something, I'm going to come through to cut, and I'll get another little spanner that lights up now here, okay? Right. Can you see that it says half cut on? Oh. That's where the problem was, okay? So I need to change that. So if I go into the spanner, now, this is where it gets important. If you find you're doing a certain part of fabric and it's not cutting all the way through and you cannot get it to get the auto blade to recognise it, no problem. Go and just adjust your pressure a little bit. You've got all of the power still there. You've got all of the elements you need. Half cut on. Half cut is not drunk like it is in Yorkshire. Half cut just means it's only cutting through halfway. So we're going to turn that off. But let me just...
you would use if you're doing vinyl and you need to peel it off.
If you want to make your own stickers.
Yeah.
that sort of thing. You would
could
use
do
it
your
for
own
that.
stickers on here.
Oh yeah, totally. You make all your own stickers. It's so exciting. And then I love how everyone gets excited about that.
That's so sad of me.
Because we're all still 5 years old at heart. Now I can keep going through, and I've got all my different blade adjustments. I've got everything that I might want to have. All my different pressures and everything that I want to do that I can, manipulate in here. One of the other things that you can do on the main one that you're on your main screen, your home screen, I'll show you that in a second, is I can change my seam allowance depth, whatever. Now I want to cut this, so I'm going to cut it. We're going to press start. I can do a test. So if you're using a really great piece of fabric and you don't want any mistakes happening, you can do a test on that piece of fabric. It'll do a tiny little triangle just to make sure it's cutting through. So now it's just measuring the depth of my material compared to where it was on the mat, and it'll tell me the difference. So now it's cutting out my shapes. These are different shapes because I couldn't find the original ones quick enough. It says select the next part. I'm not interested in that now because I'm going to finish this part. We're going to cut some other stuff. But I want to end the game. So if I started the game with the chessboard, I want to end the game with the chessboard. Yeah. Okay, so it's really easy to start and end the whole process. No worrying about thinking about things. There's your pieces cut. Seam allowance were done on the first one, obviously. Then we had to do a bit of a change because I had my half cut on. But
they just cut your dog ears off, which you won't know what that means, but it's cut your dog ears off.
What's a dog ear?
See the points on the triangle? It's cut them off. That's so that you don't, when you're putting your pieces together, you don't have to trim them off yourself at the end of it.
It sounds like a complicated thing.
No, it's really not. It's actually really, it's actually, yeah.
Okay,
really useful,
well, it did
really
that for
useful.
you as well. That's how clever it is. I don't know.
Cut your dog ears off, everyone.
Yeah.
Fabulous. It's got quilters in mind, hasn't it?
It's got quilters in mind. It's got, well, no, listen, it's funny, because I always think of it as being a paper crafter's tool. I've always, because that's what I do. It's actually not. It's really advertised as a soft crafter's tool because I can put patterns in for toys and I can do all of that. I can scan a pattern and then get it to recognise it and change the size.
Right, so if I've got a template, if I've been given a plique template in a pattern or... I can literally put that in. It will
scan it, and then it will make like an SVG of it and give me a seam allowance.
Oh my gosh, that is
so
amazing.
It's super clever.
And I can change the scale of it as well.
Yeah, it's because up to the 12 by 12. Now, the other thing with Brother that they do have, and we don't have here, but I do like to give you as much information as I can, and you should have that information, is that they do a 12 by 24-inch mat, and it will accept that. So this is a 12 by 12. You're going to get, well, here's the thing as well. You're not just getting 3 mats, might I add. You're also going to get a mat inside, a low adhesive mat inside the box, and you're going to get a standard tack mat inside the box. So when you get this home, you're actually getting 5 mats.
Wow.
So again, it just gets better and better all the time, doesn't it? We've got all of this stuff making everything that we need. Applique. So I've got some Bondo web on here. So I ironed that on before we came on, just because I don't know what I'm doing. I don't want to do it on television because, I can embarrass myself without doing it on telly.
So I can still use that mat again. That isn't a single-use mat.
No.
You can use that.
God, I'd be very upset if that was a single-use mat, and so would Hobbymaker. Right, so once I've got this, you're going to make sure it's on. Now, listen, your mat's going to lose stick eventually. That's why we're giving you extra ones. There is a tendency for everybody, I do it all the time, to kind of use this corner because it's really good guiding edge. However, this bit stays really sticky and this bit don't. So your fabric's going to start moving if you're going to have a problem. By the way, just so you know, it doesn't leave, there's no
sticky residue.
There's no residue on here at all. It's not going to ruin any fabric. Okay. Now, I'm going to hope that this is still sticky enough. This is the studio stuff, and it's the studio mat.
You don't need to clean it or anything.
Do I need to
clean it?
Clean
that mat? No.
I mean, you should.
You should. How do I clean it?
So just grab a wet wipe. Grab a wet wipe. Give it a wipe around. Okay. If that doesn't get everything really clean, then take it to a sink and just use a bit of fairy liquid. Give it a bit of a little bit of a boot around. Now, because this has got like a paper backing, your Bondo web is like a paper backing, one tip for you though, if your mat stops being as sticky as you want it to be, and that is a problem, if it stops and your fabric's lifting and that's frustrating, just use a bit of washi tape, a bit of masking tape on the edge of your fabric. Like, we don't need to start building the bridge again. It's all there for you. But listen, the one thing crafters are really good at doing is making, do and mend, right? It's what we do. We are really good at that. Now, I want to start the game. So how do I start the game? The chessboard. Okay, so we're going to put this in. I'm just going to do an applique piece. Am I going too fast for you, boys? Okay, now I've got this. I need to know that anything I put on here is going to go onto this piece of fabric because I'm now not in my top corner. Okay, so the first thing that I need to do is go home. I don't want those patterns anymore. Yeah, I'm okay to delete them. Let's just do something easy for an applique. I'll just do a letter. There's all my Disney stuff, by the way. There's a ton of it. So let's just do the letter A, and I'll say okay. It says how big do you want it? Let's make it 6. Actually, no, I'm going to leave it where it is because I don't... Hold on, let me do it in here because, look, that's not 6 inches by any stretch of the imagination. No. But how do I get it from here to be 6 inches? Tap it. That was a very Yorkshire don't know in the background. And then I'm going to go to Edit, and I'm going to go to Object Edit, and then drag it out. I want to drag it out. Can you see drag it out button? I want to drag out the size of it, so I'm going to use my drag it out button. And then from here, all I do, get it to where I want it to be. Okay, so it's there. I can take this and I can pull it down to my bottom corner because I know that that's where my fabric is. Now, again, I could scan this and make sure it fits onto that piece of fabric. How do I know already that it's going to fit onto that bit of fabric? Well, let's face it, I'm an idiot, so I'll probably get it wrong. But on my screen, you can see this dark cross. Well, that is mirrored on my mat. So I know that 6 inches is that bottom quarter, and I know that that's covered on my mat. So I can visually quickly just do a check on that. I'm going to press OK. Obviously, it's applique. Don't need a seam allowance for this one, so I can press OK again. Now I'm going to pray that there's enough stick on my mat to get this through. I'm going to press.
I don't need to draw this, do I?
Don't need to draw it. I could though, if I was doing something else. So if you wanted to use permanent ink, you can do that. You can get universal pen holders, and we've got 2 which have got different sizes. So say like you were doing some fabric and you wanted to do something for like say a wall piece, and you didn't want to do the whole thing in applique, but you wanted to have some kind of writing on there in a permanent ink, or you know, that kind of thing. You can use the universal pen holder and get it to draw, but it won't only just draw, it'll colour it in as well if you want it to.
Oh, that's
so you can get full block colouring, which is really clever, right? There's something really lovely about knowing that you're getting a tool that's got all of these things and it's going to be your best friend. But if you keep it in the box, I'm going to come round and I'm going to stitch your knickers to your vest. Get it out and have a go with it. It's really important that you don't leave this in a hallway somewhere gathering dust.
And also, don't get overwhelmed by how much it can do. It's a machine that's really going to grow with you as well, isn't it?
It'll grow with... I've got a friend who runs her business using a scan and cut. She uses a stationary business, not craft. She is full stationary, and she does all of her stickers, a lot of her vinyls and a lot of her packaging from there, because you can foil in it and you can do all of the things. It's super quiet as well. It's whisper quiet.
I couldn't hear that.
I want to end the game, so I'm going to press the chessboard. That's going to spit my mat out, and then from there I can just take this up, and then I've got my letter A here, and I can just remove that, get rid of that piece.
How
that's
quick
done.
For bunting,
so
you could
quick.
literally iron that onto your background
Absolutely.
fabric.
You know,
onto a little baby grow or something.
Chuck us that patchwork with you, Vicky. Cheers, girl.
That would be just such a beautiful gift. Or if you're making to sell, imagine that with some Liberty fabric on a little drawstring tote bag that you can buy.
Yeah, little. What are you saying to me, Michael?
So cute. Slightly to the right, please.
I don't know my right from my left. This way?
Yes.
Right, okay. And then just obviously your simple process of just getting that bonder web to fix through. And I don't know if I'm doing this right. Is there a paper backing on this? I don't do bonder web.
Yeah, you need to peel it off.
I've got no nails. You'll have to peel that off.
Yeah, peel it off.
And then you just iron it. It's clever bonder web.
It's brilliant.
I need to get these for my children's trouser leg seams.
It is.
That just come down.
Yeah. So
can I use that?
Do you know what you then need? A pin to scratch it.
Have I bonded it to the paper? Anyway, you don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do it.
Just scratch it with a pin. You keep going and we'll.
But anyway, the whole point, while we're talking about this though, on that point, there is a tool that we've got on here that's a spatula and a hook, in case any of you want to have the hook for weeding out your fabric if you're doing very specific designs. So if you've done like quite something delicate and there's lots of little pieces, you're going to need a weeding tool, and that's this one here. And then you've got your spatula to take off anything that's stuck firmly down. So just to let you know that that's there as well. Now that's not going to come in the bundle, it's an extra, but while we're doing such good prices on them, obviously this is the time. Vicky, I love you. Do you want to come to my house and do my
I'm your pressing assistant. Look, it's on.
She's so good.
There you go. It's on.
Look,
Let me
it's
just
done.
in the bag.
So you get to do... Don't be... I never iron anything. Look at that. I mean, literally, it's instant. Like this whole process with the scan and cut. No, it's because I was going to hold it up. Sorry, I'm an idiot. This whole process with the scan and cut is just the most joyous thing because it's quick, it's easy, it's everything to do with taking... Listen, crafting is really important, I think, personally for me. Right, let's do it that way. Crafting is really important for me and for mental health. But sometimes, in order to get to the point where I can do the really nice bits that help my brain, I have to do the tedious bits that I don't really want to do. And that can stop me from actually doing a project. I start to feel like I've got like a mental block, a crafting block. Because the truth of the matter is I just don't want to go through the process. So this was partly why I've got so many scan and cuts, because they do that bit for me. My brain does not want to do those bits. I don't want to cut out 100 pieces of paper. I don't. I'm going to be honest, I don't. Now, in terms of other things that you can do on here, which are really, really important, I'm assuming that you can buy pens that are permanent ink for fabric.
Yeah, you can.
So if you were to get like a piece of calico and your grandbabies or your children have drawn out a lovely little picture, scan it in. This will recognise that as being a full image that you can then draw, or you can use it. So you could draw it, and then that could be your sort of stitch guide for embroidering, or for doing cross stitch, or for doing any of those things. It would all be there for you. So you can literally put anything in here and get it to draw it. Now, it has different patterns when it's drawing as well. So the different patterns that you can do have got different backgrounds. So when you're colouring things in, I think it's from the one at home. Let me just see if it's from here. Pattern interval, backgrounds. You see, these are your patterns, your backgrounds that you can do. So you can turn them on to different things. If I want to colour in, it'll show me all of these different ways. I can have a block colour, you can do grids, and you can do things like that, which means I could actually, essentially, if I was canny, make a cross-stitch template on here for myself. And out of anything that my children have made, that you've drawn, that a friend's done, I can do so much with it. You know, Dave Bradford's just walked into the studio. I could make a T-shirt with his, you know, his face appliqued onto it. I can do, no, Dave, not that. I can do so many different things because it'll cut it out for me. So one of the other things that I very quickly want to show you, I'm going to try and cut some leather if I have time as well.
And can I also see what Disney designs are on here?
Yes, hold on. Just remember with Disney, 2 rules in life. You cannot sell your children and you cannot sell Disney. 100% you cannot sell it, okay?
But you can gift, you can
use
it for personal use.
You can do all of those
the
things.
other designs that are on there, though, if you want to create a little business for yourself, you said your friend does it for stationery.
Yeah.
Honestly, there is such a huge amount of money in I think, in doing like little, you know, it's a shop for all your boots.
There's too much on here for me to go through every single Disney pattern. If I do,
the princess section.
You want to see
that one? Yeah.
This one.
Oh.
So, but they're all different for different things, and they all do different elements. So anything that you can do in card, you can do in fabric, which is always nice to know. So these could all be appliqued. They could all be used. So you've got the rose from Beauty and the Beast, all of those elements coming through. I'm not going to talk like I knowledgeably know about Disney because I'm not great with these things. But you see how you've got this pattern here? You know I was saying about that weeding tool? Because if you were going to cut that out of fabric, you're going to need a weeding tool to make sure you can get every little piece taken out of the fabric. So you've got all of those, and then you've got more of your princesses here. Is this just frozen? This might just be frozen. Is that just frozen?
That's Elsa. Well, let's have a look. There's our,
that's not frozen.
Tinkerbell, Dumbo,
Cheshire Cat.
the Cheshire Cat, Simba, Alice in Wonderland. Oh, amazing.
Look, this has been the most excited I've ever seen a group of people.
Come on, let's have a look.
You want
Mickey and Minnie, your classics.
Mickey, Minnie,
Donald, Goofy.
Look, you can make Dave Bradford a pair of full-size shorts if you wanted. There's so many things that you can do here. Look, you've got all of your embroidery pieces here for doing your emblems, everything that you want in terms of doing. If you want to make curtains at home with Disney on for your grandchildren or your children, you absolutely can.
See the bottom right one? That's a box. These are layouts to be able to do the boxes that I was saying on the front here.
They're all,
little
there's loads.
Bags.
Now, then let's go into that Lightning McQueen one, because this one's slightly different. There's all of your Pixar stuff on here. So
Toy Story's bringing out a new film this year.
Yeah, I know. So there's all of your Pixar, and obviously the Scan and Cut will likely bring out a Disney card, so you can upgrade and have the new stuff on there as well. Wow. So you've got all your stuff on here for Pixar, and so instead of it just being the Disney, there is the Pixar. You've got all of these
Monster
on here
Inc.,
as well. Monster
Lightning
Inc.,
McQueen,
all of the things from Cars. Everything is there. So you've got so many elements there, okay? So you've got all the things that you need in your grasp to go for.
What's
now,
Smile Create, Carla? Sorry.
Smile Create patterns. Listen, I can take you through loads of these.
Oh, are these text? Different?
Yep.
Oh,
you've got 17,
word.
I think, 17
Different
built-in fonts.
Oh, I love that Crows one. Family, fun, football, Emily's Halloween. There's a Halloween font. For weddings.
That's so much.
Brilliant.
But these are just tiny amounts. You've got all your days of the week in case you're journaling and you want to write out your pieces, or if you want to put them onto stitched calendars. Remember, you can draw all these out and then stitch over the top of it. You've got loads of multi-designs on here as well, where you can go through and do loads of different patterns and frames and all of the things that you could possibly ever have.
Oh, Carla, I'm a bit overwhelmed. There's
so musical instruments, there's holiday events, there's sports, there's sewing machine here for those of you that want to make an applique sewing machine or want. Listen, I could demonstrate the scan and cut for 3 days solid and still not show you a tenth. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to show you a tenth of what it does.
All of these images, so that one, for example,
yes.
You could click on that and you can either draw or you could cut it.
Yes.
Will that cut it out as well if I wanted to do like we've just done with the applique A?
Oh, no, yeah.
I could do that.
And I can change the size as well. So this, at the minute, it's that size. So if I was to take that right down to, say, there, go OK, and then it tells me which bit you want to cut first. But I might go, well, you know what? I don't want it to be really in separate colours. I'm going to be doing it all in the same colour, so I may as well cut the whole thing out at once, right? And then I can go OK, and that'll just cut the whole thing. Then I can go set on that, and then that little piece of applique that we had, this isn't going to work because it's not going to stick, but let's go fast and see what I can do.
Oh, yeah, because I've taken the backing off. It's all right.
In terms
I wonder whether you could spray adhesive, like just the temporary adhesive.
Well, yeah, I mean, listen, if it still was there, it would have it. It's just that the mat's not going to stick, I don't think. So it might not be sticky enough. I did have some other mats. What have I done with them? Do you know, life's hard when you've got no sense of direction.
I must remind you, we wish we had more stock available.
No, we don't have much.
Did you say only the third time that you've bought this on Sewing Street?
Yes.
Show. It's been such a popular machine. It's the first time I'm seeing it in action. And I'm hooked.
Always a
popular machine.
popular
More of you have got it
machine.
in your basket than we have availability. So that isn't me trying to rush to pressure anybody, but if you are thinking about it, go for it.
Well, when I'm at home and people say that, I'd rather know. Now, if this was in two separate pieces, I'm going to talk real fast now. Prepare yourselves. Sorry, it's annoying. Play it back on low speed. So I've got my pieces here. If they were separate pieces, you're going to need to make them dance together, okay? So the way that we're going to do that, I've got that done. I can go to edit, and can you see my red party box of joy? Right? Yeah. It's a disco. Think of this as being disco lights, my red party box of joy. I'm going to press it. Hey up, she says. Is it not clicking? Oh, it's because it's already selected, I think.
Okay.
Object edit. It'll let me do it from here. It's because it's all one piece, so I've got nothing to collect. Now, if I want to weld two pieces, so say like I wanted to replicate this, I'm going to have two.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go, okay. So now I've got two sewing machines. I'm going to move this over here, and I want to reflect it, so I've got one the other way, and I can have them back to back. So long as I overlap them ever so slightly, I can weld them together. In order to weld them together, I would have to select both of them. So as we said, red party box of joy. Now I can get in there. I'm going to get my partners to dance. Can you see they're dancing? Yeah. So now I've got both of them selected, and then I need to, so long as they're over, I don't know if they're overlapped enough, but if they are, I can then get them welded. So I go to edit, object edit, it's got both of them selected. I want my drunk Cluedo head. A drunk Cluedo head's going to fall and merge onto the pavement. That's going to be there. That's going to weld those together. And now that is one object. So now if I wanted to create something and then say like a stuffed sewing machine.
Yeah, or paper dolls.
Yeah, I could cut that out. I could then stuff it with some fibres, stitch round it, and I've got that as my patting machine for toys. So anything you want. So if you want to start making the Disney toys for your own family, don't sell your children, don't sell Disney, you absolutely can.
So the picture that our team have put together to tell you what freebies you get, is this image here. Is that the rotary?
No, that's that bit that you're using the mouse on at the bottom. That is your spare rotary blade. The bit at the top is your rotary blade.
Right, and apparently, yeah, you get that.
Now, every time I've been on Sewing Street, they've had it. It's been part of the bundle. So I'm going to assume you get it.
Yeah.
Yes. Now,
you get everything.
Can I just say as well, because the other side of this, you see on that image that it had, where it had the rotary tool, and then next to it there's a box that's yellow that says Alex on it.
Yeah.
Don't throw that away. There is a card inside there that's a scratch card. You're going to take the scratch off it. It's going to have a secret code that's just for you. You type that into your Brother account and it's going to give you a huge amount of extra patterns for the rotary tool. And that's one of those is the cat that I just had there that's sitting that I made. That's one of the little patterns that you get in there as well. Guys, the amount of stuff you're getting for the price you're getting is stupid.
We are hot out of time, Carla, but we need you for 3 hours next time.
I'm so sorry for talking so fast and so much.
You did, because you got in so much info, but also next time we should do a 2-hour special, definitely, because we've just scratched the surface of how much you can do.
Literally, yeah. Just scratch the surface.
Thank you so much for your knowledge
guys for having
and excitement and passion. We love you. Are you on Hobby Maker this afternoon?
I am now because somebody's been poorly.
And are you doing the scan and cut later?
I'm doing the scan and cut, but for craft.
But that's so good though. For anybody who's getting it today,
you can see the other side at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, watch at 4 o'clock and you'll get even more knowledge because you don't need different, tools to do it. You might need different blade or something, but it's all.
But anything you can do in cardstock, you can do in fabric.
Brilliant.
So
brilliant. Thank you so much, Carla. Now, today, we made it. Watch it all back. Well done, everybody who's got involved today, because it's been incredible. Tomorrow, we're going to do it all over again, because Jo Avery is going to be joining me from 8 a.m. with her TV launch and her official book launch of her fabulous book. I'm so excited to be joining her.